I'm building my shoulders, my back, like all that. So I'm focused right now on just building muscle mass. So I'm going into sticking to animal products at the moment, and I don't mind some carbs. I don't mind them at all, but I got to get that muscle up in order for me to absorb, most of the carbs or anything that I am going to have ingest. So for me, I do want to get built up with the animal products first, and then I can start introducing back again some of the carbohydrates that not a lot. I don't want to go over 100. So I want to try to keep a good balance between low carbs and high fat.
Yeah, personally, I'm super low on carb, like super low carb. Right? Let's put it this way: I might eat in a day. On a bad day, I'll eat 240 calories of carbs, which is like 4 slices of bread. But typically, it's more in the 100 to 120 range. Which is it's a low. It's not a no carb diet, but it's a very low carb diet.
Yeah, I'm kind of teeter tottering between.
And I do it for a reason because when after you work out, like that next meal, you want it to be protein, but you want a little bit of carbs with it because you want like a slight insulin release because it helps muscle protein synthesis just a little bit. But you don't want a insulin spike. You want a slow,
Yeah.
You want a complex carbohydrate. You don't want to eat frickin' like a teaspoon of sugar. Okay. You want something like a sweet potato or rice or something that is digested slowly. You know what I mean? The sugar is released into your body slowly. So you want a slow rise in insulin. So I don't know if people know this, that starting probably with Dorian Yates, they inject insulin to get bigger.
Yeah, my dad was a bodybuilder. He talked about that. No, he didn't do it, but a lot of his buddies did, and all of our biggest strongmen did that. And when they do that, they have to eat an insane amount of meat, otherwise they just die.
Yeah, it's crazy. When I found out that they were taking insulin, I'm like, these dudes is crazy. Like, you really want to be the best if you're you're playing with death, man. That's like Russian roulette, man. You go to sleep and never wake up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so you want a small amount of insulin, but you don't want insulin release, natural insulin release. I'm talking about, not supplemental insulin release. We got to put a disclaimer on this stream, man. This is not medical advice.
Yeah, so a lot of people die when they miss or abuse this. So yeah, be careful.
Yeah. So yeah, you always want a little bit of carbs, like zero carbs. And I know listen, we have a pancreas for a fucking reason. We have to have some carbs. Yeah, you can live completely off of protein because your body can turn the protein into carbohydrates, but it's hard on your liver. So you don't want 100% at least my personal opinion. There's no medical reason for this. It's just my intuition is that 100% of anything is bad for you. You should nobody should be going freaking overboard on anything.
Yeah, I think a natural diet it would have been a variety of things, and a lot of it would have been based on seasonal availability of different food products. So there would have been a variety in a natural diet, quite a wide variety, probably.
Yeah, but when I think about that naturalistic, we want the natural diet, those people didn't live very long. Why do I want to eat what they ate? Why do I want to the average life expectancy of a caveman was 26 years old. Yeah. Why do I want to eat like a fucking caveman then? I don't want to eat like he ate.
Yeah, what do they call that? I'm
the
not
paleo diet?
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
Oh, okay, cool.
No.
I'm not eating nuts and grass, dude.
Let's not mix that stuff up. Yeah, let's not mix it up. I think at times meat would have been more available than others. So other times you would have to eat berries and roots and things like that and fruits and other things like that. So I think during the seasons, I think you would have different things available in any natural area.
Well, something I heard. I watched this guy the other day. He's a doctor. I haven't had time to like background any of what he said, so this is up in the air. What he was saying is your gut microbiome controls, and he goes to like all these things. And he said the societies, like the societies around the world that have the most diversity in their gut microbiome are the ones that eat the most diverse amount of foods. And basically what he was saying is you should be consuming 30 different types of foods per day, right? So that could be the seasoning, though. It doesn't have to be like necessarily like the food itself. They should be like 30 different things. Shouldn't be like all Twinkies or all like, just like pounds of ground beef, right? You should have other things mixed in with it, right? So a variety of like, spices or, plant material or whatever, because it increases it increases the diversity of your gut microbiome, which then in turn increases like the different, what was it? The different physiological immunities you have. Your immunity will be more diverse to more organisms, right? And more possible health conditions. Because pretty much it all is, and to some degree, it all starts with the gut. A lot of people don't realize there's something called the vagus nerve. It connects directly from the brain to the gut. And there are actually some pharmaceuticals that you consume that enter the brain through the vagus nerve. They don't go into your bloodstream and enter your brain that way. But I mean, just being alive, you should know that like there's a huge correlation between like what you eat and how you feel, what your mood is, like, as Miggy was saying, your mental acuity.
Yeah, I'm loving this life though, man. I'll tell you that much right now.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about resistance training, it doesn't have to be complicated, dude. You don't have to do like you don't have to do like crazy high volume, dude.
No.
Listen, there's a scientific study that says one set to failure is no better than more sets. So you can do one set of an exercise, right? And it's no different. The result is no different than doing 3 sets, 5 sets, 10 sets, whatever. As long as you do that one set to absolute muscular failure.
Yeah,
that means where you cannot move the fucking weight anymore. Right? But you got to be careful if you're bench pressing and doing this shit because you'll get hurt, right?
Yeah, hypertrophy, right?
Yeah, hypertrophy. Yes. So there's no difference in doing 1 versus 3 versus 5. There's almost no difference in anything you do. There's no difference in if you do 3 repetitions versus 15 repetitions. Like the differences are so small that it don't freaking matter.
Yeah, and I just want to correlate that to what I've been doing, Indio. So I moved like those heavy rolls of plastic in my job, and there was about maybe 6 or 7 of them that I would do every day. And after that, I wouldn't move anything that heavy at all throughout the whole day. So the only time that I would do it was at the beginning of my shift. So when I moved these rolls to the specific lines that I was working on, like that's it. That's all I would do. And every single day, those rolls became lighter and lighter to the point where I was carrying them like no issue. But that's all I would, like the heaviest work that I would do is that. Like I'm not like lifting them, like powerlifting them. It was just picking them up, moving them from place to place, just normal activity. And what I noticed was that
your body weight decreased, right?
Huh?
Your body weight decreased too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So no, that's good.
And so like what you're saying, it makes a lot of sense in reality because that's what I wasn't like. I'm not bench pressing, working out, going to the gym, flexing for 30 minutes. It's just like I did this activity that was heavy rolls. Then they set them down, and that's all I did. And then my strength started to become even better and better. And it was like what you're saying is
most people overtrain. I shouldn't say most people overtrain. Either people don't train hard enough or they overtrain. Right? There's people that they go there, they put 15 pounds on the freaking leg extension machine and do like 10 reps while they're like brushing their teeth, doing their nails. Like they're not even like, it's not taking any effort for them to do what they're doing. And then there's people they're in the gym like, 2 times a day, doing like, 45 sets of the same muscle group per week, right? And wondering why they don't get bigger because you're overtraining. You're never giving your body a chance to recover because your muscle grows during recovery. It doesn't grow during the training, right? When you're lifting the weights, your muscles aren't growing. You'll get a pump and you'll feel bigger, but you didn't grow bigger muscles while you were lifting weights. You grow afterwards, after you've recovered from the weight training, right? You break down muscle. You break down the muscles in your body by causing micro tears. Your body makes muscle protein synthesis where it builds it back, but it builds back a little extra, right? And then you're recovered, right? You're just a 1/10 of a millimeter bigger. Then you go back the next time and you do the same thing again, and you keep building muscle a little bit at a time until you have more muscle mass. That's how it works. You don't build muscle while you're working out. You build it during recovery. And most people train too much so that they never actually recover. They keep breaking the muscle down before they're fully recovered.
Do you think that lifting a weight to a point where you get your muscle hurting, like lightly hurting, is that good, or what do you suggest?
You mean like the burn? Like it burns?
Yeah.
Yeah, the burn, I mean, the burn is kind of something subjective. So like the amount of burn like you feel will be different on different body parts. It'll be different between different people. What you want to do is fatigue the muscle to the point where you can't move the weight. You can't do the movement anymore.
Yeah, but if I do that and I wait like 5 minutes, I can do it again. So I'm not sure.
If you can do it more than 3 times, so this is called like an extended set. So what you do if you're not sure, like you fatigue the muscle to that point.
Yeah.
You wait, I don't know, like 15, 30 seconds, and then you do the exercise again. And if you could do it more than 3 times, then you didn't fatigue the muscle the first time. But you want to basically do the same thing like on the second set. You want to do it enough times so you definitely fatigue the muscle. So, because all you're trying to do is send your body a signal, this mTOR signal that tells your body, hey, we have a problem here. I need more muscle. And then it starts a cascade. What do they call it? Fucking, I can't remember the freaking name of it.
But you can achieve the burn, as you said, very easily and safely by doing negatives as well. You just practice when you're doing your bench. You can push up as fast as you want, but bring it back down, counting to 10 or counting to 5, and you're burning a bunch of muscle fibers. Just slowly bringing it down.
That burn is like lactic acid buildup. That's from your body, because when your body does the I don't want to get super technical into this shit, but the byproduct of contracting your muscle against resistance, it makes lactic acid, and that lactic acid, is getting shuffled in and out of the cells, but sometimes it can't be shuffled fast enough, right? So over time, right? So say, there's no lactic acid buildup. You're on 1 rep, there's a little bit left. So your body didn't get rid of it all. Then by the 10th rep, it's total lactic acid buildup, and your body can't shuffle it all the way. That's what the burn is. The lactic acid buildup in the muscle that's irritating your nerve endings. So what happens is your cells, there's something called Henneman size principle. You have muscle cells that are fast twitch or slow twitch, and they get recruited in order of how hard it takes to lift the weight. So the slow twitch muscles are for endurance, right? So, but eventually every single cell will get worn out where it becomes overstimulated and can no longer can produce contractile force, right? So if you're going to do a lot of repetitions, right, you have to exhaust the slow twitch muscles to the point where they've exhausted themselves and they can't be used anymore. And then you recruit a medium speed twitch muscle, and then a slow twitch, and then a fast twitch muscle, right? They're recruited in order of how quickly they diminish, right? The largest muscle fibers are fast twitch muscles, but those are the last muscles that are recruited. But they're also the ones that grow the most. So you have to reach those, right? And the only way you can do this is deeply fatiguing the frickin' muscle until those muscle fibers, these fast twitch, large size muscle fibers are recruited. And that you can do this any way you want, right? So like you can, like, if you use a heavy weight, to move a heavy weight, you have to recruit your fast twitch muscle fibers because the weight won't move. But if you use a lightweight, you have to do a lot of repetitions and wear out the slow twitch muscle fibers to reach the fast twitch muscle fibers. So, but it doesn't matter. You can do between 3 and 15 reps. You know, it doesn't matter. But if you're doing a super lightweight with 35 reps, yeah, you can get the burn, fatigue the muscle, but you're not creating enough mechanical tension to cause the muscle to grow. You're basically doing freaking cardio, a version of cardio. If you're doing, like, you know, a bench press with a weight that you can do 100 reps with, you're not actually straining your muscle. That's an endurance exercise.
Right. You know what annoys me a bit is
Listen. Well, let me just tell you this one thing. Mm-hmm. The fastest way to build, if you want to build muscle, is to do between 10 and 15 repetitions. But the number should not be your goal. The goal should be how long is what's called time under tension. How long is the muscle under tension till fatigue? You want that between 60 and 120 seconds, right? So and this is where people fuck up, right? This is the main problem people have, and why they have to do high volumes of resistance training, is because they do their repetitions fast, right? So they use the momentum of the weight to throw the weight around. And when you use the momentum, right? So say I'm doing a curl and I do it really fast. The momentum of the initial force I put on the weight throws the weight up, right? But while the weight is moving up, I don't have to apply as much force because of that initial impulse, right? I'm using the momentum of the weight that when I initially started picking it up, and it's reducing the amount of tension on my muscle, right? Yeah. But if you do your repetition slowly, right, the tension is on your muscle the entire time, and the time under tension is a longer amount of time. Unfortunately, you can't do high volume this way because you won't survive. Like, you won't. You just can't survive. You can't do, like, say I did, like, every repetition took 10 seconds, 5 seconds up and 5 seconds down, right? Which is pretty long. You're not going to be able to do 10 repetitions. That would be if you did 5 sets of 10, that would be 500. That would be, what is that? 5 sets of 10. That's 100 seconds. 5,000 seconds under tension, dude. You wouldn't last, dude. Like, you just don't last. If you actually, like, watch someone at the gym and time, like, how long it takes them to do a set, like how long the shit's under tension, it's like 10 seconds. You can, but if you just do like 6 repetitions at 10 seconds per rep, your time under tension is like 6 times longer. Right? Yeah, and the other thing is, it's safer. When you're not jerking the muscle around, when you're not throwing the weight around, it's 10 times safer, because that, so there's the force curve, right? Like, when you try to, like, accelerate the weight up really quickly, that initial peak force is a lot higher than the force, like the average force through the whole motion. But if you do it slowly, your average force is less.
And you're not getting the full value of the extension of the weight at all points. So, like,
yeah, exactly.
You're just gonna train your muscles for a few angles where you can exert the force better, but at other angles it's gonna be much weaker, and so your overall strength actually drops when you do it wrong.
Yeah, and what else was I gonna say? I totally forgot. My brain just went blank.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Indio, what's your how much do you weigh?
Right now, 180.
Okay, that sounds good.
I'm like 6 foot.
Nice. Yeah, I'm like 6 foot. Probably like 20 pounds, 30 pounds less. But I've always struggled with gaining weight. But yeah, no, I love hearing you talk about lifting and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Sounds like
because-
you have good experience.
Listen, I used to do volume training. I changed it in August. And I just like I changed it to like with the basically the same method that like Mike Metzer, Dorian Yates, there's other people that have used it.
I'm 6 foot and 165. I couldn't even be less. I weigh as much as I did when I was in high school.
Same here, probably a little less, but yeah, same here.
I'm too skinny. I like what Miggy was saying about breaking it down, though. I'm like completely broke down now. So now building it back up with, like really healthy protein, and like I'm on the same diet basically Miggy is. Pretty much. He probably eats much better than I do. Mine's probably a little more limited, but I eat eggs, meat, dairy of all kinds, cheeses, butter. I eat plenty of all of those things. I eat lots of butter, eggs all the time. I not only will have eggs in the morning, I'll eat raw eggs throughout the day. And now I used to mix them with sugar and milk, but sometimes I'll just gulp down 2 raw eggs, crack them and swallow them right down, and then go on a ride for like 10 miles. So
Look, the only reason I'm bringing all this up is because a lot of people, they don't start resistance training because they think that they have to live in the gym. You don't.
Yeah,
you don't have to live in the gym. You can get away with like less than an hour a week. You can go to the gym for less than an hour a week, twice a week, 20 minutes per session. You can build muscle. No doubt about it. Especially if you're a fucking newbie. If you're a newbie, like, you can go to the gym 20 minutes, not even go to the gym. You could do it from at home, dude. You can do body weight exercises, right? You can just do that. You don't have to lift weights. And if you just perform them with the right goal in mind, right, is that to deeply fatigue the muscle until you have momentary muscular failure for whatever muscle group you're working out. And then you take like 4 or 5 days off and then start over. Right? And you don't have to do it that often. But people won't start because, put it this way, Dorian Yates was training 2 hours a week when people like Arnold Schwarzenegger were training like 15 hours a week. And they're all on anabolic steroids, of course. But like what they were doing, Mike Metzer ended up training like his legs like once every 2 weeks or something ridiculous.
Yeah, Arnold would do 100 sets.
Yeah, he did like some ridiculous amount, man. Like, fuck, dude. No one can do that either because you have to be on fucking juice, man. Plus, he was on juice and meth. I mean, nobody wants to talk about that. That all those fucking that era bodybuilder are all on meth.
Greenies.
Yeah. What do they call that? It's not quite golden era. In the 70s, they're all fucking messed out.
I was on it without knowing it. I took Rip Fuel in the 90s. I loved that shit.
Oh, Rip Fuel. Dude, I haven't heard of that stuff in a long time.
Dude, that stuff works like a champ.
Yeah. But the only point is that you can gain muscle doing a lot less than people think. Like, but there's no business in that, right? Like, how do you make money if you're a so-called fitness business, telling people, oh, you don't actually have to work out that much, and all you have to do is buy stuff from the grocery store? How the fuck are they going to sell you supplements? How are they going to sell you your freaking like guides and books and like all this other shit? They can't sell that shit to you.
Yep. The truth is, you don't need to be doing what they're saying, living like a gym rat.
They're trying to make it hard. They're trying to tell you shit that doesn't work, right? So you need to keep buying their product forever and ever and ever.
That's a great business model, by the way. If you want to be in business, yeah, you have to keep giving them something they're going to keep having to resupply on, and they'll never reach that attainable goal. It's just always, new gyms, new memberships. It's like, it's so easy to become somebody that's fit and muscular fit, that you don't need any of that the trappings that it would if you were just to like think about what it would. I need a gym membership. I need to lift all these weights. It's like you just really have to do like resistance training and like what.
Yeah, you can do body weight training. You don't have to even lift weights. Your own body weight is enough.
Calisthenics.
Yeah. Well, calisthenics is like jumping jacks and shit. Look, I'm talking about like body weight, like pull-ups, push-ups, inverted push-ups, if you can do that upside down, like, just body weight training, dips.
And eating this way is going to correct the way, like, how you perceive doing that. So one thing leads to the next. Good gut health.
Yeah.
Put you in a good mood. Get you to, like, let's go. And you're going to be wanting to lift weights, and it'll be heavier weights, and it's going to be the resistance, and you're going to benefit extremely well when you do it that way versus another way where you're just like, I don't want to go to the do weights, lift. I don't want to do it because you don't have the angst to do it. Why would you? Like, there's no motivation for it. But when your body's aligned and you're in a good mood, you're like, oh yeah, baby, let's go. You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole approach to it.
Well, yeah. Well, think about this. So, you have your genetic potential of how much muscle you can get. Now, it's in the best interests of, like, the so-called fitness industry to make that process take as long as humanly possible, because then they make the most amount of money off of you. So they give you shit information. They tell you things that aren't true. Tell you got to go to the gym more. Tell you got to, like, eat my supplements, drink my drink. Like, oh, you'd be bigger if you drank this pre-workout or take this like, this crazy protein powder with, frickin' methamphetamine in it, right? So, like, they tell you all these things. So you just keep spending money, but it's taking you longer than it should because they're telling you a technique that is not as effective as other techniques. But I also want to say this about the way people lift. The other most important thing is preventing fucking injury. Because if you lift weights, if you do, almost everybody gets injured. Like, and it's bad on your joints doing a lot of volume. Like, it's fucking super horrible on your joints, especially if you're older, doing freaking goddamn, I've done this. 5 sets of 10, dude. Like, bench press, incline bench, freaking decline bench, fucking flies, like. You end up doing for one particular muscle group. I just did freaking 25, more than 25, 250 movements on my joint under weight, right? So that shit's horrible for your joints. But this is, I'm going to tell you guys, why people get hurt is because your muscles are stronger than your fucking tendons, and they grow stronger faster than your tendons grow stronger. Whenever you hear someone getting injured weightlifting, it's always, oh, I tore my muscle off my fucking bone. Their tendon failed.
Yeah,
because it takes longer. Yeah, it takes longer for the tendon to grow as strong as the muscle. It takes it's lagged by like something like 2 weeks.
Yeah, this is exactly what my dad always talked about. This is why sailors retain a lot of strength into old age, because they have really strong tendons.
Yeah.
Whereas bodybuilders, my dad actually once had a fight with the bodybuilder, and he ripped his muscle off. My dad grabbed his bicep and just yanked, and the muscle just went loose, and he couldn't use his arm after that.
Oh yeah, that's a wrap, dude. That's a total wrap. Yeah, bodybuilders aren't actually the strongest people. Like, their goal is getting the biggest muscle. It doesn't necessarily follow that the biggest muscle is the strongest person, because there's other factors to being strong. It's more than just big muscles. It's big muscles, strong tendons, and the neurological connection between your brain and the muscle. How much force, how much you like using your brain to exert force is a mental skill.
Yeah, horsing around with the wrestlers versus just the gym bros, the wrestlers always felt way stronger to me.
Yeah, they're like immovable. They're like fucking, like, when they get in a position, they're like a stone statue. Like, you can't move them because they're just.
Yeah, look at the
brain, dude.
Farmer. Look at the strength of a farmer. Look, they're always baling hay. They're doing activity that it requires their tendons to be like, tough as nails. So they might not look like there's something, but when it comes to strength, I bet you they have the endurance of a bull. I mean, they could still be in there like with stamina and everything, whereas somebody that's got the muscles probably couldn't last that long. So yeah, somebody that's has the strength. It's not necessarily.
You can tell. You can just look at like some bodybuilders. Their muscles look puffy, right? They don't even like kind of look right. They don't look like stone. Like during like the 80s, the early 80s, like the Metzer era. If you look at pictures of him versus pictures of other bodybuilders, The other bodybuilders, they look puffy, but the people that were doing the high intensity training, they look like they're cut out of stone, right? They're like, you can see that's like that muscle's fucking solid. They don't look all puffy because anabolic steroids makes you bloated, so they have a huge amount of water in their system. So glycogen, which makes your muscles puff out, is mostly water. So you can look huge, right? Because you have a lot of muscle tissue that's filled with water. It doesn't make you strong. That doesn't mean you can exert a high amount of contractile force just because you're all fucking bloated and puffy. So it's kind of a thing, like we just automatically, by instinct, we see some big dude, we're like, that dude must be strong. Not always the case. In fact, it's rarely the fucking case.
Yeah, oftentimes it's a means to, because they're scared on the inside, they use it to scare people away from the outside by looking big and strong. But oftentimes they are the biggest pussies on the inside. So
yeah, exactly. I've seen people,
tell them, Jace,
professional bodybuilders try to fight. It's not a pretty sight. They're not flexible, immobile,
they're too puffy and
yeah,
and
exactly.
Very slow.
They don't know how to move.
The only move they could do that would probably work is, remember, like Street Fighter Zangief, like stick your arms out and just start spinning.
if you look at people who are boulders or whatever it's called, like people who do this climbing, and you would use someone like a bodybuilder and tell him to climb the same way as someone who is professionally climbing, he will not be able to do anything.
Yeah.
They won't even get 3 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
First of all, they weigh too much, right? They're carrying so much more body weight.
Yeah, I don't see any like positive side in being so heavy and muscular. Like, I think to have a little bit of muscle is okay, but everything else, it makes you like needing to eat huge amounts of food every day and weighing a lot of pounds or whatever. I think that's not really good. I think that's not how you get old. And these people don't get old.
My dad always talked about this, Clay. He's like, man, I want to be able to move. I want to flip. I want to jump. And I was always telling him, like, I wanted to grow and be bigger and everything because I was always a smaller type of guy. But you're right. I mean, even in Dragon Ball Z, they have an episode where the main character learns how to bulk up, beef up real big, but he teaches the audience that, look, this isn't the key. This isn't the way. You don't want to have these big, bulky muscles. They'll make you too slow. You want to be fast. And so it seems to be a common thing, but it just, you get guys who like Sonny and myself, who we've always been on the slender side. And we're like, well, dude, I want to be jacked. So.
Yeah. This is why my dad always practiced boxing and that kind of stuff. Like, if you just do bodybuilding and that alone, you're not going to have any speed on your hands. You're just going to be a slow-moving target.
Right. The speed is what you want. And it took me some time to learn that really is when I went to San Diego. That's when I realized that whatever you've been given, whatever your body type is, embrace it. Like, just embrace it to the max. If you're a big guy, do the big thing. If you're a slender guy, do the slender thing. You don't have to fake the funk or be someone that you're not. Just be exactly who you are and be the best version. And it took me like many, many years to realize that, because I was always trying to be something that I wasn't.
Yeah, compete against yourself, man. Compete against yourself. Be the best version of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, best version of you. And then once you achieve that, you start to feel it. And it's kind of like my hope for everybody, man. I want everybody to actually, like, because I sing the praises of like eating a proper human diet, but what I would say is that this should be the way that everybody should look at how we go about nutrition. It's something that's effective. It's simple. It's the way we should all be living life and extrapolating the best we can from the foods that we eat, and then the potential of like the speed and the agility and the strength and all that comes from having good gut health. And so
think about this, Miggy. Think about this. You know what? Your mental state is probably like you have greater acuity because you don't have like all the problems that because you always have like the associated health problems like in the back of your head, kind of like a distraction, like a thorn in your side, man, that you always some of your consciousness is going towards that. And in eliminating that kind of probably like freed you up to just like, just let loose.
Oh God, yeah, dude, that's what I was trying to tell Levelist is like I want to put it into words what it feels like, but it's being like freed from that.
I'll do it. Free yourself from your chains, brothers.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I want to say, but it's hard because it's like, well, then now you're giving nutritional advice, and I'm like, well, what else can I do? Like, I mean, it seems to be effective, and I see old people in their old age eating this way, so what else can I say? It's like it's the way. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just in my experience, is like consistency is the most important thing. And like, even if you make a tiny change, if you apply that tiny change consistently over a long enough time period, it's gonna make a difference. Like, don't get caught up in this instant gratification culture and fucking just like, oh, I'm not gonna try because I'm not gonna see a result for 2 years, or I'm not gonna see a result for a year, or it's not fast enough. Just make an incremental change, man, and just do it consistently without cheating, and boom, you'll see a change. There's just no way it can't not happen.
Indio, you ain't gotta lie either, man. Like when it comes to it, you want to sing the praises of it too, don't you? You want to be like, dudes, this is the way forward. Like if you're gonna do it,
it frustrates me that people are kind of like they get trapped in this like. This isn't even like fat shaming or anything. It's just like, it's like people like they think of it like this. Like they have a ball and chain around their leg, right? They know it's a ball and chain, and they're like, shit, man, this really sucks to be dragging this ball and chain around. And like, okay, well, you have the key. You can let your leg out any freaking time you want. And then they come up with like, they get defeatist when they're coming up with reasons why they can't free themselves. It's like, no, dude, you can. And it's like, but the thing is, the thing that got them, they put the ball and chain on their own foot in the first place. And it's like they're punishing themselves. Like, I put this ball and chain on my leg, man. I deserve to have it here. Like, no, you don't, man. Like, you could say, hey, dude, like, I don't deserve to have this here. I'm taking it off and I'm going a new way. It's like, a lot of what people do is like, it's like they're punishing themselves.
I think most of that part is related to an appeal to authority of some sort, even if it might even be subconscious. But they have some appeal that they believed some authority or some article or some figure that said something. They believe some authority at some point. I think that's where that's linked up to, even if the person doesn't realize it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like people get overweight because like they lost their jobs and they got depressed, or they like lost a girl and got depressed, or got injured and got depressed, or like they used to, and then they like and there's even positive reasons people get out of weight. So like when you're around girls, like a single girl all the time, your testosterone levels lower, then you end up getting more fat tissue. Like so, there's positive reasons and negative reasons, but who cares, right? That eventually, even if you're not at the point of crisis, eventually you're going to reach the point of crisis. Avoid getting there is all I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
you can free your mind of like all the like, if you have worries about your health condition, how you feel, or you have actual health problems, like you don't feel good when you wake up, or you wake up with a headache, or like all these other reasons, like you can free your mind from like worrying about them by just changing your by just changing your body composition.
The longer I divorced myself from the idea that certain people were going to be able to tell me that they knew something more about my health and they had some suggestions for me, the more I stopped subjecting myself to that interference, I became healthier and healthier.
Good point, Sonny. Dude, you gotta stop trusting these weirdos out there that don't know what they're talking about.
Man. Why and it's heartbreaking because like, why did I let them convince me for so long? But you know what? That had to come to pass as well, probably for myself.
Well, I mean, I think about it like this, like like you have your like the people like they worry and complain about their health, and then there's like they don't take up changing it because they're like, oh, this is going to take this much effort, but you're putting in that much effort already, worrying about it, thinking about it, lamenting about it, beating yourself up about it. You're already putting in that mental effort. Why not just like flip that mental effort into like, now you're going to put your mental effort into solving the problem instead of lamenting about the problem. Right. And you're not changing anything. You're just shifting your focus to something else. That's all you're doing. You're just shifting your focus.
Yeah, and I think what it is I think eventually you start relying on your intuition about yourself more than you do about something you heard about the human body or whatever have you, you know. So you rely on your intuition, your own intuition. Where you go like, I know when I'm hungry. I know, like, you start figuring out what your body craves at certain times, and there is a cycle. But yeah, it shouldn't be like written in concrete or whatever. 3 meals a day, all that horse.
You want to be flexible, man. Like that's what I was trying to say. You want to make your body resilient, right? Exactly. So that even if you fuck up your diet for fucking 3 weeks, it has minimal effect, right? And the best way to do that is to just fucking try to be strong, right? Strong, muscular, lowish body fat. And I'm not saying everyone needs to be 10% body fat. 20% and under is perfectly fine, right? There's no difference in health effects between 20% and 12%. There's literally no difference. There's like, you can't tell the difference between the people. Yeah, one is more aesthetically pleasing than the other, but I mean, that's just vanity. So, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, one thing with the idea of like how we're getting our information, like what Sonny was saying, is that these gurus and everybody that's telling us how to live life with our nutrition, like it's almost like a glober telling us information about the globe, the same kind of way that we learned about the things of the globe. It's like through these guys that are like talking heads within the, nutrition communities. And it's like, we've been listening to them for a long time and it hasn't been working. By a long shot.
You know how many dude, it's almost embarrassing, right? So you have all these like so-called fitness influencers, people with YouTube channels, like there's hundreds of them, right? And they have to always stay relevant because this is their career. So they're always creating drama or something to make a video about, or, oh my God, don't do bicep curls this way. You'll never work out your arms different than this again. And now they're showing you how to do something that's absolutely retarded, right? Because they have to try and be different and stay relevant, right? Because this is their career. This is how they're making a living. They didn't go out and learn a useful skill. They went to the gym, bought a fucking camera, somehow got famous on YouTube or Instagram or Twitter or Twitch or whatever the fuck they're on, right? But they have to keep this charade going, right? Or they're unemployed. So, like, don't listen to these people. Don't listen to people that take steroids about health, okay? Don't listen. Steroids have nothing to do with health. Okay, they have nothing to do with health. Can you believe that? Like, they call it health and fitness, and the people are on gear. Like, are you kidding me? It's like, this is not health and fitness. These people are not healthy and they're not fit. They're on gear. But they're gonna die at 40 freaking years old.
And I like the first thing that they start blaming it on is actually the nutritious, healthy food. Well, it's because they ate too much red meat. Duh. That's why they expired that age.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. They actually do. I actually heard that is that too much protein will cause kidney problems or something. Which is like a load of horse shit, dude.
Yeah, that's not true, right? Your body will just bypass what it doesn't need, right?
Oh my God. No, it is.
No, it's like one study put up by like Kellogg's or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who wants you eating cereal?
Exactly. I even said this earlier. All this information is bought and paid for. And so like special interest groups are investing in like moving in on like what nutrition is so they can sell their product to you.
But it happens both ways too. But it's the meat industry does the same thing. They played the same game, and why shouldn't they? They're trying to protect their business. But so remember, Oprah got sued by the Cattlemen's Association for saying something about like beef or something. Back in the day, it was like 20 years ago. Maybe it was 25 years ago. It was a long time ago. Oprah said on her show something disparaging about beef, and then she got sued by the Cattlemen's Association and like had to settle out of court. Yeah, so this stuff happens. Yeah, like this happens on all sides. Like, you know, whatever your like little shtick is, dude, you're gonna fund research to make it look like your product. You know, use science, right, Niggy? This is science. This is the science that dude last night was talking about. All the scientists think that sugar is good for you, and injecting freaking heroin into your neck is awesome. Like, if all the scientists thought that, would you start injecting heroin? Freaking retard, like.
Scientists funded by lobbyists.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's it.
Yeah, so these companies, they'll form like a what do they call it? An AstroTurf group, you know, Americans for Better Frickin' Food Products or something like that. But they're actually funded by some other industry group, and then
George Soros.
George Soros, whoever. They all do it. It's like pick a billionaire. I'm sure Elon Musk is doing the same thing. Like it's like
he's got his finger in one of these pies. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, dude, he's got all 10 toes, all 10 fingers. Man, they all have a pie each. I'm sure. But you know, then these like front groups, and they'll fund this research. And they're like, well, we didn't have to declare our bias because this is a non-profit organization that's for the public interest. They have no dog in this hunt, right?
They want to make it sound like it's all for the people. Bullshit, dude.
And they only correspond with other NGOs. They link and with each other to validate to the public that they actually are doing something of benefit. They're just building up fake expertise is really what's going on.
Yeah, hence the bad information we get for our nutrition. And then we're all about like, well, my nutritionist said, you know, like a speak and say, you know, one of those little toys that kids have, you pull it down and they're like, the cow says, it's like, that's all these guys are doing. Whatever my nutritionist says, you know, like.
That's actually very funny, Biggie.
It's akin to what
goes, moo. That's a good analogy.
My nutritionist says, stay away from red meat. It causes cancer. You know, like, yeah.
It's like that pull string toy, right? Remember, you just have the arrow in the center, right? And pull the string, just like on the cow.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, I thought of this like years ago. Like, we got to make a Glober one, right? Coriolis effect. You know, you pull the string, like you point the arrow at like different bullshit for the globe. You pull the string. Because that's what some of these guys are like. They just pull the string. Yep.
Bob the science guy said,
go over the curve. Ships over the horizon.
It's going to be like Bob the science guy says, I never said water hills. And then you pull it again, it's like, there's definitely a water hill.
Yeah, you pull it once, and it says refraction, and then the next time it says you can see your own ass with a telescope.
Hey, about this nonsense that we've been hearing for years, I've even heard it from my own family members sometimes, that red meat causes cancer and all that nonsense. I simply ask people, so this study that you're talking about that says red meat causes cancer, did they consider the factor, like, is this a study done on red meat consumption that doesn't include sodium nitrate, or is this red meat consumption that does include sodium nitrate? Because if it includes sodium nitrate, then my suspicion is the cancer is caused by the sodium nitrate, not the red meat. So did they distinguish the difference in the study? And I was just going, my answer pretty much like that from people.
Yeah, and they'd never be able to determine if it caused cancer. They might be able to say it correlated with cancer, but they can't say it caused cancer. That's just horseshit. They can't even say smoking causes cancer. Correlates with cancer, but there's no definitive cause of cancer. Because if it caused cancer, every single person that smoked would get cancer, right?
Yeah. And so people in their late 80s are smoking cigars and whatnot and drinking whiskey.
Dude, I saw an obese 70-year-old chick smoking cigarettes like three days ago, man. I use the word chick lightly because she did have some stubble going on, so I'm not positive, but
My grandma is still running around doing a lot of stuff, and she been smoking since she was young.
Yeah, I know the biggest risk factor is if you smoke and drink at the same time. That is a huge risk factor for cancer. It increases your risk by like 80 times versus either one of them alone.
Well, tobacco itself, I would argue, isn't all that terrible for you. But when you're putting 81 chemicals into the cigarette, then we might have some problems.
You also have to remember when these studies were done. I don't know if you remember how people used to. I know Sonny remembers. Sonny, you still here?
Yeah.
How did people smoke back in the 70s?
Oh, just like smokestacks, man.
Dude, like ashtrays. People would have giant fucking ashtrays that would be full to the top, piling over with cigarette butts.
Dinner plate size ashtrays, bro, in every room.
Damn.
Smoking. People lighting cigarettes with the butts of other cigarettes, man. Like,
listen, my grandmother in Chicago, she was of German descent, right? So anyway, she had Marlboros. She would just open up the packs and put them out in these big, huge ashtrays, and then she'd have other ones they would put the butts out in, right? So as a little kid, just starting to smoke, it was perfect. I could go grab like a handful of them because they're just wide open.
Yeah.
And smoke in 30-degree 20-degree weather. That was fun.
If you smoked like people smoke then now, you'd be blowing like $100 a day. It would be cheaper like to smoke crack than smoke cigarettes.
Crazy.
Damn.
I quit almost 20 years ago.
I think cigarettes here are like $15 or something. So if you smoke 3 packs a day, that would be $50 a day.
When I moved to Iowa and I came to this job where I work at since 2005, they were still smoking inside of the building. Like they were still doing that. Now, of course, they moved them outside and there's only a very few people. But before, it was like you'd walk through this like cloud of smoke going into work because it's like everybody was smoking inside. And it's like over just recently has it been like a bit more taboo, a bit more like, oh, smoking causes this and that. So everybody's just like on it. Not saying like people shouldn't be doing, like, I'm not advocating for it. What I am saying is that when I got here in 2005, like people still had the kind of like the old ways, how they used to do stuff. It was just phasing out to where like now it's like more like public places are becoming like less and less susceptible to that. So,
well, I mean, that's all that stuff's been banned here in Massachusetts forever. That shit was banned like in the 90s. But I remember when I was a kid, they used to have like ashtrays inside of grocery stores. People would be walking down the aisle smoking cigarettes, buying like diapers or you know.
Oh, I got a good story about this. So there's a barber school that I now go to more expensive barbers, but I used to go to this barber school near where I live, and it's a renovated old bank. So it was a bank, the building originally, and the bathroom is like got the original setup of the original structure of the building.
So it's got ashtrays next to the toilets, right?
Yes, the urinal has an ashtray built into the urinal that's still there.
Dude, some urinals used to have like a thing, like so you could set your cigarette on it. Like it looked like someone took their 3 fingers and like depressed it into the top of the urinal. Like they like formed the ceramic to hold cigarettes.
Casinos and card rooms were the worst for cigarettes, in my opinion.
I can't believe the urinal had cig holders, though. That's wild.
Yeah, there was like a little, like, it was like a 3-finger depression because they didn't want people like, I don't know. I assume throwing it in the urinal, right? We're talking like floor, like the urinals that start in the floor, the tall urinals. So it was like those style.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be fucking way different. But I mean, listen, put it this way. I'm 50 years old. I don't know a single fucking person that's died from lung cancer due to smoking cigarettes. Not one person. Okay, and I'm 50.
Yeah, me either.
No, I wanted to say
I started getting suspicious in my 20s. Like, shouldn't I know people that have died from lung cancer by now?
Actually, my father, but he smoked probably more than 50 years, and then before he quit, you know,
like a crazy person, right? Like 3 packs a day of like non-filter Lucky Strikes.
Probably.
Yeah, that's a good point. My dad's been smoking Marlboro Reds for 50 years. You're right. Everybody in my family smokes.
But he had
contrasting cigarettes with sodium nitrate I don't know anyone myself that's died of lung cancer that may have been related to cigarettes, but my own brother, who I earlier on warned about with sodium nitrate, he went to the emergency room due to stomach pains, and it took him a while to figure out that he had sodium nitrate poisoning.
Wow.
Nasty.
For many years, my father smoked a pipe too, so that type of tobacco has other types of additives.
What did he do for a job?
He was different thing. He was a shoe designer for many years, but he became a shipwright, where he was in charge of a shipyard.
Well, I was thinking maybe he was exposed to toxic chemicals.
Yes, and shoe manufacturing. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of nasty stuff in that, like tannin and. Ugh.
If we would be truthful, the truth is, what is more profitable is to just quit smoking, not buying cigarettes, and you have a win-win situation for your health and for your money. You have more money to spend on something else, maybe a nice vacation or something like that.
Not only that, you also have more time because you're not out there puffing on your cigarettes all the time. Yes. You can be doing other things.
Yeah, but I know, because I myself was addicted to nicotine or smoking cigarettes, I know it's a very, very hard addiction, and it is definitely not just something you, especially because I can imagine for someone who's smoking for decades to get rid of it, it's not easy.
But you know what I just realized, man, is that like cigarettes are like the digital version of TikTok, or the non-digital version of TikTok, man.
That's true. Yes. I
because think about like when you smoke a cigarette, you get the nicotine rush like what, every 5 seconds, and that's kind of like what TikTok is, right? You get the dopamine rush every 5 seconds, that's the reason why it's so hard to quit. It's because of the repetitive rush of the dopamine of the nicotine.
I think also a major thing is when you have a lot of friends who smoke and you meet with them most of the time, and you just would feel pretty weird if you would be the only one suddenly not smoking within that group, or you're talking to someone on the street, or you're waiting for the bus or whatnot, Most of the time, when I was used to smoking cigarettes, it was always because I was bored. Essentially, I already admitted that when I was a smoker. I always said, actually, I'm just smoking a cig because I'm bored. I was waiting for the train, or I had a break, or
Yeah, as a non-smoker, I've never smoked cigarettes.
Okay.
I've smoked other things, but cigarettes I just never saw the appeal. But in a lot of my works, where I used to work in different fields, a lot of people used to take smoke breaks where they would go out and smoke or whatever, or where they would just stop working and have a cigarette together. But the rest of us who don't smoke would just work. So that creates a little bit of an incentive or a social push to, like you were talking about, to get into smoking so that you could get these extra breaks. And like I saw some people who would even just go out and stand with them not smoking just to get those breaks.
But the coolest thing was when I got my full lung function back, like when I started running, and I felt like how, like doing a period from like 1 month to the other, I felt how my capacity of the lung just expanded, and there was so much stuff still coming out, like every time I would be running, I would be like spitting out all the slimy stuff, because the lung is like, very capable of detoxification, right? Like if you're a long-time smoker, I wasn't a long-time smoker, I started smoking when I was like 12, 13, and even then the period between like going to 16, 17, 18 was not like I was always smoking 1 pack a day or something. Actually doing, my the school time, I smoked the most, like 1 pack sometimes a day. But like when I was 12, 13, 14, 15, that was just, for fun sometimes when a friend had cigarettes and or on a party or whatnot. But until the real like hard school days, I got really addicted. So and I quit smoking with 20, turning 20, I guess, like 3 years ago. And yeah, I can only imagine how crazy it will be to detoxify as someone who has smoked for decades, because the nights you're going to have sweating, feeling like as if another person is getting out of your skin pores, going into your bed. Like I had nights where I sweated so much, and it was incredible. And I think the first time I had this night, it even left like a yellowish mark on my bed. I don't know what came out of my body, but literally, like when you stop smoking, your body will go through crazy detox, and it will not be nice. But actually, like I think even heavy smokers, there's like a specific time then the body is over with that, and you actually have good sleep. And it just depends on how heavy your nerves have been damaged. Like nicotine is a nerve killer. So the more over the decades you have killed your nerves, the more nerve-wracking it's probably going to be. But it's worth it, Like I can literally say it's worth it. If you're completely free of the nicotine addiction, you see people smoking, you smell the smoke, you're just gonna be thinking why. Like I always thought, like I'm still thinking that, how could I have been so stupid? Like it makes no sense. Why did I actually start with this? And then I remember back in the days when I actually started smoking, and I remember how as a young kid how disgusting it actually was. Like I needed like a few attempts to actually get used to it, and still it was pretty disgusting until you got really addicted to nicotine, and then for some reason you start liking it. It's just very weird, the whole process. But yeah, don't start smoking. I can only suggest that.
Drugs are fun.
Drinking that wine too, aren't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
Smoking them tweeds and everything. I'm about to go to work too.
Man, I can't wait to work again in March. I'm really bored at the moment.
Right, little guy, time to send you to planet Earth. I think it's pronounced Earth. That sounds stupid.
Yeah.
I've been saying that's the new globe Earth name. We might as well call it something goofy anyway. Oh, you're talking about ER?
Earth?
The globe is so dead. It's unbelievable. Literally, like when I listen to Globus debate, it's really just for my entertainment, like there's nothing that is debatable about reality.
What a pretty little blue pearl it is. What was it called? Yes.
Surely it's pronounced Earth.
Really? But there's an A in it. I'm just going to keep calling it Earth.
It doesn't really matter anyway. Soon it'll have a brand new name. Vacant Lot.
Was that Frieza?
It was. I actually really love that clip because Frieza's dad is like oh, what a pretty little blue pearl. Like, what is it called? ER? And Frieza reminds him that it's actually called Earth. And he's like, but really? But there's an A in it. Anyway, I love how Frieza turns around and he says, it doesn't really matter what it's called. Soon it'll have a brand new name. Vacant Lot. I actually really like that because that's like us on our way to, just completely obliterate the globe Earth. Turn it into a vacant lot. What was it called? ER? The trend hasn't started yet, but I do think we should dub this globe Earth some like goofy names. Stop calling it Earth. It's not Earth. We know what the Earth is. It's outside. It doesn't move.
CB, what is this globe Earth you speak of? I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's not Earth. We know what the Earth is. It's outside. So, you talking about E-Earth? What a pretty little
globe Earth. Know what that is? Okay, my bad.
Stupid earthers do not know that the Earth is a spinning, tilted, wobbling space testicle flying through ever-expanding universe.
You love saying that, Clay.
Yes. Because it's so like the thing is, I know it triggers even Globers because it just sounds ridiculous. And that's what you need to believe, that it isn't indeed a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying through a supposed ever-expanding universe. Like, how stupid is that? And then you go into the details of how the moon was created, for example.
Yeah, it starts to get pretty kooky pretty quickly.
I call it the globe concept. That's all it is a concept.
Indeed.
Yeah. What was it called?
So it seems like more and more people are getting on this diet, man. I like it.
What diet?
The seafood diet. You seafood, you eat it. No.
You don't know about that?
Well, actually, it's a new species diet.
Where can you find all the spectacular space food?
I'll be
My
honest,
mom's
man.
still working back here at Miggy. It's good results for me so far. I've been on it like 2 months.
There you go.
You already owe me a space soda for my last bet.
Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
I'll be honest, man. Since I have been eating meat again, and I tried certain type of meats.
Don't do it, Clay. Don't do it.
What?
That's going to be another 3-hour conversation if we start.
Oh no! I just want to say because someone said that they claim red meat is like causing cancer or whatnot. I personally think for me, every time I read red meat, I did.
You're going to start it up, right?
Yeah, I eat beef today, and every time when I eat beef, it just feels one step better than chicken and stuff. I don't know. Chicken is for me personally doesn't give me as the same thing that beef gives me.
That's Spaces. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spaces. It's good food. It's space.
It may be a natural mineral content. So a chicken is a very different animal from a cow. And a cow has a very high capacity to absorb and retain minerals from the food that it eats and the grass that it eats. But chickens have a very limited capacity to absorb and retain minerals.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening.
True.
So while a chicken is good at,
it's amazing actually.
It's a good source of protein, but it's not a good source of fat.
I told you, Clay. What I tell you, Clay, it's going to be another 3-hour conversation if you start it up.
No, it's just amazing. I think.
No, it is.
Creation Bear.
Don't cows have multiple stomachs?
Oh, what Creation Bear? It's not like people are like yakking about fucking speculation or religious yakking, whatever.
Well, you don't hear me talking.
Oh, all right. Hold on, friend. You made an egregious error right there. This is a religious topic because there are people within the truth community, especially flat earthers, who think now that you have the flat earth truth, you must ascend your mind to the new truth, which is do no harm, which includes don't kill animals, which means you must be a vegan in order to be moral.
Well, yeah, that's why I was strictly talking about nutrition and how things are absorbed, not philosophy.
No, but we did that already. We had food hour for the last.
Okay, so we're gonna end this absorption of nutrients with there's a pineapple enzyme that'll help you break down protein if it's not easily digestible for you. Called bromelain. You can get it. It's pretty cheap. You get like 50 tablets for like, I don't know, like $100. You just take one when you eat meat, and then
yes,
you'll absorb it better.
Meat and fruit goes very well together. For example, pineapple and sausage on pizza.
There's also a way that you can make your steaks really juicy and soft by taking pineapple, mixing it up in a blender, and then marinating your steak in that juices. It'll start like those enzymes will start semi-cooking the steak almost, and then when you actually cook it, it'll be really moist and soft and savory.
Yeah, the enzymes in pineapple break down protein.
I just
into
keep it red
into
in the
smaller
inside.
chains.
I just keep it completely red. Just give it a little bit of
honey.
a tint.
I'll post in the live stream. Not that.
Yes. So speaking of sausage and pineapple, who has watched the video about the moon shadow put out recently called Bad Moon Shadow?
Not I.
By Quantum Eraser.
Oh, the Eratosthenes, the moon Eratosthenes.
Yes. Yeah, with the same angle, you get the same angles from the moon.
Yeah, there was a guy in here trying to, what was his name? Wave Rider? Is that his name?
Yeah.
He was trying to say, and I don't know, I didn't watch the entire video that Huey made, so I'm still kind of in the dark about it. But he said that the test wasn't actually done. You get the same angles, but which angle is that? The directional angle, like the direction the shadow is cast, or is the length of the shadow the same? That's kind of like, we never resolved it. We just like talked about it.
Okay, perfect. So yeah. I couldn't tell you. I don't remember that in particular.
Do you remember us bringing it up like years ago in the old server?
Loosely.
Yeah, me and BattleMod talked about it a few times. I was trying to get BattleMod to do it because we were in the Boondocks, and like, there's no.
Is it really about direction? Because I think the point, or one of the points with the Bad Moon Shadow is that you can tell the time from a moon dial the same as a sundial. So it's like the angles are the same.
Yeah. But the thing is like, does that make an equivalent experiment to Eratosthenes? Meaning, would the direction be different? It actually should be different. Because you're just going by the position of the moon in the sky. I'd have to watch Kiwi. I don't really want to comment on something I didn't watch. I only like skimmed through it like very quickly, like 30 seconds.
How dare you?
Yeah.
So I tried to bait. Oh man, who's that guy that comes in here all the time that people can't stand and get butthurt about his presence? What's that guy? Well, what a list of names to go through. Okay, so
AI Ardent? Is it AI?
No, it's Danny. Anyway, I tried to bait him into answering it. Because that's one as QE said. He said, hey, put this in front of people and see what they have to say. Like, what's their rebuttal? So at least we got whatever that guy, Waycross, whatever, talking about it.
About Daily T or Danny Faulkner?
Danny Faulkner.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Oh, Danny T is so tried out and wore out, man. That dude's from like 4 years ago.
Oh, Danny T, he's trying to still find his body parts, probably.
He's as old as Mr. T.
My leg.
Well, I mean, someone should actually do the lunar version of the Eratosthenes. Then what happens when it gets the exact same result? Then they're going to have a fit because it's not supposed to be the same result because the moon's supposed to be a smaller ball that's a lot closer.
No. It's going to mean that we're orbiting the moon, not the sun.
Oh, yes, you're right. Then the sun orbits the moon and the Earth at the same time, right?
Well, the thing is, if you can tell the time with the moon dial, then you would have to make the same assumptions for the moon that you would have for the sun, which we can.
Well, doesn't the moon travel faster than the sun in the sky?
Does it?
Yes.
How could it possibly be? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to check it. Like I said, I got to check it out. I got to look at it. I got to verify it. Sorry, I don't take anybody's like shit as gospel. Not even QE. Sorry, QE. You're not my god.
Tough shit.
Yeah, so the original presentation, I want to say, was by Brian's Logic, I think. It was either him or Adam Meekum, but I'm pretty sure it was Brian's Logic.
Shout out to Brian's Logic.
And Adam Meekum.
And Adam Meekum.
And he stumbled upon it, but I think he stumbled upon an old argument that somebody had made in the past that might not even be in this community. Like, I'm talking like the past, like maybe 100 years ago.
Okay.
And it is funny, like a lot of these things that we come across sometimes, like you do find antiquated versions of the arguments put forth that they really had good reasons for their arguments and they were just shut down.
Galileo argued against the heliocentric model. Galileo wrote something called The Dialogues of the Three Chief World Systems, where he played, like, you know, it was like a fictitious dialogue between three people. And he made arguments against the heliocentric model. Mainly that the angular sizes of Venus and Mercury do not change to a sufficient degree.
Well, is that the one where it's in the forward of the book?
I don't think so.
In one of these books from either Copernicus, Galileo, or whatever, I can't remember if it's On the Orbit Planets or something or whatever, but the preface or the forward basically says, because of these objects in the sky don't do this perspective-wise, then this theory that you're about to read can't possibly be true. However, go ahead and read it.
Yeah, I think Copernicus in his, it says, I actually have it. Copernicus said shit like this might not be true or even plausible. Yeah, let me find it. Fuck.
Well, that's one of their big arguments, right? Like, or at least they think so. Oh, the sun and the moon don't dramatically change angular size. Therefore, the Earth can't be flat.
Shaking my damn head.
Well, the orbit of Mars is supposed to be 41 million miles when it's close and 151 million miles when it's far. And Venus is supposed to be, so like it should change in angular size something by a factor of 30. And then Venus, at least at the time when they thought what the orbits were. Galileo said, in his dialogue, said that Mars should change in angular size by 30 times, and Venus should change by something like 11 times in angular size.
But doesn't that get even worse now that they have extended the distance to the sun and therefore all of the distances between all the objects?
Yeah, that's the thing, that you can just change the scale, right? You can just like multiply everything times 2, right? All the distances, size of the orbit, size of the planets, like you just multiply or divide it, right? You can divide it or multiply it, and it's the same. You make the identical observation; it would look no different.
Right, and simultaneously, you also have to adjust the quote unquote masses for the orbits to match the equations that Newton made.
Yeah,
and all the orbital mechanics. So anytime you make an adjustment, it just changes. Now, interestingly enough, we had a guy come on here to debate who was a astrophysicist, right? Who
pseudoscientist
or an astronomer, one of those guys, either an astronomer or an astrophysicist. But his job was to find exoplanets that were kind of like Earth or whatever the heck. And how he showed us the graphics of one of his searches, right? It was essentially just like a black pixel surrounded in a sea of gray and white pixels with a bright pixel like moving relative to it. So he traced it and assumed it was an orbit. Then he based the speeds and stuff to try to figure out the masses and all this baloney. And how he did it is he just imputed metrics that were based on Earth to Venus. Like, we had to whittle them down, don't get me wrong, to finally say that all of these things that he's trying to do with these pixels was based on the assumption that Venus is the same size as Earth and the Earth's mass, whatever it was. Like, they were all based on those assumptions. And that's why they thought, oh, this planet is this mass and all of that, when it's really just a bunch of pixels on a screen.
Yes. So let me read what was written by a Catholic cardinal called Andreas Osiander as the foreword to Copernicus's Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. I'll just read this real quick. There have already been widespread reports about the novel hypothesis of this work, which declares that the Earth moves, whereas the Sun is at rest in the center of the universe. Hence, certain scholars, I have no doubt, are deeply offended and believe that the liberal arts, which were established long ago on a sound basis, should not be thrown into confusion. But if these men are willing to examine the matter closely, they will find that the author of the work has done nothing blameworthy. For it is the duty of the astronomer to compose the history of the celestial motions through careful and expert study. Then he must conceive and devise the causes of these motions or hypotheses about them. Since he cannot in any way attain the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present author has performed both these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true or even probable. On the contrary, if they provide a calculus consistent with the observations, that alone is enough. Perhaps there was someone who is so ignorant of geometry and optics that he regards the epicycle of Venus as probable, or thinks that it is the reason why Venus sometimes precedes and sometimes follows the sun by 40 degrees, even more. Is there anyone who is not aware from this assumption it necessarily follows that the diameter of the planet at perigee would appear more than 4 times the body of the planet, more than 16 times as great at apogee? Yet this variation is refuted by experience of every age. So we have this continuation, right? That the angular size of the planets, the change, does not fit the model. It didn't fit the Ptolemaic model. It didn't fit the Copernican model. It doesn't fit Galileo's model. It doesn't fit Kepler's model. It doesn't fit the so-called flat Earth model. It doesn't fit any model. So what does that mean? It means that the underlying presupposition that you could just apply run-of-the-mill geometry to the celestial sphere is incorrect.
Yep.
He's saying
that is the one.
At times it should appear 16 times larger. Is that what he said?
Yeah. Well, this for Venus it says.
He said from 4 to 6.
So in the Copernican model, or the Ptolemaic model, which is epicycles, right? So that's like where they're circling around in orbit, a circular orbit. So there's like a circle around, like if you drew a circle, an orbit around the Earth, and then as the planet traveled along this orbit, it would be like pinwheeling, basically, like spiraling around it. So it would change by 4 times in angular size. But in the Copernicus's model, it should change by something like it was either 8 or 16. I can't remember. Either way, it doesn't match. And in the heliocentric model, it's something like 7 times or something. Which I don't know anybody ever looked at Venus and like that Venus is 7 times larger than the last time I saw it.
Right, and let's point out that one of their arguments that they proffer to flat earthers is that the object that's so prevalent in our sky, the sun and the moon, don't change a dramatic scale of angular size. Therefore, your model is wrong because we think it should change. So you could turn that same argument to them. And this is what I always say to people.
Well, I was going to say, in their basis of should change, right, is based upon terrestrial observations. Right?
Correct. Yes, exactly. Which is based on a
the moon, like one day a year, it will appear to be huge in the sky, and that's it, right?
No, various times it'll appear great, like multiple times throughout the year, depending on the year.
Well, it depends on where it is in the sky, man, because they say when it appears bigger on the horizon, that's an optical illusion.
Correct. And now part of this is based on the philosophy that the heavens and the earth are a ubiquitous system, right? Like they always talk about this thing as it's one giant unit where everything that applies here applies everywhere else. And then they have this object permanency like assumption where if I see an object out there, then it's in 3D space out there. And because I don't see anything between me and it, there's nothing between me and it. Now, it may be rational, but it's not proven. That's the point. And that's what this guy in the preface said. He said, look, this guy's just going to talk to you about his explanation, right, that has a bunch of presuppositions, but it fits the data to a degree, and that's fair. And that's fine, but that's not proving anything, just like the guy that wrote the foreword said. He said, cool idea, that's a great idea, it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, basically what he makes is an appeal to utility. It lets us make the predictions of the future in the past, but it doesn't mean that the underlying hypothesis is correct. He says not true or even probable. It doesn't even have to be probable. Because that's not the point. The point wasn't to get to the truth. That the actual point was to make better predictions about where the planets would be so they could do astrology. If you really want to get to what the truth of the matter is, they wanted to do this to do astrology. They weren't worried about science.
But why were they interested in doing astrology? Like, there wasn't a stock market back then. What were they? Like,
whether you should go to war, or whether you should marry this chick or that chick, or or fucking have kids, or kill your offspring, or feed the poor.
All that shit.
Yeah. The day-to-day minutia of administering your estate, I guess, because only rich people can afford astrologers.
Oh, by the way, there is, if I recollect correctly, a volume of a book, which I think is $800 for the book, that actually has astrological data and how you should make bets and stuff.
So my understanding was that there was some Persian, I don't know if it was the actual Persian Empire or someone in that region, that they used an astrologer to make a prediction, and the dude made the right prediction, said go to war at this time, and then they won the war. And like since that time, like that kind of like kicked it off, where the ruling class of multiple countries decided to use astrology to administer their government or their country.
Zoroastrian?
I don't know if it was Zoroastrian, and I think the astronomer could have been. It's not Al Biruni. I think the name's it's like KH something. I can't remember. Kazawari or something, maybe. Kazwari.
Yeah, so a lot of these things, the more you look into them, the underlying premise for the endeavor was based on philosophy and religion or superstition.
No, I can't say this shit. Qazimi. Mohammed ibn Musa al-Qazimi. I'm pretty sure he is the one. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure. Let's see.
Well, I'm still here, gents. Just getting situated in the background. Throwing something on the screen in the back. We had a really big panel earlier today. Seems like it's chilled out a little bit. We were at 22. It was at like 34 earlier today. Pretty early. Sounds like AI is getting himself situated as well.
I'm slicing and dicing.
Sounds like it.
Thought it was Doritos for a second.
Nope. It's pink and brown.
Pink and brown.
Freaking play.
MRE?
Nope.
Steak.
It's pink and brown, and you got to tack it down.
Oh, what is it called? Insulation?
Correct.
Well, R17, huh?
I was gonna say it could be a little dirty there. Pink and brown, tag it down. All right, I'll stop.
Boy, what you know about that?
All right, well, you know the drill, folks. Get those fishing rods out. YouTube live stream chat, lobby, anywhere you can cast your fishing rod for some, some fresh globies.
There seem to be less people these days that want to defend the heliocentric belief, CB. I don't understand what's going on.
I mean, I have some ideas. I think the smart ones already figured it out. They're here on this side of the fence. So we're just scraping the bottom of the barrel of the people who haven't figured it out yet. Maybe they weren't designed to figure it out.
I have a new theory that there's a bunch of closet flat earthers. Like I realize that there's a bunch of YouTubers that know about it, and they never discuss it.
But you don't want to lose your followers, do you?
It's not the hill they want to die on.
No. I think you're right about that. There's probably a very silent group out there that that knows, it just hasn't spoken up about it. There's not much to gain in this quote unquote world by speaking up about this topic. You tend to lose things. Friendships, sponsorships, relationships, clicks, views, you name it.
Well, all these children that are going to these universities that are basically being taught how to be unhappy. Think about all the less derisive issues that they have these emotional spikes for. So if you're going to go all the way to flat Earth, you're just going to just melt it all the way down. They'll gladly get emotional for something way less derisive than flat Earth. You know, calling a man and calling a woman.
Oh, yeah.
That's enough. That's enough nowadays. You know.
I mean, dude, you can't point out any. I don't know. I think you just have to run around saying everything is awesome or something. Like that's the only thing that's acceptable to do. Everything is awesome except the patriarchy. Like,
yeah, right. They want you to sort of parrot the utopia, but it's really not. Even doing that itself is dystopia as hell.
As a straight white man, I'm not even allowed to do that as a straight white man. So
everything is awesome until the enemy of the week. Yeah, there's always a new enemy of the week.
Maybe it's because of the monetization of like a lot of the internet. I mean, maybe that's it. And then you got the corporate things where they don't want to advertise on controversial subjects.
True.
Yeah. So check this out. Recently, this is the most current one happening. So Hogwarts Legacy video game. J.K. Rowling wrote the books. Harry Potter. She has strong views about certain political issues. People tried to boycott her and boycott this game coming out. And they attempted to, blacklist her, cancel her, whatever. Who knows? Lo and behold, the game is actually outsold almost every other game in pre-orders alone. And someone made a comment where it's like, look, there's a loud minority, right, that likes to scream a lot and draw attention to themselves, but this demonstrates that their opinion really isn't that valid and really isn't stopping these other people from doing what they want to do, which is to support the game and play the game and not give into the politics or try to boycott it or anything.
Yeah,
that is true. Like, yeah, a lot of hardcore old conservative news talk radio, especially Rush Limbaugh, used to have this thing called "We're the Majority." It's like, as soon as we stop putting up with this crap, it's over. That's all we really got to do is just stop putting up with it.
Yeah, we're fed the illusion that this leftist voice is so loud, but it's just a bunch of bots online. It's a bunch of people with one account, and they're controlling 50 different comment sections on all these different platforms. I really don't come across that many people with blue hair in real life. And I live in California.
Maybe just don't shop at Whole Foods, bro. I'm just kidding.
I don't. Farmer's market.
I don't be in Whole Foods at all.
Are you kidding me? I love Whole Foods.
It's a whole paycheck. Just go to Trader Joe's or some other store.
No, actually, what's really cool about Whole Foods here. I made I don't know what it is, but I guess I made friendly with the manager or whatever. She lets me get my water there for free. They have a badass water machine. So I don't drink tap water. I haven't drank tap water in years. I just go there and get free water. It's awesome.
How do you know it's not tap water there?
Because I actually spoke to the guy who owns the company, and I'm like a water sommelier up in this bitch. I'm a geek about water, so I spoke to the dude who owns the company. He called me directly. We spoke. They test their water. It's got certain pH levels. It's awesome. So I've been going there for years.
When you're buying food at Whole Foods, you're buying food from a company that's also owned by the same guy that owns Blue Origin.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's his name? Bezos. Yeah, honestly, dude, I just literally walk in and I walk out. I don't even go to the register. I go in, fill up all my water jugs, and I leave. I don't give them $1. I don't give them anything. It's so awesome because they stopped me. They stopped me. Like, dude, stop paying for your water. They told me to stop. So I was like, all right, cool.
I did that same thing for years, maybe 10, 12 years. I would bring 8 5-gallon jugs with me at a time, like 2-3 months worth of water. And then I finally just broke down and got a $65 water distiller. And just
nice. Would you get a Berkey?
No, just it's like they're like $65. So I forget the name of it. Something home. There was one company that had the patent on home distillers, the 1-gallon home distillers, and you only get it for 10 years. And that came off a couple years ago, and all the Chinese companies mimicked it. So they're down. They were all fighting each other. But then you can pick up a water distiller for $65. You can run it 3 times a day. If you can drink more than 3 gallons of water a day, then good for you.
True. No, but you're right, Ryan. I that's not the first time I'd heard someone say whole paycheck. That's a good one. I just call me brand loyal, I guess. Anyway,
do they have? I know it's a smaller chain, but do they have a Natural Grocers where you live? You can find one of those. Go there. It's like a lot of the same products. 2/3 price.
I've never heard of that, but where I live, Kroger is like founded here. So like, if you're familiar with Kroger, this is like their home base. So that's like a really popular thing here, Kroger.
Well, yeah, I'm familiar because we got Fred Meyer, who's owned by them here, but it's just another flat Earth mega corp. We used to call them global mega corp, but there is no global flat Earth mega corp.
But dude, yeah, I mean, farmers markets, especially when the weather's nice, those are really popular here as well. It's always a good one.
Somebody going for a hike?
What'd you say?
What the hell's that damn noise? AI is
trying to block out the 5G in his house.
He's trying to keep his heating bills down. Up there in that attic with the R30.
By rubbing sandpaper together to generate heat.
Oh, he's got that R30, man.
He's like Chuck from Better Call Saul. He's putting up a bunch of tin in the house so 5G doesn't get. I don't know if you guys have seen Better Call Saul, but Chuck had a good acting job on that one.
I thought that was a better series than Breaking Bad.
Really?
Only Glovers watch TV shows.
Nah.
That's kind of true.
I don't got time for those movies, man. Too much time.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
There's too much truth.
Too much truth? Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong there.
I watch Yellowstone. That's about it.
You ever seen The Boys? You ever watch The Boys?
Boyd? B-O-Y-S?
Yeah, The Boys.
Oh, The Boys. He's trying to encourage you. He's trying to encourage you into transhumanistic propaganda. Brainwashed.
Dude, I was told by somebody that like if you're a truther, if you're red pilled already, it doesn't matter. You can see through all the propaganda. But if you're not, then be aware. But yeah, no, I watched it. It was cool. I enjoyed it. Anything with a good acting job, like you can come here and be an actor, like put on a show, and I'll give you credit because acting is very difficult. I've acted before. It's not as easy as people think. So just like any show with a good acting, like maybe I'm a sucker for that. But yeah, The Boys was pretty good, I guess, after being recommended.
Right, but the point of the show is that people get transhuman superpowers from a genetic altering cocktail, right? Which really give them superhero-like powers, which really changing your genetics wouldn't do. But anyway, let's just say that's plausible. So the premise is that after you receive these powers, just like previous power, like we understand when you have absolute power, it corrupts. And so the expression of the human nature when they have this power is that the superheroes that everyone thinks are heroes are actually, most of them are evil. They're criminals. They have agendas. They do bad things. They kill people or for their sake of their pride and all types of, base human things. Just because they've enhanced their genetics doesn't mean they've enhanced their morality.
Right. Just look at Homelander. I mean, just that archetype alone was interesting because usually Superman is a put off, and he's put out there as like a really nice guy, so on and so forth. So it's kind of interesting to see the anti-Superman type character. If you haven't seen it, now that I think about it, you should go watch it. It's pretty funny.
So check out
this. They're like bad superheroes. Is that the one?
Yeah, they're bad superheroes. Majority of them are bad.
Evil superheroes or something?
No, that's not the premise of the show. That's not the premise of the show, I wouldn't say.
They're not a hero, then.
Okay, well, obviously I haven't seen it. I'm just going by like the 30-second clip I saw.
Look at the summary. Corrupt superheroes. I think that's the better way.
All right,
to look
I was
at
right. Yeah, all right. I chose the wrong word, but I was right.
Evil people. But yeah, I mean, Homelander is freaking hilarious.
Right, and part of the social dynamic of if you have like a conspiracy angle for all of these things going down is that you get to vicariously live through the characters and also vicariously exercise your psyche to say, okay, if I had these powers, I wouldn't be evil like that guy. I'd be good. I'd be one of the good guys.
Hard to say.
It's so interesting you say that, AI. I turned that newest Joker movie off. I had to turn it off when I realized that they were trying to encourage me to be that the protagonist of the movie was a psychotic sick fuck, and I realized it, and I was like, all right, I'm not going to root for this piece of shit. I'm not doing it, so I just turned it off.
Yeah,
they want you to root for psychotic behavior.
And simultaneously feel commiserate with the guy. Be like, look, yeah, I don't have enough to pay my bills. The man gets ahead while I stay down. Right. Why shouldn't I? Why should I not seek blood? Well, here's the question, and this is the question that none of these people can answer. Whose blood are you after? Exactly. Name them, because you don't know who they are. You can't find them, so you're going to take this out on your neighbors, which is exactly what the powers that be want you to do. They want it to be an inner struggle so that the chains around can clinch tighter because now they have a reason to clinch. You know?
Exactly, AI. Who are you going to shoot? If you're going to go out and rage the streets with your gun, who are you going to point at?
The Purge.
Yeah, well, look at the riots. Yeah, look at these riots that have come out where people are upset about social phenomenon, and they end up destroying the communities of the very people that they're outraged that are the ones that are the victims. It's like, oh, we're so outraged that you are a victim. We're going to come to your town and ruin it.
And
who are they after?
Louis Vuitton bags on the way.
Yeah.
That's the leftist way. I've seen it firsthand.
Right, and then 2 weeks later you send it. Yeah, 2 weeks later you send a "you're welcome" note. Oh, you're welcome. We came to your town and we proved a political point. Yes, you had to suffer, but trust us, it's for the greater good. You're welcome.
Yeah, we dropped off a pallet of bricks for y'all.
Yeah, exactly. P.S. Yes, we may have ruined your city. Yes, we may be hypocrites, but at least we're not flat earthers.
Hey, at least we're active.
Those were pretty wild times, right? Living through that in real time when you're seeing these bricks being dropped off and you know that all these riots are going to take place. That was pretty crazy.
Dude, my downtown area was boarded up in some parts. Like, wild.
Dude, the wild times is that people watch the footage of a pallet of bricks being utilized by people and couldn't imagine that there's something nefarious. Just like, yeah, it must have been construction going on.
Yeah, just no, you know.
So I'm a little, my memory's a little foggy. It may have, I'm just going to emphasize the may have been an organization connected to George Soros somehow, but I can't remember exactly what the investigation narrowed down to who actually financed companies to drop off these pallets of bricks around there. But I remember when it happened, it took like 1 or 2 weeks to even figure that out. Like, it was all over the news. It was very well established that pallets of bricks here in, I think, Portland as well, but if not here, at least many other cities, like, it's been well established that people had witnessed actual legitimate construction companies, construction material companies being paid to drop these things off in various places. But it took a while to even figure out who was even financing it. Like, again, I just remember it was some kind of shady organization, but
yeah, I saw interviews with people who had gotten money to riot.
Open Society Foundation, funded by George Soros.
I think I know the one you're talking about. It was a white guy, it was like a slender white guy, and he was claiming he got paid like $3,500 to be the head of some little riot cell.
Oh, just to recruit more people into it. I've seen a couple of them. I think that was one of them I saw.
The AutoZone guy, the broken glass window, walking with the tall, slender white guy, and then the black guy next to him.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. A lot of shady stuff coming out around that time.
Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Some dude had an epic meltdown today in the Helio Cult convention.
Yeah, so there's, in recent years, been this brand new Apple store in downtown Portland where I guess 1, 2, 3 of the sides facing outwards, with the fourth side just being the wall to another building, were entirely out of glass, giant pieces of glass from the very top of the ceiling to the ground. You know, it basically was just a giant glass box with a metal concrete top or whatever. And ever since 2016, I guess, ever since 2016, there's been different renditions or different editions of different plasterboard or metal cages around it. And as far as I know now, it's just like a permanent metal cage around it. So it's almost like a giant bird cage with the glass inside. But it's like, it's just kind of depressing because it's like, you know, it's like they realize they can't have a business there and leave it unprotected while these leftist nut jobs are running around doing their leftist nut job stuff. I mean, I kind of laugh at it anyway because I mean, I don't really like Apple. I don't buy their products.
Well, we got some activity in the lobby.
Oh man, you don't like Apple products?
I don't like their business model. I don't like their products. But more than anything, I don't like their business model.
What I don't like is how intuitively I should be able to long press a certain title or icon and then it take me to the sub menu options of it, you know, deep in the settings. Automatically should just zoop me right there rather than having to go through 3 steps. That's what I don't like. That alone is sufficient for me to not like their product.
You don't like the fact that you can like long press? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that many of their icons and user interface is counterintuitive. Like it's just. I'll put it to you this way: if you're a power user on an Android device, right, and you're used to being able to go everywhere you want almost instantaneously and do everything fast, as soon as you get back to an Apple device, It's like literally putting your feet in quicksand or mud and trying to walk.
Really?
Like feels like everything. Yeah.
Wow. I've been on Apple for a long time, so I haven't had Android. So I don't know. I guess I'm not aware of the zippiness of the new Androids, I guess.
Well, I mean, they come with a downside because Apple's a little more closed of a system. There are functions and processing that's done faster and quicker and smoother. But the overall utility of it, to me, it just I always feel like I'm going back in time every time I pick up an Apple device.
I've always felt like they've made it so that your kid can pick one up and your grandma can pick one up. It's not made for, I don't think it's for the advanced, 20, 30, 40-year-old or whatever. If you want to do some hardcore stuff, I think it's for the general audience. But
like back in the day,
I got talked into buying a MacBook Pro very last minute. I didn't go into the store intending to buy one. I just wanted a $400, $500 laptop. And the guy talked me into the $1,200 13-inch MacBook Pro. And I will say it lasted me from 2010 all the way to 2020 with very, very little maintenance. So
shoot, I have a MacBook right now. I've got one in 2012. I still have. I'm using it right now. Typing in the chat.
I got kicked off. They wouldn't let me upgrade it anymore.
Oh, you probably, you had the white one.
Lame.
Yeah, that's lame. But I make all my beats on this thing. I don't know. I'm an Apple guy, but I'm not trying to convert anybody or anything. I can understand why it has its issues. I just like iMessage, all right?
Yeah, but iMessage is a limitation, not a benefit. That's the problem. People don't realize
I like the color blue over green. You understand? I don't want green text messages.
They just now opened up some of the benefits because before they had a separate server for iMessage, right? And if you try to get a different phone or a different service or anything, your messages would be stuck and they wouldn't go to your friends, or your friends' messages wouldn't go to you because they're not translating over to the standard text message system. And so you ended up having, I mean, I don't know what bad things happen, but you end up having all these messages that you miss. They have improved it recently. And I want to say Google's trying to get them to switch over to whatever the new text standard is, or at least include it in their servers so it'll send everything out in iMessage, but also concurrently send everything out in that next form, which, could have a problem because then you get duplicates. But they already do have some problems where you get duplicates, or you don't get the message at all. Oh, by the way, you can also have your messages end up in other people's hands because you give them your device that's not removed from the iMessage server. And so you send your, pics that you don't want anybody else to see or information you don't want anybody else to know to somebody who just bought your phone.
Oh, my.
Now, to be fair, I mean, you could be responsible and disconnect everything before you give your phone away, but it's just not something. I'll put it to you this way: it's mostly, in my opinion, a limitation. Like it creates a niche that can only be used within the iPhone community, and it doesn't translate well to everybody else. When they could have just allowed it to translate well with everybody else, but they did it on purpose to limit it so that it would be like a benefit to the Apple user by transforming a limitation into a perceived benefit.
I've been watching these street interviews recently, and apparently it's fairly common for the young women nowadays to exclude you from their potential dating pools if the man is not using an iPhone. If he's using an Android, the guy's like, they call it icks. In Europe, they go around asking everybody, so what's your ick about a guy? And a bunch of these girls were like, if he uses an Android, I won't date him. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Part of that status, but part of it's functional because you don't have as fluid of an interconnectivity of your texting and social media if you have the two different devices, because they limit themselves from cross from the main things that are the Apple features. So he can't have the Apple features, and therefore it's like, I want to use my Apple features with you, and you don't have them, so we can't be together.
So real quick, the kosher gentleman, are you iPhone or Android?
Kosher? Is that me?
Yeah, we're joined by the kosher gentleman. I'd like to be verified. Are you team Android or are you team iPhone?
No, he's kosher. He's kosher, so he's BlackBerry.
No, he's Linux. Don't you know?
I'd go
Listen,
back to
let's not forget. Let's not forget. There's Windows Phone too. I mean, come on, that's a real thing.
Windows Phone. Let's go back to 2000.
That failed, dude. That thing failed so hard. Nobody cared. Nobody cared.
But yeah, kosher. Let us know if you can hear us. Can you do a radio check? 1, 2.
What?
There we go. I think we can hear you. Is that you?
Okay, I can hear you.
Awesome, brother. Awesome. Welcome.
Hello.
So are you on BlackBerry or Android or you got iPhone?
Android.
Ah, okay. Awesome. No, it was just kind of random. Are you Team Globe or are you Flat Gang? On the fence, maybe?
I'm Team Globe.
Team Globe.
Not like Globe is a geoid. It's more a shape.
No worries. So, AI, do you want to kick this off, or kosher? I could ask you some questions, or unless you have any pressing questions for us that you'd like us to answer.
Creation, I brought him here because he's disputing the flat Earth, and so
I don't have questions.
Sorry, one more time.
I don't have.
You want to ask a question?
No.
You know, you're a globe, but it's a geoid, not a shape. Can you explain what you mean by that?
What did you say?
You said it's a geoid. It's not a shape.
It's the shape of the Earth is not a perfect sphere. To say that it's to be dumb. It's like it's not a defined shape. It's like
I don't say it's anything, so that excludes me.
In Spanish, it is geoide. I don't know how to say it in English. Sorry, but that's the
geoid. Geoid's fine, mate.
Geoid.
So you say it's dumb to say it's a perfect sphere.
Yes.
Slightly wider below the equator than at the equator, so we're a pear-shaped oblate spheroid. Let me tell you how good a sphere it is.
So tell us how you came to this conclusion that it's dumb, that it's a perfect sphere.
Simply using logic and math. The first thing I did is that where I live, there are many oil rigs that are far in the sea. You can only see the half of most of them.
So wait, are you trying to say that the horizon is the edge of the curvature of the Earth? That things disappear from the bottom up beyond the horizon due to the curvature of the Earth? Is that what you're saying? You believe that?
Yes, but let me explain. They are kind of far. In the night, you can only see the lights that most of these, I don't know how to say the word, emitten. And I was like, how can I see these things? So I first used a telescope. It didn't work. Then I used a camera. It didn't work. I used a better camera. It kind of worked. And then I used a better camera and it worked.
Can you explain by what you mean by it worked?
What?
What worked? You said it worked. What worked?
The thing that I saw the rigs, but I can't.
The rigs worked.
Wait. The oil rigs
worked. What does that mean?
So let me get this straight. You used 3 different optics, and in the first optic you didn't see the oil rigs. Second optic you saw a little bit, and in the third optic you saw the oil rigs.
Yes.
Yeah,
So you just proved that the horizon is not Earth curve. Otherwise, there would be 3 different sizes based on the optics you used.
But in the third case, it did not look complete. It was still the half.
What if you?
Yeah, and that just means you needed even better optics to see even more.
I did that, and it was the same.
So you used 4 optics.
Yes, but it was.
Come on, man.
It was 50 meter.
Well, what if you use like a 10-meter telescope? What if you use like a 10-meter wide telescope?
Well, I would use, I don't know, Hubble telescope.
Also, what was the distance to the oil rig?
I don't really know, but it's far. It's like maybe if, like we say here in Mexico, a ojo de buen cubero. It was maybe more than 30 kilometers. Because where I live is the sea, open sea.
30 kilometers isn't even that far.
I'm not sure of the distance. So if I say 30 kilometers, maybe I'm lying or I am not correct.
Can you go on like Google Maps? Like you know where you went, right? Why don't you just go on Google Maps and like use the distance measuring tool to measure the distance?
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe? Just do it. It takes 3 seconds.
Yeah. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Because 30 kilometers isn't even that far. I've seen the ship out at 30 miles. So like, what's 30 kilometers? Like 18 miles? 20 miles? Something like that.
That's still kind of far, though, isn't it?
18 miles. Pretty good guess.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm getting good at this, like, you know, imperial to metric conversion.
Yeah, it's just on the spot. It just like hip shot 18, and that's what it was.
So how many feet should be hidden in that? Let's say 18 miles.
Depends on what his elevation was. He probably doesn't know how high he was either.
Yeah, probably. And he's only guessing that it was 32. So we're no further in the conversation than
I'm more like shitthatneverhappened.com.
Maybe, well, 7.2, actually.
Kilometers?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. None should be hidden.
What?
Wait, how many kilometers did you say?
Said 7.
Yes, I said 7. I was wrong. Not 30. I was wrong.
There's a big difference from 7 to 30.
That's only
Yes,
3
I
miles,
know.
bro.
Yeah, so from that height, 0.4 meters should be hidden of the oil rig. If you're at 6 feet above sea level. Like if you're a 6-foot man looking out the oil rig 7 kilometers away.
Yeah, with the water touching your feet.
1.2 feet of the oil rigs. So what are you actually talking about, man?
Maybe we should point out to him it might be more relevant where the horizon is.
Well, yeah, the horizon from that is 3 miles.
Well, he said the oil rigs were slightly hidden, yeah? So that would debunk the spear edge, wouldn't it?
Maybe he's a tiny earther. Maybe he's just a tiny earther, man. The ball is actually smaller, a smaller pair. It's not
closer
a big
to
pair.
what they say Pluto.
It's one of those mini pairs.
Well, according to him, a shapeless geoid.
He's a blueberry earther.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, just to tell you, the kosher gentleman from Mexico, which makes no fucking sense, but the math doesn't kind of work out.
Huh?
The math don't work out, buddy. The mathematics don't work out.
How?
Because none of the oil rigs should be hidden at all at that distance. It's not far enough away.
Then it was far. I don't know really, but some are hidden.
Is there any possibility that you can't see the bottom
Well, it is not my problem then. Maybe
I'm going to ask you a question.
The eyes of
You're spiraling, dude. You're spiraling. Listen, is there any possibility that there is an alternative explanation than Earth curve? Because it can't be Earth curve the reason why you saw half the rig cut off. Because that means that the Earth would be a lot smaller than what they say it is. It would be less than what they say it is.
Well, maybe it is smaller.
Oh.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, so that means that the moon is closer, the moon is smaller, the sun is smaller, the distances between two places is way off. It's like, instead of them being like 100 miles, they're freaking 50 miles apart. So this is what you don't realize. The radius has to be the value, they say. It has to be. Because if it's not, everything else is wrong. All the distances to all the planets and all the sizes and all the masses and all the orbits and all the distances on Earth, they're all based upon the radius value. So if the radius value is wrong, then all those other ones are wrong because they're all derived from the original radius value.
And when you make the globe smaller, you don't have room for all of the continents.
Yeah, then you have to start wondering why your car is so slow and why your boat's so slow.
Okay.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, so in other words, my friend, you didn't make this observation. You just thought this in your head and tried to make it as a claim, and you were busted out by the math. So do you care to retract your claim?
No, I'm only trying to see again that that's the point of science. If I am wrong, then I will check.
Well, yeah, but see, in actual science, you actually have to do the thing first, not just talk about it.
No, actually, I did it years ago in 2018.
Well, perhaps you did it. Perhaps you did it with a different set of rigs.
Well, rigs can't move.
Oh, yes, but the problem is that you were just told that you claim that half of it was missing. There's nothing in the geometry of the Earth that would cause half of that to be missing at that range.
There are some
so something's wrong with your story.
There are some that are closer, but they are still far.
Well, how far?
I don't know. I don't know the real distance, to be honest.
Oh, dude, it sounds like a chick trying to avoid answering how much she weighs.
No, I don't know. I can't lie. If I don't know something, I only say I don't know. Because if I lie, then I am being intellectually dishonest. I only say I don't know because I don't know. That's all.
Okay, so let's then ask you this question. You claim that you saw with your own eyeballs through an optic half of something missing. Okay, why is it missing? Why is the half of the thing missing?
Maybe it's the curvature of the Earth. Maybe it's Fata Morgana, as many say. I don't know. But that happened. I don't know.
Okay, perfect.
I am not God to have the answer of all. Hasbi Shalom.
Well, at the ranges that you gave, it would have to be some kind of optical effect.
What did you say?
At the ranges you gave, since there's no geometry of the Earth even alleged to be precluding the bottoms of the oil rigs, it must be categorically an optical effect. Because it can't be Earth curvature doing it at the ranges that you gave.
Well, maybe
so
I'm
if
wrong.
That's true.
And I'm sure I'm 90%
wrong.
I'm sure
Okay,
I'm 90%.
you said that you saw half. You said you saw only half the thing at that range.
Yes,
Is that
but
true?
I don't know. And the two distance I gave, I'm sure 90% I'm wrong. That's what I am saying. Please listen before talk.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sure you're 90% wrong.
Yes, I'm totally sure I'm wrong. Maybe more.
Me too. With that, I'm going to go back to hang up some insulation.
I actually have my hat. My fedora.
Did he say he's 99% sure he doesn't know?
¿Verdad que sí, Luna? I'm talking to my dog.
Oh, mommy's way.
He's thinking that the Earth is much smaller than what they said.
Gotta love it.
Okay, I have to leave because I have things to do. Maybe tomorrow I will join again at this time if I am free. So see you. God bless you all.
Oh yeah, you too.
Anytime.
Yeah, take care. Bye.
Yeah. Take care, you too.
Thank you. Come again.
Some good tiny Earth evidence there. Thank you, buddy.
You're last one. Complete the mission.
That's good news for everyone. You're going to save money on gas.
Sweet. Yeah, so by his own admission, he proved that the bottoms of things can be missing by the categorical effect of optics. But it can't be Earth curve that was doing what he said, so it must be optics. It's the only thing possible. So he just proved to himself and to us that optics can cause the bottoms of things to disappear. All right, great. I agree.
Well, I said, welcome to Flat Earth, man. He doesn't even realize he's helping us. Because it's just like, oh, I can't see the bottom. Must be Earth curve. Like that, like there's no logic behind it. It's knee jerk.
You may be paying for less gas, but property will cost more, land will cost more.
Well, that was fun. That didn't last very long, but it was something, I guess. Monora, how did you know this guy?
I'm with him in another server, and he said that he's debunking flat Earth since 2019. Okay. And I didn't know that this was this example. That is, you only view once the rigs, and that's it. It's it's a globe Earth.
Yeah. Well, thanks for bringing him in here. That was pretty interesting that he actually lives nearby, a place where he can do these long distance observations. But yeah, you pointed out that this wasn't far enough anyway, according to the map. Something like that. So, well, India, it was like, what, 3 miles? It's like, that's not enough. But I mean, we didn't even get into the technical arguments of AI. What's up?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I might bring more people in next days, because they're trying to talk to me about this, because I'm the only flat earther over there.
Okay,
so we'll see. It's way more easier for me to bring him here, and you guys do the work, because also my English is not that great, and the knowledge also.
So did you notice the error that he made? If his premise is that the bottoms of things disappear because of Earth curve, and that's what proves the curve of the Earth, because I can't see the bottom of something, he presented an example of something being missing, right, where there's no geometry of the Earth that could be doing it, proving that it's in the category of optical effects. So that means that optical effects can cause the bottom of something to disappear. So it doesn't, of a necessity, in any way insinuate his first claim, which he kind of made loosely, that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is if the Earth is curved.
Yeah,
so in other words, go ahead.
Especially after he said they went down from 30 kilometers to 7.
Right, and I actually go to a lake that's only 333 meters across from the observation point to the target object. Now, it's actually a little bit different, but I just picked 333 because it sounds more, nefarious. But I go out there and I see the bottoms of things disappear all the time. I see kayakers disappear all the way up to their heads and the top of the blade of their paddle. But the target object all the way across the lake is a floaty boat attached to a pier. And as I lower myself towards the water, before I even get towards the water, it'll disappear from the bottom up. Sometimes it'll disappear from the top and the bottom simultaneously and kind of squish into a line, right? But if you look at the quote-unquote Earth curve and that they allege would be there, there's no geometry that could cause that to happen. So that means that it must be optical effects.
Yeah.
Which is what we've been saying for years. It's just optical. There's no physicality of the ocean curving. And that's what I was going to probably get into, is like, so you don't really think that the water is formed up into some type of mound, do you? That's kind of what I was going to get into, but that's what majority of them do think.
Well, I did ask him if they think that the water can curve, and they said yes. So at that point, they said, okay, let me invite you somewhere.
Yeah, that was good.
Well, guys, you gotta know this. 2 days ago or something, I was at the grocery store buying some supplements and food. And I was going through the check stand. The total on the cash register was $66.66, and the yes, exactly. And the guy that was like, ringing me up was like, "Oh man, well, that's unusual. That certainly doesn't happen very often. That's interesting, And I was like, it just dawned on me, like, if that ever happens, then you guys do what I did and point out to him, oh yeah, in case you want to know, they teach us in school that the Earth is orbiting the sun, and in the heliocentric model, it's orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. And hilariously enough, I'm pretty sure this heliocentric model was invented by the Catholic Church, which is kind of ironic or something. But yeah, think about that. Then I told him the Earth is flat and stationary to the best of my knowledge. And it's like he said, like, yeah, that's fair. Is what he said.
Do you ever come at it like you're like a big space geek? Like, hey, did you know that 66,000 miles is the... Like, do you ever come at it that way, or do you usually kind of come at it like, hey, this is ridiculous, right?
I think I've done something like that a couple of times, but in order to like do something like that, it kind of needs to be like a conversation that sort of presents itself to you, like an opportunity needs to present itself to you to do something like that in order for it to really work. Or you need to know someone that is really good at picking up on sarcasm.
Oh, okay. Because you don't want them to take you too serious, I guess, right? Yeah. Wow, that is amazing. Like, no. I'm joking. It's a joke, dude. Like, it's stupid. Don't believe that. I can see people falling for it. Like, wow, that's amazing. Wow, 666,000 miles per hour? Wow, I had no idea. It's like, dude, no, I'm telling you that it's ridiculous. Yeah. You probably had a lot of interesting experiences just talking to people out and about. I definitely don't do that as much as I probably could or should. But, I see some dude in some NASA merch wearing some NASA swag. I'll get the feeling I'm like, dude, I should go say something to him, but I never do.
The old Walmart NASA swag?
The NASA swag from 21, Forever 21 in the mall. Damn, Journeys, whatever. Oh, man. Those are the type of people I'm like, I should say something.
Yeah, I'd say like maybe at the very least 80% to 90%, close to 100% of the people that I'd ever like even just walk past that I see wearing a NASA shirt, like, oh yeah, I'll definitely say the Earth is flat to them. Like, I have to and if I'm in the middle of doing something very important and I can't go out of my way, of course I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing. But like just about everyone I'd see with a NASA shirt, yeah, I'd tell them the Earth is flat, 100%.
What a strange time to be alive, and what peculiar habits these humans have. I made it back safe right before it started raining. You know what? It rains probably 3 out of 4 times, or at least half the times. Let's say it rains here. The sun is shining and it's raining at the same time. Like I was in the sunshine, direct sunshine, and it was raining on me. How does that work on a globe?
That be wind there.
By the way, the server that they brought in from is it's a religion server, and they want me to show them from the Bible. They want sources from the Bible about this more than they want the scientific. But of course, they want also the scientific. But that's okay. If it's from the Bible, I got it covered. I mean, that's not a problem for me. I already searched a lot of the topics, and I have the sources from the Bible. But a lot of it is also the commentaries on the Bible that explain it. For example, that we are not moving. That it's in the commentaries, and the sun moon moves. That's in the Bible, not in the commentaries. And a lot of the stuff that they want me to bring sources, but if it's just sources from the Bible, then I got it covered. But the scientific, then I need you guys.
Hey, can you send me an invite to that server?
Yeah, just DM me.
Get him, Big Crit.
7.2 miles and 1 hour 40 minutes. But
I know he needs a battle buddy over there. He can't let a lone flat earther on just sitting on a server by himself. That ain't right.
You do good work, brother.
Never mind.
What were you saying, Sonny?
Nothing. I'm always kind of off cue. I come in the middle of a conversation because I just bust in. Don't even know what you're talking about. I'm like, just returning from a trip You guys probably think I'm you probably think I'm nuttier than I actually am. But that's okay.
I actually have a nut allergy, so.
Nut allergies? Oh, yeah. The symbol. Never mind. I won't do that.
Just kidding. We love you, Sonny. Missed you. You've been gone away for a little while.
Yeah. Probably, 3 weeks, a month? I don't know. I don't remember.
Gonna take breaks and recharge, brother.
I wasn't recharging. I'm recharging now. So definitely wasn't recharging.
That's funny.
Oh, boy. So,
Yeah, so back in the day, what they used to do when there was observations that were exceeding the limitations of their globe, they would just say, oh, well, maybe it's just a bigger globe, which, of course, has the same problems that India laid out, where if you have a bigger globe, then everything's wrong. The entire heliocentric paradigm is wrong, because then the sun is circling over a smaller portion of the Earth, right? So then the orbital mechanics are wrong, and then all their interpretations of everything they've seen in the sky are wrong, because they're all based on the relationships between the close bodies or the local bodies, like the quote-unquote planets in our quote-unquote solar system. So to appeal to a larger, gargantuan globe or a smaller globe, you still end up with heliocentrism paradigm that we have being destroyed. Interestingly enough, a lot of the Globers back then, when you tried to explain it to them, they just couldn't wrap their minds around it. They thought that if they increased the globe, that everything stays the same. It's just a different scale now. You know, like we still have the same amount of land masses. They're still the same distances apart. The sun is still going around the equator, and we just have a gargantuan globe. It's like, dude, that's not how it works. But if you increase the size of the globe, you increase the size of the globe, then the available territory that we have in the sun circle as it passes over the ground becomes a smaller portion. Like, how do you not get this?
You can make a sports analogy. It'd be like if you increase the basketball by 250 times the size, would the basketball game still be the same basketball game?
Yeah, it'll still fit through the hoop. No, it's not like some people wouldn't be happy with that conclusion. Right? They desperately want it to be a globe so bad that they're willing to sacrifice the entire heliocentric cosmology just so that they can have a massive globe. Until they realize that means that space isn't what they believe, and then the romance is gone. They're like, can I please have space back?
Yeah, we even had that weirdo yesterday who made up his own cosmology where he doesn't know the distances to the stars or any of the makeup of the universe, but the universe is not expanding and the globe is not rotating, but we are on a globe of some sort, according to him. But he won't test it, even though we basically got him down to that, but he still didn't want to test it.
Oh, Matthew?
I know, I think it was the N4 or Dr. Wah, either one of those.
Matthew's one of those guys that doesn't want to test it. He's been here like 4 years, and you're like, oh, do you think you should go out and test it? Oh, no, I don't need to. Why would I want to test it? I'm confident in my position.
If I actually creep down the stairs and see my mom and dad wrapping their presents, then I'd actually learn the truth. I don't want to do that.
It's
but the worst part is
he went to
we had
meetups at the beach with flat earthers and still didn't test it.
Yeah, and then there was a new girl in here who was speaking with him, and he encouraged her. Well, listen, you're getting into the flat Earth and all that. I would encourage you to go out and test it, so you know. It's like, dude, come on, hypocrite much? Hypocrite.
Do as I say, not as I do.
No.
It'd be worse though if you said, "Oh, I don't think you should go and test. I think you should just believe."
He does say that as well.
Well, yeah. Look, it's fair that he's honest about it.
Man, this check-in process, dude. Wow.
What about it?
I'm just joking. It's okay. They just have you click here to open the ticket, and then once you open the ticket, then there's a bunch of questions. And then inside the questions, you gotta find some other links and stuff and answer. I get it weeds out the the numbskulls. I don't know how Discord works. Say what? You click on where?
Did they let you in, Crit?
Yeah, I'm sitting in the verification room. I answered all the questions.
What's your answer about the question number 3?
Flat Earth discussion.
Not good.
Do you think they're him and Han about it? I mean, like, just be honest, right? I don't want to try to sneak in. Now, and they'll be like, we found ourselves a flat earther. I'm like, did you realize the verification process? I said I specifically came here to discuss about flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I don't think but they will let you in because of it.
That's okay. I mean, that works because if this is like their space and they don't want flat earthers in there, I mean, that works on the flat Earth. Because on the flat Earth, you've got a limited amount of space to deal with. And people need a home. The castle doctrine. Someone needs a place to go to where the rest of the world can't bother them. But on the globe, they have a problem because they talk about an ever-expanding universe. There's so much space. There's no possible way one person could get triggered over somebody else in their space. Their whole model is space.
Yeah.
Did you write it? I gave you the link.
Yeah, I gave your. Yeah, I said that I got the link from you.
Oh, so there's a possibility they let you in.
Yeah, I said, how did you, what was your invite? Your mode of invite? Friend invite, and I said Memrora.
Okay, there's a lot more chances they let you in.
Yeah, and I just picked role North American Christian male, conservative, pro-Israel.
What? North American Christian? That's a role?
Yeah.
As opposed to what?
The different continents. They got Christian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
So
I just thought that was like in antithesis of Southern Baptist, Southern Baptist versus Northern Christian.
Yeah, Northern Christian or Southern Baptist or Southern Evangelical versus like Northern Spiritualist or something.
Calvinist.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. The flip side of the coin,
Like normally, they only let in people that are interested in the Jewish religion. That's why I said they might not let you in. But if you wrote my name, then they might let you in.
Okay, should I modify that? Say flat Earth discussion in context of Jewish religion.
How about if the Jewish God exists, he definitely made the earth flat.
Can you speak any Yiddish?
No, I'm not. I know Hebrew though.
So I got a problem, guys. I got a problem one of you could help me out with. So I broke the ceiling lamp in my shed, and now I don't know how I'm going to reverse engineer the shape of the ground. So my construction project is halted.
I was wondering where this was going. That's really good.
You need to measure temperature in the shed.
Maybe if you go outside where there's a street light, you can use that light. Maybe.
Like you hang yourself from the ceiling and drop a tape measure, and then adjust different spots of your ceiling, and just keep dropping tape measures until you feel comfortable that the light will work.
If I just say the word inertia, will that help you out? Inertia?
Maybe the inertia part, but I think you should use the light that's the furthest possible distance away from you.
Well, I have a counter to that, refraction.
Well, it's look, the outside is very, very cold, and the inside's got some heat. So, not too sure I could trust refraction in this instance.
Did you buy the expansion pack? Because you might have to uninstall the game and then reinstall with the expansion pack.
Dark matter. I'm going with dark matter.
I'm going cover that hole with something.
I'm going with just trust the experts and just talk to some PhDs and maybe they'll tell you what to do.
Bob Vila. You better get a hold of Bob Vila.
Why do this guy's in the chat comparing air to earth curve?
Holy crap, dude. You reminded me of something. So right now, not that you should totally bail on this combo, Huey is doing the treatment from the recent debate that Nathan Oakley had with two guys about flat earth, and he also had a helper flat earther who invited him on. And so one of the things that the guy said is how you measure earth curvature, right? He said that the 8 inches per mile squared formula is wrong, that the square root of the observer's height in feet, right, is wrong. That's not how we measure curvature. And so he was asked, well, how do you measure it? And one of the things he gave back was arc over distance, arc over time. Arc over time. Over time. And then they were like, what the heck? And so he said, no, it's like RE divided by K R1 something, right? And then they're like, what is that? But that's the formula for adding in, because K is refraction. It's the formula for adding in the 7/6R. So he's saying we measure the curvature of the Earth with curved light. So we measure the Earth by curved light. That's how we measure it, which anybody worth their salt will know is a presupposition.
That reminds me of that
assuming that the light. Yeah, you're assuming that the light that's coming to you is curved, and then you're using that to measure the Earth. It makes no sense.
Well,
so if you haven't,
I just want to say something real quick. That guy that was in here with the oil rigs, he didn't actually have anything to go do. He ran and he's hiding in debate texts, debating. So he couldn't handle this chat, so now his English is perfect. It's pretty funny.
Oh yeah.
Tell him to go ping a mod and check me in.
His Yiddish is perfect too.
I just think it's funny. It's just you gotta have some sort of. This is actually me trying to cope. Praying that this is actually a mental illness they have, and that this isn't like their actual personality that causes them to do this, and that they're actually just sick or something. That's me trying to cope like with this. It's fucked up, dude. I don't even know what to say. When you come in here, you say a bunch of crap. You actually prove the flat Earth. You lie. You say you gotta leave, and turns out you're probably not Spanish. You're not in Mexico. None of that stuff even happened.
Is it pretty interesting that the Jewish server here? They're saying that the Earth is 5,783 years old, plus the 6 days of creation, which could be 24-hour or could not be 24-hour periods. Before that, it was just popped into existence.
Okay, great. They let you in.
Oh yeah. I just saw that. Thanks.
So then, how can they be heliocentric Big Bang cosmologists? Seems a little inconsistent.
Yeah. Yeah, it says so. This is in the description. So this is not a scientific claim, or how our understanding of science. That big G or little G, God, created all in 6 days. This happened kind of like before human understanding. I'm paraphrasing. That's not exactly what it says word for word, but.
Well, look, principally, it's actually possible for the expansion of the universe that appears to be 14 billion years, whatever the hell, right? Based on what we think is sequences now, those sequences could have been accelerated, and therefore it could have taken place in a very short amount of time that, based on our perception of time now, we impute is many, 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 many billions of years, when it's actually just cycles. We have no way of knowing the interval between the cycles in relation to time. We can't know that unless we go back in time. And that's not happening anytime soon. So there is no way to be certain, even in their worldview, how old the universe is.
Yeah, here, check this out. He goes, oh, go ahead, sorry.
I'm just saying, like, the interpretation of how old something is just based on reverse engineering cycles, which we assume are constant intervals into the past. And there's no reason for us to believe of a certainty that those intervals were constant.
Yeah, it's kind of what he says here. He says, even if the universe would be habitable, it would take many eons until the world to become habitable, the Earth. The Earth would then need to cool, plants would need time to grow, and by that time, then man would be ready to show up. The universe needed to look older than it actually is to be perfect for the time man was created. So it just appears to be old. It's not.
Well, it's not even that it appears to be old. It's that we mistake it as appearing to be old, because we're retro-engineering our interpretation of time intervals ad infinitum into the past.
Yeah, but we have no frame of reference to go by, so that's a big problem.
Which is why you can't say for certain that 15 billion years ago intervals were the same.
Yeah, they cover a lot of stuff in here. The FAQ. I mean, it's interesting. That's the one that just jumped out at me because
there's a name for what AI is talking about. It's called uniformitarianism. That everything that's happening now is the same as it was in the past, and it all happens in the same way and in the same timing and the same intervals and the same spacing. That everything is uniform. And there's like no evidence for that. Well, there's evidence to like our small little window of time since we've been recording, which is about 90 years.
Yeah. These 90 years are thus. Therefore, ad infinitum to the past is also thus. That's a philosophical position.
And so, Crit, are they citing the rabbi that wrote these texts?
Yeah, they've got each answer. They got different citations and stuff. Like here, they break down the 10 Commandments. They said, "Do not worship idols. Do not curse God. Not to commit murder. Not to commit adultery or sexual immorality. Do not steal. Do not eat flesh from a living animal, and establish a system of courts for justice." And it gives six citations here.
Yeah, it gives their commentary on the original.
Yeah,
original text. Yeah.
That's under the question of what does it mean to be a Jew. It just says you have a direct descendant to Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob on your mother's side. And then it says conversion, but then they go into what about conversion? It's not really possible. I mean, it's possible, but it's discouraged and it's difficult and takes a long time.
Oh, proselytizing.
Oh, I mean, this could be an aside, but Ben Shapiro, he was asked something like that. He goes, "Well, you're a Jew." He goes, "Yeah, well, don't you want other people to be Jewish, and take part in your religion?" He's like, "No, I don't care. I don't want them." It's an exclusionary type of behavior sometimes on some people. Like that claim that Ben Shapiro made, it was basically like, "Look, I'm a Jew. I'm good to go. I'm in the in club, and I don't want you in my club."
Chosen.
Joe, we could go down a rabbit hole in regards to that.
I'm just starting to get a little let down, man. Like, if you've been lifting weights, you go to the gym for years and years and years, and then I don't know, for some weird reason, there's only a Planet Fitness in your local area, and they have a new policy where they only have like 5 pounds and below weights. That's what it's starting to feel like, dude. These guys that we're dealing with are like they're not heavy hitters. They're not intelligent. They don't even understand the globe model. They don't understand anything. It's embarrassing. I mean, this guy's in here. We showed him. He said, "Well, you can see the curvature, just not from the ground." Oh, here we go. So then, from where then, dummy? Oh, we'll just get in an airplane. I mean, come on, dude. What are you supposed to do with people like this? It's just a buffoon who's high on ego.
That's a good analogy. It'd be like you want to join a new gym for the New Year's resolution. They talk about this is extreme gym, open 24 hours a day, all fitness levels. You're like, let me check this out, They go to the first fitness class, or like, we got the best instructors, and it's like the hardest level you can think of. Level 3, you get there. Okay, today for chair yoga. You're like, what? I missed the fine print here. Like, I was expecting like battle ropes and tire jumps and like.
It's just embarrassing. Part of sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead.
No, I was just going to kind of expand on that a little bit. It's just part of the reason why I come here is to work on my craft, enhance my arguments, maybe find a better way of saying something. But it's like if you're dealing with people who, like the last few people in the chat, it's like we sent him a tweet of Neil deGrasse Tyson showing the Felix Baumgartner jump, and the tweet clearly reads, "There's no curvature from 3 times an airplane height." He all he does, it's worse than the headline readers. We make fun of people who just read headlines. This guy just saw the screen grab picture of the curved Earth, didn't read the small tweet. It's so small. And he was just like, well, look, there's the curve right there. It's like, dude, you didn't even read it, dummy. It literally on the caption says there's no curvature. It's being, curved with a horizontal or, with a wide angle lens. Unreal, dude.
Dude, one time we asked
research papers. Does nobody ever do any actual research anymore?
No, bro.
He's in the chat saying, "Ask Alexa."
This one time we had a guy in here claiming Coriolis and snipers and all of that. So we said, okay, where's your citation for that? So what he gave us, he sent us something. What it was a screenshot. He put in Coriolis snipers, 5 videos, dropped down, and then he screenshotted it and just sent us that screenshot.
That's what I'm saying, AI. It's getting that ridiculous. They didn't watch the videos. They don't know what the claims are. It's like, do you really think that no one here has the ability to do what you just did in your quick 5-second search? You think no one else could figure that out? He's expecting a Nobel Prize for dropping that screenshot. I'm not even kidding. Like he in his mind, he's thinking these guys never even thought to do this.
The idiocracy singularity is quickly approaching.
It's so funny to me. It's like, dude, you're not about to get a Nobel Prize because you just Googled something. Like anyone here has that same ability. Oh my God. And then the worst part is they didn't even watch the video or they don't know what it's even claiming. The screenshot. That's unbelievable, dude. That's got to be one of my biggest pet peeves. A screenshot. Unbelievable. Just watch these videos. I mean, I can't imagine saying that, dude. If someone came here and were like, well, here's our brochure, watch this video, then this video. I don't need a video to explain my worldview. I think I'm plenty capable of explaining it on my own. I don't need to Google it. AI had to drop out. We're joined by No Man Hath Seen God. You've been joining and leaving the server pretty extensively. I'm not sure what you're up to. You sussy baga. Unbelievable.
What's up?
What's up, Drace?
Not much, just chilling.
Excuse me. Same. Excuse me.
Bless you twice.
God bless you.
Salud. Salud.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Now we're just dealing with somebody in the debate text. If you feel bored, you want to check that out. The debate text is Tomate Man. Goofy as all can be. Bro. He's saying we deny the existence of curvature when he said you can see it in an airplane.
Yeah, he should really get in.
They deny the existence of something that don't exist.
He should really get in the live stream. It'd be pretty interesting to hear him try to vocalize his opinions.
Yeah, the VC is always a better way to make a case instead of just being confused in the chat. I'm trying to find different ways to get him to join. People also, he says, I don't watch TV. Yeah, you do. Oh, my English is broken. Classic. Oh my god.
You sell it yourself and didn't take it, CB. That you speak English.
I know, right?
Do you speak any English?
Oh, so now he's saying, oh, well, you see Flutter on your phone. No, it's outside. What's up, Dave Hinkle? We need some dulcet Dead Air Dave tones at the moment.
Was I hot mic my bad?
No, you sound good.
I'm at CVS at the ATM machine right now.
ATM. Maybe you should pull out that refracted cash.
This machine's gonna give me some American money.
Insert cash or select payment type.
You wanted me to be more coherent, and I tell you text form is the best way to express myself. That way you make fun of me. It makes sense. Get the low tide nap time on the flat earth. Everyone get your flat cots out.
What did you just say to get out?
You're caught?
Oh, I caught. My bad.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my.
I was hoping nobody had a flat one of those, but never mind.
Law.
That would be kind of awkward, wouldn't it? Hope there's no women here. Somebody change the subject.
I'm just focusing a little too much on this goofball in the chat room, but
It's kind of sad we're dealing with lowest level dregs of humanity sometimes, aren't we?
yeah, I mean, we've been scraping the bottom with these guys for the last few months, maybe even a couple years, really. But grateful for the people that are here, of course. I see people have joined the server recently, so I'm just gonna keep sending welcome messages.
Good evening again, gents.
Hello, J.E.
Good evening.
Whoa, Sonny,
Top of the evening.
Full report now. Go ahead.
Sonny, you're coming in super low. I don't know if that's true for anyone else.
Yeah, it was. He is.
Like, crazy low.
Sorry about that. I actually had the mic turned off for a second.
Okay, now we can.
That's probably better.
We want to hear your voice, brother.
I just have an interface, so I was making a phone call, so I turned the mic off. Going back out to get some groceries.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Let me turn you up. Probably hear some water running in the background. That is not me peeing, I promise you.
And Indio, are you still hanging around there?
His mic's off. Headphones are off.
Excuse me, I just got to get through. I'm looking for my ball.
What kind of ball? We don't have any. Yeah, we don't have any ball earths around here. If that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, Marvin the Martian's dog came and took the big ball away.
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to go to the toy store. That's down the road a little bit.
I think Shooter McGavin was actually looking for a Titleist, I think.
He was looking for a Titleist. That's funny.
TaylorMade.
That's not possible, sir.
I wanted to share with everybody. I went out today in the rain or right after very heavy rain. So I got to see my little paradise place I usually go to in the spring and the summertime with running water going down the stream, and seeing it like it used to be, probably like little waterfalls, probably used to be naked women running around washing clothes and fishing and all kinds of fun stuff. Must have been a great place. But
Man, that global. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, it's okay. I was pretty much done. I rambled on a little bit, so.
I was just going to add in that I think that you must be awfully mad at global warming and.
Oh, hell no! What? Are you kidding?
I mean, because it's just that darn global warming. If it weren't for that, you'd still have your paradise.
No, the way I see it is, they put all the roads in, so it wasn't global warming. It was they put all the roads in and obstructed the natural flow of waters. They did destroy that, and they also hid, or at least covered up, where all the natural springs were until it's become something that no one even knows about. Like, unless you go searching out where are some springs, natural springs where water is coming out, that's lost. That's a lost kind of thing that probably used to be common knowledge.
That takes the fun away from it, though.
What, like the fun of like dying of thirst when there's probably water?
No, I mean, it takes the fun out of the way of global warming. I mean, because God knows that global warming is why the sea level's risen like 300 feet over the last 5 years, and why Glacier National Park is no longer.
No, it was actually due to construction that left-brain construction technology of construction of roads. That's what caused the whole problem. So, construction. But I don't mean any construction. I mean construction that was done in like square boxes where they didn't care what kind of canyons or waterways were running through those. They just cross them anyway, block it off, and divert it to some other area. Like it was so ridiculous. It's like you go to some beautiful area and you just level it off and make squares and put like concrete streets in, going in rectangles.
Yeah, Sonny, I heard that they paved Paradise and put up a parking lot.
That's what I'm saying.
Somebody said that in a song at some point.
Yeah. Joni Mitchell reference. Tavistock Institute for Laurel Canyon. Shall I start connecting all of them?
Put up a parking lot.
Right over Laurel Canyon, Lookout Mountain is where apparently Marilyn Monroe had a DOD pass to go into the military's film studios, like the Naval Intelligence Office of Naval Intelligence studios. Why would they have these massive freaking studios? Like, pretty weird. I guess you'd have to ask, why was she banging both brothers? I don't know. If that even occurred at all. Anyway, I have to go back out walking.
Yesterday I was in the lobby for a while. And is it just me, or is it like the AI bots are getting really, or like not the quality they once were?
No, you're right. They don't even understand their own worldview. I mean, most of the time we're having to educate them before they even begin debating. Imagine being told by the person you're debating what you're supposed to be debating for.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Like, imagine fighting someone and saying, no, throw your left hand. Throw that punch. It's like you're trying to tell him how to throw a punch.
Yeah.
Crazy, dude.
It is, because it's really interesting. It's amazing, really. I would think that if I were going to go out and debate people, I would want to know the topic first.
Exactly, JE. If you were a boxer and I got a call from my agent, hey, look, we need you to step up and box this guy, JE Barrington. First thing I'm doing, maybe even before I accept a fight, is go watch your film. I want to know what you're all about. I want to know your moves. I want to know what kind of punches you throw, your habits, your techniques. Think I'm just going to blindly go in without that? Hell no. So it's a very wise thing to do, is to study your opponent. But the problem is they don't do that. There's hours and hours and hours of us telling people what we're all about, what you need to present and all this. They don't watch the tape. I said this in one of my songs. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked down on round one. So these guys are getting KO'd in the very first 5 seconds because they spent zero time studying their opponent. They've underestimated who they're up against.
And there was one guy yesterday who he was upset, saying that logical fallacies are not like a playing card that you flip over and use against somebody. And so I messaged, this was, of course, in the lobby, so I messaged him back and said, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server where we are holding you to a higher standard. And if you'll allow that to, if you'll allow that to improve your life, you'll learn a lot more about your own argument. And you'll learn to sharpen your tools and be able to give a lot better debates. And the guy, of course, just kind of sauntered off and disappeared after that. But, it's interesting, like, it's like, gee, come on, at least get the point that we're going to hold you to a higher standard, and that's not a bad thing. Even if I disagreed with somebody, I would think it would be good to hear, hey, you know what, you just used a logical fallacy, let me explain to you. And then we could discuss why it was or it wasn't. And then, you're right. Let me sharpen my point a little bit. And, but they obviously have no idea of just how bad their not only debating skills, but they have no idea just how bad their points are and indefensible their position is.
Yeah, and the responses too. I don't think they realize that the responses sometimes they don't even apply properly. I'm a big boxing guy, so I'll use fighting as a reference, but the idea behind being a counter puncher is like you need to know what to return back when someone throws a certain punch at you. You have to have the appropriate response. But I've noticed these guys, they've got a very limited skill set. So, like, they'll respond with the wrong thing. Instead of being like a counter punch, they'll throw like a counter kick or something. Like they don't even know what they're doing, honestly. For example, I've been asking people, do you think your house is moving? The room that you're in, do you think it's moving? Some people will answer with gravity.
Right.
How that's not coherent. That's not even the right response. That's what I'm saying. These guys, they don't even know how to apply the responses properly. It's so embarrassing.
You might as well just say racism.
Exactly, levelist. Just call me a bigot, bro. Exactly.
It shows your white privilege.
Right, exactly. Oh, you live in a house, you're white privilege. Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, man, it's just too funny. I've also looked at it like, my soundboard has like 370 clips on it that I personally have added, right? So it's a lot of buttons to choose from. But these guys, they have like 4 buttons to choose from: refraction, gravity, science, and they just push the button. And that's what I'm saying is like they push them at inappropriate times. they don't really know what science is, so just push the science button.
It does seem like the only one they seem like they dropped is the Coriolis. I rarely hear that anymore.
Correct. Yeah, I feel I'm with you on that. They never say that anymore.
It seems like they're also talking about. Excuse me. I know that they've mostly stopped talking about things going over the edge, and in favor of refraction. But I feel like they're even trying to slither away from refraction a little bit. And this debate, this morning, Helio played a debate with Whitsitt and somebody else, and it was awful. It was another one of these modern day debates, and is it just me, or are all those just awful?
Well, Miggy's been talking about that style can be appropriate in certain times, but not for this forum, at least. You get 1 minute, then I get 1 minute, then you get 1 minute. No, because they're just going to rack up the fallacies, and you're not going to have enough time to sort of address that.
So, I don't know if you've heard me say recently, but I akin that to toddler development that they call parallel play. That, so there's a development stage to where, say, you've got one kid that's playing with a truck, and then another little toddler comes along. He doesn't want to go play with the other toddler. He just wants a truck to go play right next to the other toddler. And they'll both just play parallel with one another. They'll sit there and run their trucks back and forth, and they'll mimic each other, but they won't really interact with each other. And they do that for, depending on the kid, 6 months or a year or more. And if you try to break them up, they won't like it. But they want to be right next to each other, but they don't want to interact with each other. And so that's what I think that debating style is, just parallel play. I'm not a fan of it, because at the end of the day, if I can say the things I want to say and then you say the things you want to say, we're just kind of talking over each other and just doing parallel play. We're not really actually interacting and finding any actual points to where we can compare notes or compare views or compare anything. It's just simply, I'm going to talk, you're going to walk away thinking you're the winner, and then I'm going to walk away thinking I'm the winner, and then the people who support me think I walked away a winner, and the people who support you think you're the winner. And so that's why politicians love it, is it's a win-win-win scenario, and then they get to raise more money, and at the end of the day, they get to attack each other more. And so I'm not really a fan of that, because obviously, like I say,
I had actually never heard of that term before. Do you have kids or anything? But that's I'm with you on that. It's kind of that participation era that we're in. Everyone participating, everyone gets first place, trophies. No, dude, no. There's going to be winners and there's going to be losers. Sorry.
Yeah. And like this one this morning, Whitsitt was giving it his best shot, but there was just so much of it to where, like, they're off in the weeds talking about the one guy who's makes optics that deal with refraction, and then the one guy saying that that then corresponds to the real world. Whitsitt, of course, is saying that it doesn't, and just too much of a defensive position, too much of a talking over each other, and it's like, why even participate, because you know where it's going to end up. And then if you go like Alex Stein did, then the Globies, like the McToons, are just going to rage quit. So they're never going to admit where they're wrong. And so I don't even know what the point of participating is.
Yeah, that's how I feel every time refraction gets brought up. I don't have all these advanced science and math degrees, so to me, it seems like they have to turn to like page 21 of the refraction dissertation manual and pick out one specific line to attempt to prove a globe. And it's like you've been saying we've been going to space for 50 years. The globe is so easy to prove. What do we have to get so fucking nuanced into refraction to prove a globe? It's asinine to me.
I'm just doing a little cleanup in the chat. Sorry. I'm still here, though.
Oh, you know what? I hit the mute button on here. I didn't realize I was muted. I was sitting jabbering away.
Oh, there you.
But all I was getting at is that, and it just becomes badder and badder because the Globies don't know how to concede when, like, okay, well, that's an issue with our logic, or that's an issue with this point. There are no actual pictures. So you end up with them trying to justify that it is Photoshop, but it has to be, or there's refraction, or there's something. They can't just stop and say, "Oh, great, well here's this." So it ends up a poop show because they're backed in a corner, and so all they can do is go to page 21, and then if you start to say, okay, well, it looks like you're going to page 21 of the refraction manual, and if you have to go that far, it's kind of telling me that you obviously have no proof of curvature, you have no proof of spin, you have no proof of gas pressure without containment. So
yeah, I was talking to a guy. I was in another server last night, and this guy was a glober, but he started speaking, and I could tell he has a very high IQ. I'm guessing his IQ is in the 170 range. He was a very smart guy, and I was like, well, have you actually done any research into this flat versus globe thing? And he's like beating around the bush. And he basically got down when I finally nailed him down. He was basically saying whichever model gives us a better prediction, that is the model that I'm going to end up choosing. And I'm like, a prediction for what? What? A prediction pertaining to what? What are you trying to predict? He said he spent like 6 months researching fish, the brain function, the intelligence of fish. And he started rattling off all these fish, and this fish can spit and knock an insect out of this tree, and it has these glands, and this octopus is and I was just like, bro, we could really use that autist. We could harness that autist energy. Will you please do a little research into curvature? Not predictions, not models, not the stars. Just actually look for curvature, for axial rotation, and look for some gas pressure. Please get back to us.
Let's go upstairs.
Yeah. He wasn't an anti-flat earther. He was a glober, but he's very much like a Matthew Learned, where you could tell he was apprehensive about actually doing any real research into it because he was scared of what he was going to find.
Mm-hmm.
And I always keep saying it all boils down to fear. All these guys are just operating out of fear.
Yeah, it's there's no doubt about it that it's a fascinating thing because that whole thing of I've got my point and I'm not going to consider anything that might lead me away from that point. That's what's interesting to me. and whoever they're talking to is the only person. There is no us, there is no them, there's no you, there's no we. But if we want to just grant and say there is a we, unfortunately, there's too many of those who that we might call a we, who would, I think, fall victim to that same kind of thing in other related contexts. And so I think it's truly hard to accept that things may be different from what you presuppose.
Interesting end to the story. I never got to finish my conversation with the Glober fish expert because we got carpet bombed by actual concave earthers. Came into the chat and just started bashing everybody. Started bashing flat earthers because we're not recognizing the real truth that is concave Earth, and it turned into an absolute shit show. It was hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, the concave earthers, I've not really come across them, frankly. Do they sincerely hold what they talk about, or are they kind of...
I thought they were joking at first too, but no, these dudes were vigilant. They were about it.
There used to be a whole city of flat, like in North Dakota. Like they had a city, they had their own compound. It was like almost like not a religious sect per se, but like
kind of like the Free State Project.
Yeah, something very similar to that. They had their own government, like set up, and at some point, like in 80 or something, or maybe after that. I have to look at the exact. I cursory read over the history of concave Earth. Just at some point, it just collapsed and it just sort of fell apart. But there's all kinds of books you can get on Amazon that they published and that they taught in their schools and everything.
I thought it was all birthed out of that 1980s Admiral Byrd book. I thought it was a little suspicious that he got linked to Inner Earth 30, 35 years after his death, which, very easily could have been ghost written on purpose to try to smear his name. But
oh yeah, where he said that it went in. Yeah, I think a lot of them do reference that as part of their origin story, if you will.
Well, I do know quite a few people who are Admiral Byrd proponents, and I always ask them, well, how come you get angry if I question Admiral Byrd, but you would get angry if somebody doesn't question NASA? But both of them were government officials. Or, well, one's a government department, one's a government official, but how does it hold that on one hand you take Admiral Byrd without question, but then on the other hand, you don't hold the same logic with NASA?
Who takes Admiral Byrd without question?
Oh, there's a huge contingent of Admiral Byrd people.
Do they then also accept his North Pole story where he went down into Inner Earth?
Yes, you must. Did you just come on? Because that's what we were talking about.
Oh, I've been here.
Yeah. No, no. Because I was going to say, because if you missed, I would give you the backstory. But no, that's what we were just mentioned. That's why we brought up Admiral Byrd.
Yeah, I mean, last time I talked to a few of them, they like about 2 years ago, maybe there was a couple of them floating around, and they'd done like the whole TikTok thing and whatnot, and yeah, they had explanations for virtually everything, like Cavendish. They got an idea for that. They got like all the world events. Like I'm just trying to shoot off the top of my head here. Like seismic shadows, they got like explanations for that. I mean, in depth. I think they mostly use the term hollow Earth, though. I know concave is kind of how we identify them, or flat earthers identify them. But they use the term hollow Earth.
No, like a hollow earther could also just be someone who believes in flat Earth and believes in spaces under the ground.
Yeah.
Like a concaver is someone who believes that we live on the inside of a sphere, and like for them to have like this hole to the outside, like what the fuck?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, there is a distinction there,
So are they saying like now the concavers, if we go to the North Pole, we can exit this ball that they think we're inside?
He just kept yelling over and over again, like his number one flat Earth proof killer. You guys can't explain why the Tropic of Cancer is bigger than the Tropic of Capricorn. And he just kept repeating it. Everybody's like, okay, shut the fuck up. He just kept yelling it over. He had to be muted. It was strange.
Spiraled.
Yeah,
it is, though. It is bigger because the globe model claims the southern half expands outward exponentially. Like it's a pear-shaped paroid.
Yeah, that's why they say it's chubbier below.
Yeah, that's how they. So if he's arguing against the Tropic of Capricorn being smaller, he's actually debunked his pear-shaped paroid.
Oh, real quick, guys. We have someone who wants to possibly interview for the Flat Earther.
That would be me, sir.
Yeah, so I mean, we can do it here. That way, the whole panel can give you a thumbs up.
Lil Flip?
All right.
Oh, Lil Flip wants it. Okay.
Yeah, hello. I have been... Well, I've been, like, in and out of this server for, like, a year and a half, I believe. The reason why is my account keeps getting deleted, so, sorry for the inconvenience of the constant re-verifications. So, I'm just gonna get that on the table.
Yeah, I think I recognize your voice. You sound familiar because you got a real distinct mannerism and pitch to your voice.
Yes, very.
I'm pretty sure I've heard you talk before.
Yeah,
shouldn't be hard to get the verification then. What level of moderation do you have to be to verify? Is it like the green rolls or is it the purple rolls?
I can help you out with that. Well, just for anyone new though, could you give us just a few, maybe what do you got in the chamber for a couple quick Flat Earth?
What do I got in the chamber? I mean, I guess I got like the very standard stuff, like, gas pressure without a container, or gas pressure in adjacent to a vacuum. The idea of water being level, that's the very standard proofs for like whether you're trying to disprove outer space or whether you're trying to prove a flat or motionless Earth. The idea of the other one is the idea of motion. You should be able to detect motion if you're rotating, even if it's supposedly at a constant speed, because rotation is change in direction, and change in direction is acceleration and deceleration on an outer edge. If you were swerving in a car at quote-unquote constant speed, you are technically accelerating and decelerating, and you should feel motion. The other one as well, I guess, the very advanced stuff I haven't been so sure about or like fully looked into, like the whole the whole relativity stuff. I know about the ideas of like for example, wave-particle duality, which is like the idea that after Einstein was proposed the Michelson-Morley experiment, he used this opportunity to get rid of the ether, or at least people who were in favor or were trying to expand upon or stack on top of his ideas were trying to do was they removed the ether and said that light just acted like a wave but was a particle with no medium, basically. that's the other thing that made me very suspicious, but nonetheless, I haven't been able to like fully immerse myself with relativity. I don't know how deep I need to go when it comes to that aspect of flat versus globe Earth proposals. In terms of Newtonian physics, like what everyone else says, as in mass attraction, that is clearly untrue. And I believe relativity still uses mass attraction, but instead of saying that gravitation is a force, they're saying that space and time are bending, and therefore that's what causes the two masses to attract each other.
All right. Yeah, man. So far, so good. What about your profile picture? Can you tell us a little bit about?
Oh, that's just the edit on because I've been in all kinds of communities, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
That's just my profile picture for my own chat, which is why I put it on to this new account because it was just the easiest one.
Yeah,
yeah,
cool.
Politically incorrect.
Oh, incorrect. Okay, gotcha. It's blocked off for me for some reason, but yeah, no, that's cool. I was just curious about that. Well, Crit, do you want to add anything? Or I know you have some good questions. Typically, I love your, you've got some good housekeeping questions I wrote down. Let me pull those up.
I got one question, CB's. My mic's working.
Sounds good, Dave. Go ahead.
What's the claim radius of the globe Earth?
Claim radius. If I'm not mistaken, it's about 26,000. Oh, wait. So circumference, I believe, is 26,000, and radius is about 3,900, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's pretty close. Go ahead.
Yeah. Dave, that was kind of the line of my questions too. What about like the distance to the sun or anything? Do you know the distance
to the sun? That's really basic. According to them, it's 93 million miles. But if I'm not mistaken, many people had different distances. If I'm not mistaken, there were 12 different changes. Some people said it was 96 million miles. Some people said it was 5,000 miles. Some people said it was 60,000 miles. And I believe this varied between people like Galileo or Copernicus or Eratosthenes. They made their own assumptions of how far the sun was. If anyone can post that infograph of the different sun distance changes, that would be helpful.
Yeah,
that way we can we can point out the inconsistency.
Yeah, I posted it as you were saying it. Yep.
If anybody could post that,
I found it on 4chan, but I found it on 4chan, but I can't find that thread anymore, so I lost it.
Yeah,
very unfortunate.
So then I'm assuming you know the distance to the moon then too. Claimed
distance to the moon is about, according to the model, is 230,000.
Okay, very good.
Roughly.
How familiar are you with the black swan?
Black swan, if I'm not mistaken, that's one of. Well, if I'm not mistaken, there's over 50 different personal observations of long distances, and using basic Earth curve calculator. They don't work on a globe. But unfortunately, globe earthers are very deceptive sometimes and like to stack things on top. They'll say it's refraction, magically pulling the object over the horizon or the curvature of the Earth to make it look flat by coincidence.
Yeah, the refraction is yes.
I mean, if they're claiming refraction, then we can say that you can't claim that boats are disappearing over the curve. Or, in some instances, we see that the horizon supposedly dips if you go up at about a certain few thousand feet in the air. Because sometimes some people see that the horizon dip, but if we go high enough, the horizon doesn't actually dip anymore.
I've been paying attention to something in the chat as well. One more time, the Black Swan. Do you think you could put forward the argument to someone else, or do you think you'd probably need to go over it again before you were able to do something like that?
When it comes to the Black Swan, as far as I know, it has been consistently observed, meaning that it's been tested and repeated, and we still see that based upon observation, the it does not work on a globe. But of course, because of the refraction excuse, they'll basically throw this at any observation that has ever been made. Whether it's the Chicago skyline or Mount... I can't remember the name. It's the Mount whatever that is about 300 miles. And what you're seeing here
is a mirage.
Yes. That meme has been going on for a while. And people, if you've seen Rob Skiba's video, he made his own observation at the Chicago skyline and still saw it, even at quite the distance, proving it wasn't a mirage.
Okay. All right. Well, we got my baller hat on now, so I'm gonna throw some responses your way, and see how you respond. Just wrote a couple things in the chat. Just things you said earlier. Level, motion, and the gas pressure. So, what if I said that there's a gradient and gravity holds the gas pressure? What would you say to that?
Well, okay. When it comes to the gas pressure gradient, we observe gas pressure gradients within a container. So this doesn't necessarily... And if you're assuming that the gradient is caused by the vacuum to the atmosphere, then you would also have to assume that the atmosphere was leaking gases into the vacuum. And to that, I would say, firstly, how did you achieve the gas pressure in the first instance? And secondly, why hasn't the atmosphere disappeared already by your own admission that you proclaim that because the gas pressure gradient is caused by the vacuum, that the atmosphere should not exist at all to this present day since the beginning of time?
Oh, well, I would just say because of gravity.
And to that, I would throw this response. I have the infograph, which proclaims, the experts tell you this, that gravity is not, but with the assumption of gravity, it is not strong enough to hold down the forces that the gases impose. And we observe gases rising up against gravity into the midst of a vacuum. So if it's done, if gases on a small scale are stronger than the assumption or presupposition of gravity, then why would you expect me to believe that gravity is strong enough to hold the atmosphere against the infinite close to zero pressure surrounding area of space?
All right, very good. All right. Awesome, man. I mean, I'm not going to push back anymore on that one. What would you say to level means curved now? They say level is adhering to the curvature of the liquid parts
based upon the definition of level implies a straight line, a flattened surface. You can't curve a level, you know? Just like you can't curve a horizontal line. Geometry speaking, of course, but we're talking about globe logic, obviously. So, to them, level means curved. So, that's the thing, is this whole globe model is based upon false and unprovable assumptions. The tower of assumptions, just like any other quote-unquote scientific theory is ever proposed in this world, of course. It just happens to be like that. Thank you for the GIF, by the way. That GIF was really important. A really good example to show why the argument of saying, "Oh, gravity doesn't work." You know, if you have the gas at the bottom of the thing, and you have the vacuum at the top, and you let go, the gas is going to rise up into the vacuum. Why isn't gravity just holding the gas at the bottom? It doesn't make any logical sense. And this is the other issue, is they have to presuppose, oh, it's too big to prove the gases are going to stick at the bottom, or oh, it's too big to prove that water is going to curve eventually. You know, if you make the container big enough, I'm sure the water is going to curve eventually at one point. Have we ever seen that? No. No one has ever actually personally seen that with their own eyes. We're literally told to not trust our own bodily human senses of what we observe. This is the day and age we live in, basically.
Yeah, we gotta trust the experts, man. They've committed. They've, spent all their time in studying, and you're just not as good as them. So you have to trade in your human experience for what experts tell you to believe. No, but I think you're good. Unless anyone has any objections, I've been grilling you for 10 minutes now, so thanks for putting up with that. Does anyone want to object or have any more questions or anything? For our friend
I have a question about your accent. Does everybody in your city sound like you? Same accent?
No, not at all. I think this accent is very influenced by both the internet and the environment I've been living in. So it's a very, very confusing amalgamation.
Yeah, it's like an Andrew Tate accent. British and American and something else.
Yes. It just happens to be. Oh my.
Well, welcome to the club, sir. I guess I should say welcome back. There's your Flat Earther role, and
yes, I really hope that Discord doesn't do anything retarded and just ban my account out of nowhere. That's been happening for quite a while, and I have to switch Gmails just to make a new Discord account to connect with my old friends.
Bro? What are
you got some controversial DMs, huh?
I was gonna say you must be getting into some nitty gritty, because I have never not a single counter banned. So I don't know what you're getting into.
Thing. You know, Flat Earth. It gets to a point, but if you're talking about things like maybe COVID or forbidden history or whatever that you're not allowed to question, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome to the team, sir.
Thank you. Pleasure doing business.
Just remember that when you're on the mic, especially in this forum, I'm sure Miggy would agree if he's listening, that you represent everyone here. So we want you to, if you're going to speculate, let people know you're speculating. Be very concise with your words. Use, we all say words have meaning. Science has a meaning. So you don't want to just throw words around willy-nilly type of thing. So just remember, when you're on the mic, you represent everyone here. So all Flat Earthers. So
thank you, sir. I mean, this is the thing, is like, I have the baseline when it comes to Flat Earth logic, basically. But it's not like the most advanced thing yet when it comes to, like, for example, maybe relativity or quantum mechanics or string theory, that kind of stuff. It's not like the absolute most baseline, but I have some general ideas, but it's not like the most advanced in terms of like ability of refutation.
Well, you're off to a good start. I think better than most people, and it's not a super complicated topic anyway. I mean,
That
we're
is
simply
true,
telling people the
and
earth doesn't
this
move.
is the sad thing is like the people I quote unquote debate or ask these questions are very, very pretentious and like they give off this. Well, they don't just give off; they literally display their ridicule and unmanner, basically.
Well, it's a bluff. I've gotten past that phase where that was annoying. Now I just see it for what it is. They're only throwing up this wall of ego and air of confidence as like a first layer. They're hoping you back down. If you don't back down to their false confidence, there's nothing behind it. It's like a ghost. If you run away from a ghost, it'll scare you. Right? But if you run into it directly, you'll see that there's no ghost there at all. So it's like the same thing with like a big wave if you're on a ship. They say you just bear straight into it. If you turn away from the wave, it'll crash your ship. So go directly into it. So that's the attitude. If someone's coming at you with this, oh, there's no way you flat earth, I could never fall for this flat earth. Just bear right into it. You'll see there's nothing behind their confidence. They're only bluffing.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Exactly.
If there even is one.
It took me a while to realize that, like, because I thought those guys were kind of big and scary. The Fight the Flat Earths and the McToons and all these people. They got nothing. They got nothing.
Have you guys ever encountered McToons in this voice chat? I'm just curious.
No, him directly. Him specifically.
Yeah,
yes.
They've all been in here.
Yeah. There's no new art. We were saying this earlier today, that we've seen all the archetypes. They said there's only like 12 ways to tell a story. There's only like 12 archetypes of Globers. And we've seen them all. Different variations. There's nothing new. No one can come here with a new, anything new.
The only one that probably hasn't been in here is non-Professor Dave, am I right?
No.
Professor Dave is very, very borderline, and in my opinion, very cringe.
Max.
Like it's actually the thing about him is like he literally does give off the very ultra stereotypical, and I feel like this is acting in my opinion. But even then, even then it's very, very annoying. Like I can sense I can literally sense the liberalism from him, and I can literally sense the science cuckery behind him as well, and the atheism too. The atheism.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's borderline. He like literally promotes Darwinian theory, like straight up, and he promotes drinking fluoride as well. I'm not even kidding. He literally encourages people to drink tap water.
Does he really just openly say, like, people think you need to filter your water? Does he really come out and say, just drink?
No, I'm not kidding. You can look up the video called, like, his fluoride video. And there's two parts to it, too. So, he's like, it mineralizes your teeth. I don't feel like he's given an actual argument against, like, the people that say you probably shouldn't drink that. It's gonna calcify your pineal gland and actually cause Alzheimer's and other toxicities. There is no and here's the thing: is like there is no dietary benefit to consuming that form of fluoride. I understand, right, that there is a form of fluoride that is an essential element within the body. But even then, the dietary amount is non-essential. And also, in addition to that, you can't have any amount of that in quote unquote moderation. You just can't. There's no real like net benefit to it, really.
You mean you don't want the industrial waste byproduct of aluminum production added to your drinking supply? How dare you?
No, but I want all the antidepressants that are in the water. I don't even need to buy the medication. I'll just drink the water. It's got all of it in there anyway.
The worst part is like it's in your showers and it's in your tap water.
Yeah, I also read some studies that if you have iodine deficiency and you take in fluoride, it can actually harm your white blood cells.
Yeah, the body, it does something with those two things. Like if you start taking iodine, it'll kick out the fluoride in your body. It's like as a replacement. But like I guess what Drace is saying is like if you don't, the opposite may be true. If you don't have enough iodine, then it'll just start.
This is why I have sea moss on me, or at least eat a sheet of nori, or have
the way it was basically explained is the white blood cells use the iodine as a form of a stinger to defend themselves, but when they don't have access to it, they will seek something to replace it with, and they will use fluoride because it's a similar compound or similar compound. But the problem is it also kills them, and so they die much faster and so are not as effective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been geeked up on
my worst excuse is the everything in moderation argument. Just be
I think the healthier you are, the more punishment your body can take. But all extremes can go into an unhealthy aspect. So moderation is a good rule to follow.
In my opinion, it only exists within the necessity of life. It cannot exist in things that are non-essential and even harmful. Like, there's no dietary benefit to consuming sand every day, or necessity. Your body will treat it as a waste product and expel it.
It's interesting. I've never heard that. That's a good way to put it.
We need rat poison in moderation.
Right. Just people who argue for the fluoride thing has always driven me crazy, dude. Like, people don't take the time to research it at all. But yeah, what do you think about that saying? Everything in moderation, including moderation. What do you think about that saying?
I mean, that's the thing, is in terms of anything diet or health related, it can only exist within the essentials. Of course, you can have excess in, for example, sunlight. You can have too much sunlight. You can have too much food. You can have too much, for example, maybe apples, maybe, or
too much water, even.
Too much water, yeah. People can die from overhydration. Salt, for example, if I'm not mistaken, people say salt is not a health food because our body cannot use inorganic material, and when ingested in the body, can hold back and cause water retention because it blocks stuff within the body. It basically accumulates within the body because it's inorganic material.
Yeah, but if you don't have enough salt, then your body can't send signals around the body. So
I think that's the thing. I think that's the interesting thing is like, yes, there is a dietary form of like sodium or salts or whatever, but I'm referring to things like table salt or things that people get out of the mine, for example. I believe there are salts in things like vegetables and even fruits, for example. So there's that.
Well, yeah, you pointed out the difference between just like pure regular table salt and like some pink Himalayan salt. There's a big difference there.
I don't know.
They
That's
also,
the
with
thing,
the table salt, they had to start adding iodine as well because people were iodine deficient.
Oh yeah, I noticed that within the I noticed that within the labels of like iodized table salt. If I'm not mistaken, they irradiate those kinds of salts.
Yeah, they generally, mate.
If I'm not mistaken, this is another reason why people promote distilled water. Is apparently distilled water helps remove inorganic waste materials within the body. If I'm not mistaken,
sure does.
And people believe that any kind of like salt rocks or whatever apply to this, if I'm not mistaken. But test this out, right? Test this out for yourself or see for yourself. You know. But yeah, no, don't drink fluoride.
Oh, no.
Don't
I've
drink
been
it from
water from the
tap
tap
water.
in like 4 years. I mean, years.
Don't drink it in the form of what is in tap water or in industrial toothpaste.
It was sad that all this food and water is just defiled. You know, you have to go through all these hoops just to get around drinking water. Are you serious?
If you want an organic form of fluoride that can be used dietarily in the body, eat it in the form of grapes, if I'm not mistaken. Grapes have a form of fluoride that is organic. But yeah, let's see. Damn, got the roll. Woo.
Let's go, baby. Don't lose it now. So
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lose it now. I guess the reason why I ideally like this role is like so I can like send infographics or memes or whatever in the group chat. I can't send it in the memes competition, unfortunately.
Oh, that ended like 3 years ago.
No, I mean like the meme competition chat. Like, people can still send images, and I used to be able to send images and videos in that chat.
All the time, and that's where I get a lot of my stuff from.
Oh yeah, okay. I was thinking of a different. There was one that was going on for a while, and that's okay. So I guess it just left it open to now just post stuff at will. I haven't looked. Where is it? Is it just
the memes competition chat, which is under the debate chat?
Oh, debate. Okay.
Is there like a specific rule for that, like an image perm? Oh man. I think TikTok censored me again. They shadow banned me. It always happens. Why must this happen to me? Hold on, let me send one of the videos I put on TikTok. Let's see. Live stream voice chat. Maybe because we never went there. You would really think that if we really landed on the moon that we'd have like moon tour guides or whatever, but no.
Well, if you really land on the moon, what they said they did it for, you'd also see that. Richard Nixon signed a plaque. He said, "I do this for the betterment of all humanity, for world peace." Like, wow, that's a pretty noble thing you're doing. But yet, then he carpet bombed Cambodia because he was mad at Vietnam. So you're like, huh? Well, it's like it's like you come over to my house and you tell me you're coming over for peace. I open my door and you punch me in the face. Like, am I going to believe anything you say after that? You're like, no, get out of here, you lying sack of crap. You're just a violent thug with governmental authority. You tried to pull the wool over my eyes, and I'm not falling for it. That's one thing the globalists will say too. Like they were in it to dominate Russia. I'm like, okay, well, explain that. Explain that then. Explain global domination on the globe.
In my point of view, when it comes to the whole Russia Cold War thing, I believe Russia and America, at least at the time, were in bed with each other, at least geopolitically. So, in terms of like landing on the moon, quote unquote, especially when it came to Russia, both Russia and America faked their own moon landings, which would make sense as to why Russia would have to be entitled or forced to concede or quote unquote confirm the moon landing of America at the time. So I would say it's both collusionary as well as voluntarily or compliance, basically, in terms of like optics, basically. The optics of, we tried to do our own moon landing and so did they, so we'd have to confirm theirs or legitimize theirs so that there isn't really any suspicion towards us. Until you realize, of course, that both America and Russia are basically in bed with each other geopolitically, giving off the appearance of a Cold War. In addition to both of them signing the Antarctic Treaty and both being in agreement to sign the treaty. along with other countries, 50 different countries, of course.
Have we spoken of Fury, CB? Have you seen them?
Not VC verified yet.
No.
It says it's server muted.
If a mod's on, you can they can sometimes they'll unmute.
CB's in. Oh goodness, muted.
Or we can tell them, hey, you guys, if you're anyone here who wants to talk, just jump into the voice check-in. You can get checked in, VC verified.
Wait a minute, did he just say that Russia faked the moon landing?
Yeah,
they faked their own version of moon landings.
I don't think they claim to have landed on the moon, do they?
No, they never
claimed. They have made the claims, especially the Soviets. They did make their own. You should actually look up their own Russian moon landing. You're gonna laugh your ass off.
Yeah, apparently there was a miss. Like I looked at like a conspiracy theory podcast where they talked about where people were picking up broadcasts that they almost got there, but they missed. Because when they were talking about the moon mission, like how dangerous the endeavor was because like think about like you're firing a gun from Earth, and Earth is moving, your target's moving, and if the shuttle or if the spaceship misses the moon, it will continue on indefinitely. Nothing will stop it. Like they needed lunar gravity to slow down, to slingshot back to Earth. So I guess there's a conspiracy theory out there that there was a Russian moon mission, but they missed, and it's out there somewhere. Just
they didn't just do that. They sent like a little. They filmed themselves as Russian propaganda, where they apparently sent this little lander buggy thing. If someone can pull that video up, if I'm not mistaken, there's a guy called Aussie Truther who made a TikTok video on it. You should actually go check it out. It's about the Russian moon landing buggy thing. It looks just as bad, if not worse, than the moon landing that the Americans did.
So are you saying they broadcast that on Russian TV and claimed to land on the moon?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
I'm not messing with you on that. You should actually look up the Russian or the Soviet moon lander. It's like this little weird. It literally looks like a rice cooker on wheels.
Who did y'all say needs unmuted? I'm driving, but I can try to do
it. It was
There's a few people in here without any sort of role, but I think for the most part it's just good to get into VC check-in.
Fury.
I'm on my phone. It won't let me unmute on my phone here, or I don't know how to do it. So sorry, y'all.
Fury should have control of his mic right now.
Oh, there we go. Dre's got it.
I fucking love science.
You there, Fury?
I'm here. Why would they lie?
Wait, hold on. There's a song called. I could have sworn there's a song called I fucking love science. If I'm not mistaken. Let me see if I can. Let me see.
We thought that eventually it's gonna go.
You there, Fury? You've got control of your mic. You can unmute it if you want. Jump in and tell us what the shape of the Earth is.
Oh, okay. I found the song. Oh my god.
Just make sure it's not copyright, man.
No, it's not copyright, but yeah, there you go. That's the song.
There's also someone else in here. Have you guys spoken to Wes the Builder? He's VC verified.
Oh,
you there,
man,
Wes?
I can't believe it. Oh, I found the song.
Where's the Builder? Are you there? Nope.
Wes the Builder will be back in 10 minutes. How about True? Are you there, True? Can you try to unmute your mic? Oh no, yeah, here you are. What's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where the club goes to die.
Hello, everybody, and have a good day.
So what are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
Man, I definitely love God and His creation. Oh yeah, I don't support NASA anymore. I'm done with the ball.
Very based, sir.
Yeah, man, I'm done, man. I woke up to this for 10 years ago, and there's no going back. No way.
So 2013?
Yeah, something about that. But I started my journey, question this world after 9/11, and so it's been a long journey.
Oh boy, the TikTokers are gonna love this one.
Tell us your best proof of flat Earth.
One more time.
What's your best evidence that brought you to flat Earth?
A specific.
Well, not necessarily what brought you there, but now, what's your best convincing argument now?
I can't convince people if they don't want to be convinced, but I use my senses, and my senses tell me that no, we don't live on a spinning ball, and it's hard to explain. It's just it doesn't add up,
In what way doesn't it add up?
For instance, if you take a plane and you are in a plane for 5 hours, and you look out the window, you keep looking out that window, you never see the mountains coming towards you like they are curved in the distance. You never see the oceans or the rivers bending under you. You can see the world under you, under the airplane, stationary. It's not moving. and you can see for miles and miles and miles. And if the world was spinning, how is that airplane you're sitting in supposed to land on a moving surface?
I'd love to know the answer to that. My answer is it's not.
Yeah, it's not. It's not possible. Also, they tell us we live on a ball spinning 1,600 kilometers. Have you ever tried to put your head outside the car window when it's moving? Just to put that in perspective, So why don't we feel anything of that?
They'll just say that the air is spinning with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you live in this imaginary, inside this imaginary bubble, yeah. And you can't see or feel or sense anything of the emotions. Yeah, man.
Yeah, the first point Globers generally say, oh, the Earth is so big. This is why we like having numbers and being able to quantify and show that either it's too big or it's too small, etc. So, that's semi-okay. The landing on the moving airstrips, the Globers kind of think that the air is being moved with the Earth, like was mentioned earlier, and as a proxy, the plane as well.
Absolutely,
Problem is, that's just not how gas works. Gas moves unhindered. It's not bound to the Earth or its rotation. It's moving randomly and freely in all directions and bouncing off each other and everything it hits.
Yes.
Kind of counteractive to the Coriolis effect too, isn't it?
What about?
Well, we would have serious Coriolis effect if the Earth was rotating. Instead, we don't have any actual Earth-based Coriolis effect. We see the Coriolis effect within rotated reference frames, but the Globers say, "Oh no, it's all moving together." It's just when something is moving from a location of higher rotation or lower rotation into a different space of rotation, kind of like what they claim with the pendulum. The pendulum is swinging into different areas of supposed rotation, and that's why they say it's moving. It's just speculation and imagination, and not actually evidence of anything.
And you know what? They also told us there's millions of miles to nearest stars and suns. Okay, we all believed in that till a certain point in our lives, because we didn't know better. But I realized that they used those huge numbers, these massive numbers, to make humanity feel small, and we couldn't comprehend it. It's too big for us, And they told us, look up the sky for life. When I believe the reason why they told us to look up is because there are worlds beyond the ice wall. They want us to look up instead of look outside.
Yeah, we generally don't claim an ice wall here, just because it's not something that we can verify for ourselves. We know that there is cold places, but there might be openings we don't know about. We haven't mapped the south.
Well said, Drace.
Veldig kaldt her, altså. Oh my God, it's so cold there.
So true, you just joined today, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm done with TikTok. They kick me all the time. Ban me and stuff.
I've been banned at least 10 times off TikTok.
Yeah, me too.
Why aren't you guys dressing
I love shit posting flat Earth on there just to piss off a lot of globe earthers. It's gravity. Is always what they say. The amount of comments that say gravity, it's like a robotic program that is just repeating it constantly on a different account.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also thinking, as I was writing in the chat, if this gravity force is so powerful and it can hold oceans, how can it not hold water droplets hanging from the leaves in the morning?
Right.
How can insects and smoke just leave Earth with no problems if the gravity was so strong? But these Globers, they answer because of gravity.
Right.
Because their reasoning is it's just selective gravity. You just don't understand gravity, man.
So where you guys from? I'm from Norway.
Ohio.
Kentucky, USA. Here.
Minnesota.
The land of ice and fire. Iceland.
Iceland, yeah.
Australia.
Yeah. Nice, Australia. Wow.
Didn't Led Zeppelin write a song about that? The land of the ice and the snow.
Hey, I heard somebody say, "Where you from?" right now.
Hey, tell them
where you from, homie.
Hey, this is Flat Earth Day Saints coming flat out of Compton, homie.
Hey, tell them what you represent, homie.
Represent the Black Swan 805, dog.
Yeah, California West Coast 619, yo.
So what you guys think about Biden?
Represent Biden? What? Isn't
what you think about Biden?
Isn't it a sock puppet? I thought he was a puppet.
I think all I know is if it don't make Donald's, it don't make Pence. You know what I mean?
Oh, you know the thing.
Who is the Biden?
The fuck is
that guy?
You know the
last chick. Hey, the last chick that tried to buy me dinner or tried to buy Dan for me used the EBT card at Subway. That's all I know.
Did she have good, nice Tweety Bird pants?
Yeah. Next time I'm gonna buy Dan for her though. You know what I mean?
Buy Dan.
Take her somewhere nice like McDonald's.
McDonald's.
For me, I would need proof of life on Biden, and I don't believe he's alive. That's just me, though.
Ooh.
Hey, does anybody know of any instances, because this is a conundrum I came up with, any instances where something's name is directly correlated with whether it comes from the sky down towards the earth or the earth towards the sky, and it's in a permanent fixed position, right? So there's only one thing that I could think of on Earth that's like that, unless you guys know other ones, that's stalactites and stalagmites, right? So if you cut a stalagmite and you brought it to the United States from Australia, would its name be the same, or would its name change according to its orientation and how it rests?
Are you suggesting that a stalagmite would become a stalactite?
Yes, simply by name. If the Earth were a globe, you know.
That's funny.
Because
I can't think of anything else where there's duo items. They're like the complete opposite, and their names are based on their orientation of where they rest.
Because it would be down under, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so stalactite would be a stalagmite up here, but let's say you did a surgical slice, right? As far up as you could go from, or far down as you go from both of them, right? So if you're going to do if you're going to do like, you know, reproductive surgery or recreative surgery for a stalagmite or stalactite, you would have to completely do the name change before you lasered it back on. You know what I mean? Some weird stuff. Just keeping it technical, you know.
So
scientific.
Oh man, I missed an opportunity. Now that I saw Miguel's post with Biden saying Minnesota, when you were asking where we're all from, I should have definitely grabbed the clip of that politician going, "We're gonna go to Vermont. We're gonna go to Virginia. We're gonna take over the White House." No!
Oh, Howard Dean. No.
No!
Yeah, they did a episode of American Dad where he kept saying that. No.
You guys ever seen that cartoon called The American President? No, our cartoon president. It's called Our Cartoon President. It was only on for like 2 seasons on HBO. You guys never seen it?
So where's the builders back?
And I'm going to take Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
Yeah! You there, Wes, the builder?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Hey, how you going?
What's going on?
Interesting map in the background.
Yeah, it was a gift from my wife on Father's Day.
Oh, really? How cool!
Nice. Yeah.
Nice.
Are you actually a builder?
I am. Yeah.
Me too, mate.
Oh, cool, man. I came out of VC early this morning before I got to work. First time, so figured I'd pop in again.
Well, welcome back.
Welcome. You know how bubble levels work then, obviously, don't you?
Hell yeah.
Oh, what's up, Miggy?
What up, baby boy?
What's going on, big dog? Are you on break or are you with us for a while?
I'm munching out on my lunch break. Well, actually, my first break. Not my lunch break.
Copy that. Now we're joined by Wes the Builder. I can't keep helping. I can't help but think of the song Bob the Builder. Can we fix it? Yes, we can.
Right. Kind of what I was going for.
Where's the builder?
He's right
Yeah.
here.
I've been doing it for long enough. I use a level almost every day.
I was going to say back to Timbo on the Star Trails. I'm just kidding, Timbo.
Oh, no. Let's not do that again. Well, what I was trying to point out is that they don't just go from east to west. And we can't understand what's going on up there because they do make circles and we don't understand it. Did you understand what I was saying though, Miggy? Like, did you get my point? Or?
No, I got your point.
Yeah.
But a lot of times when people talk about this topic, they use the idea of cardinal directions, and when you're looking at the sky, I don't think that's applicable. Not to
with
say
the
that
east and west.
Not to say that we see the sun rising from the east and setting in the west. That's not what I mean.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is the star rotations.
Yeah,
They're not.
I was using the east and the west as just so he could picture it going around the top and then coming back around the bottom.
Yeah, but that's what was using. I would say this, man. Most of the conceptions that flat earthers have are already dug in, and they're not going to change.
Yeah.
So
you got to remain open to it, don't you? You know, like if something new comes your way, then you got to be able to take it in and think about it. You know.
You should be able to, but
yeah,
it's kind of hard, man. Once people have been solidified in flat Earth for 5 years, and they're like, yeah, I'm still gonna stick to the snow globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? The stars and our position, and the stars rotating above us? Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a conversation we had yesterday, an internal kind of argument. So. We don't normally like to go to the sky. So.
North City is to the west.
Plus, I think Matt was a few sheets to the wind, so.
Yeah, I think he had a few drinks. That's why I kind of.
Yeah, you can just tell.
Oh my God, a few.
Yeah, because normally he's he's a nice, funny guy as well. So.
Yeah, for sure.
That boy was on one.
Well, he kept on interrupting me. That's why I got a little bit angry.
Yeah, but you're talking about stars going east to west.
All right. So South City is to the north, North City is to the west, and East City is also to the north.
No, you got to play Timbo's. You got to play Timbo's sound clip from the Abridged series. And this Piker shows up. It's good night, Irene.
Bleeding hell! We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
Timbo yesterday.
It's good.
This piker. So, what does a piker mean again? It's somebody that's
it's like a quitter.
A quitter. That's right.
Yeah, someone who never completes anything. Like always just gives up.
Oh, you piker. That's funny.
We use it like
Space Australia.
like if in sport when they gave up on a tackle, like they missed a tackle, he piked it or something, he piked it.
Oh,
you believe the sun is
piked it. I love that.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of slang. That's hilarious.
We've got a lot over here.
He piked
I'm
it.
sure everyone does.
I love trying to incorporate it. People will ask me, like, dude, what are you talking about? I was like, oh, it's just some slang I heard off Discord.
No.
No, but I had a friend who was Canadian. He would give me some slang words, and I would, like, introduce them down here, and people would be like, dude, I don't know what that means.
You got to take out Flying High for a couple of schooners there, Timbo. He sounds like a great bloke.
Yeah, I think he's pretty far away from me. I think he's up maybe northern New South Wales he's around the Snowy Mountains. I think he is, which is around Canberra. So it's about 6-7 hours away from me. I think P-Wad's a bit closer.
I like the energy. Oh, man, he sounds like he's pretty
good.
We're gonna fuck.
And he's so he's in the process. I think he purchased some land, and he's in the process of becoming self-sustainable as well. So he said he's got plenty of water up there, and
he's doing all right then.
Yeah, he's got some animals and stuff, and he's going to start growing some things.
But that's the wrong country, though, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, that's Africa. You got to do Land Down Under.
Land Down Under would be the one.
I gotta have both at the helm.
It's by Men at Work.
I got it.
Hey, people. Low and Man Chunder. Whatever Chunder is.
Hey, people.
That's the way.
That's the one.
Hello, yo, people. Do you guys have children?
Yeah, but I think that Timbo, like everybody in Australia, they're freaking durable people, man. You guys are tough as nails down there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we can be. We can also be pretty soft.
They must be. They're fucking living upside down.
Yeah. I think everyone's quite agreeable here. It seems pretty relaxed, but
you don't want to cross
people. You
know what I mean?
If it came down to it, everyone would get stuck into it. So you got to be tough. You got to be tough to live here.
Mm-hmm. You guys have like the deadliest. You guys have like the deadliest everything. Spider, tree, like freaking everything can kill you like in 4 minutes. What the hell?
I think out of the top 10 deadliest snakes in the world, I think we got 7.
Wow.
Just saying, man. You guys are more tough. That's not a knife. That's a knife. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell? Bro? We're over here thinking we're awesome with our knives. You're like, that's not a knife. That's a knife. Freaking hell.
When I talk about Australia, I've always been curious. Do kangaroos kill people?
Do we what?
Do kangaroos kill people?
They can, but it would be very rare. It would be more likely that they jump out on the road and take the car out and kill people that way.
On a hippie trail, head full of zombie.
Anyways,
I'll be listening in, guys. I got to get back into work.
Okay,
yeah, same here, man. See you guys in a minute.
Take cover. I met a strange lady. She made me nervous. She took me in and gave me breakfast.
Project Bluebeam psyop.
You come from land down under.
I got another quick Australia question. What are the ingredients of Vegemite?
With a slack jaw and not much to say. The man is trying to tell
Timbo. Or is he lean?
I come from the land of plenty. Ho!
Does anybody know the ingredients of Vegemite? I've always wondered about that.
GMOs? No, I don't know.
Cooking a big oat steak. What is this? A roast? Hold on. Cross-cut roast. Yes, boneless roast.
Yum.
Looks like a giant steak. And while I'm waiting, I'm going to have some liver and onions.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
I love the music behind that. It's really funny to me. It's good food. Space. Shout out to Team 4-Star. Yeah, exactly, Wes.
You'll never see it.
Bass porn music, exactly. 100%. Good stuff.
Brought to you by Spice Forex. Spice Forex, because Spice VB is piss.
Sponsors now.
Dog will just unban me, lol.
That's pretty sick, yo. So what's going on, folks?
I don't think you're applying yourself, Smokey.
I don't think y'all applying yourself. A bunch of people we haven't heard from.
I'm very curious. Where exactly are you from? They're from Earth. Oh, good. I'll stop by there on the way home. Pick up some space eggs, some space milk, and blow it the fuck up! Oh, I'm sorry. I'm usually far more composed. I'm just a little bit absolutely livid.
Got bad because...
Somebody in the chat was like, well, everyone in the VC is muted. It's like, well, what do you want? That's like complete
people
audio
listen.
chaos.
I know. People spend a lot of time listening and not talking. Duh.
Like,
yes.
Sometimes I'm doing stuff when I'm muted. I don't want to have all my background music through. chopping onions and crying in the background. I don't want y'all to hear me. Although I do have audio of me crying.
Right when you said cutting onions, I was cutting onions, but
no,
I'm not crying. Yeah, true story. Right now.
Coincidence? I think not.
The effect of gravity.
Jimsy has left the call. I was going to say, Jimsy, somebody stole your profile picture, bro. There's another person in here with the same one. Get him.
Yeah, that's it. Heckle. Yeah, man. I don't want to force. I don't want to force my daughter to believe in God, you know. But as a father, I have the right to tell her what I believe in, you know. And she's going to start in school this next autumn. So I'm thinking about when to introduce flat Earth and stuff. But yeah.
You're going to send her to school?
It's easy said, man.
No, I'm just
if I was in charge of everything, I would teach her by myself, you know.
I know.
Right.
So
yeah, maybe tell
that's
her
why
before school then.
that's why the reason why I asked how if you guys have any children and you teach them about your beliefs in regard to what other people think, you know. I don't care about myself, but my daughter, she's little. I don't want her to be bullied, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean, right? You don't want your little kid to be like the odd man out, but you also don't want them to be the normie either, so.
Yeah, her mother, she's already introduced her to Halloween, you know, for the last years, you know, Halloween. Yeah.
What is it?
You know what it is. I don't celebrate Halloween.
Yeah, it's got to be tough to have a little kid in this day and age. There's so much garbage out there.
You know, as a parent in this world today, you can be you can be like hated, and people, neighbors and friends, like be against you if you don't follow the mainstream narrative and teach your children mainstream stuff, you know.
Right. Yeah. And then other people want to get involved. I don't even have kids, and I'm seeing examples of like other people wanting to get involved in being a parent to your child. Schools and all that. Neighbors and so on. Scary.
Yeah.
Teach them both. I mean, that's what Wes is saying in the chat. I encourage my children to learn the mainstream story, and I give them tools to compare to what we observe. I think that's a good idea. You know, we don't just sit here and not talk about the globe claims. That's one of the things we mostly talk about. We need our new people to be well aware of what those claims are so they can test them.
If I get you right, the globe claims. When you say that, do you mean all the lies of this globe?
Well, think of it this way, friend. If I told you I was 6'5", that's my claim. And so then that would be the claim you test. And so if we met up one day in person You whip out your tape measure and you see that I'm actually 6 foot. Well, it's not, I mean, sure, it was a lie, but at least you have a claim that you can go and verify or falsify. So it's it's a lie, but that's what they're claiming to be true. So you need to be able to go and test their claim.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I'm for myself. I'm at like this. My senses tells me where I live, and I came to a realization about that some years ago that they've been lied so much to us. They've been brainwashing us so much, so hard that if you can't see truth, you will believe every lie this globe presents to you. Everything. And all this shit we have in this world is because of the globe.
A lot of the propaganda, the media, yeah.
Yeah. Because they don't want us to realize our own potential. They don't want us to realize that the way humans have been living for centuries is totally wrong. And people, I meet some people sometimes, and they're like, "Oh, Julian, you have a house, yeah? You have children, you have money and food, yeah? So shut the fuck up," they tell me, and I'm like, that's the reason. That's the reason why I want to spread information. I'm not forcing people. That's the reason, because I am so privileged to live in a good country. So I have to take my responsibilities and try to give info to other people.
Yep. Yep, you need some information first, I would say, just so you don't want to go door to door, so to speak, and ask people just to believe in you. So that's why it's good. Here you can gather up whatever evidence you need to be able to go and teach it to other people. I think that's one of the flaws in the globe Earth is that it's faith-based. It's based on beliefs. So if you were to go door to door and try to talk to people about your worldview, you'd have to ask them to believe you. There's no evidence you can give them. You know, I joke about people thinking that their house is moving. Imagine you go knock on your neighbor's door and try to tell them, "Hey, your house is moving." Most people are going to slam the door in your face, first of all, but you might, if you wanted to do that, you would need the evidence to give them. But the problem is that evidence doesn't exist.
I'm both agree on the last you said, and I disagree, because and that's what the Globers say. They say you don't want to look at the evidence, and that's what we say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it's like we are so been divided, and let them believe the globe. I don't judge them. I know why. I believe that for so many years. But now I don't believe that, and that I like me and you, we can present truth and proof to people, but if people are not able to be open-minded, when I mean open-minded, I don't mean you have to believe this and you have to believe what I'm telling you, but you have to be able to look into this without just pushing it away and say no. I don't believe it because I don't want to believe it.
Yeah, I got
we got the truth, you know. We got the proofs, but if people don't want to use their senses, that's the number one truth you have and proof you have. It's your own body, your own senses, your own eyes. And when you are out in nature and you walk, and let's say you're out in the nature and you walk and you climb a mountain. In the beginning, you can see the ocean and you can see boats, and you can see the boats disappear in the behind the curve, and then you keep going up this mountain, and then you see the same boat comes back into the view. And a little bit later, the same boat disappears again behind the curve, and you go up the mountain even more. You know where I'm going. That's the evidence you have.
Yeah.
Well, no,
no one ever did that.
What you're actually seeing is.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
How did this guy get the flat earther role?
Might have been a little premature.
Yeah,
because he went into the lobby. The first thing he says, the frickin', what do I tell my kids about flat Earth? They're being bullied in school. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, like that's only been tried here like 32 times at least. That's probably just this week.
Yeah, to actually correct him, it's actually you're opening up your angle to the ground, and that's why you're seeing more. It's not nothing. No curves are in this.
So true. Why don't you give us your 3 best proofs for flat Earth, so we can just get this over with?
I already gave you a lot of proofs.
Yeah, just give me one.
You look up in the sky, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you moving under the sky, under the stars, or are the stars moving above you?
Well, explain to me how that proves the Earth is flat.
It just explains that the globe NASA spinning universe ball is lying to you.
This isn't even good.
Okay, what's
because the school system tells you are spinning. Yes,
I know.
When you look up, and you take your own cameras and you film that shit for days.
Okay, what was the second
you got
one?
the truth.
Moving right along. What was the second one?
I'm not sure what the sky has to do with the Earth, but anyway.
Second one, if gravity is so strong it can hold back oceans and buildings, how can it not hold back water droplets from leaves in the morning?
That's your proof of flat Earth?
Yeah, he's a LARPer. Yeah, okay. Have a nice day, dude.
Yeah, have a nice day. Don't need to be so
it almost works. Yeah.
That's a verging on incredulity.
Yeah, he ain't around anymore. I ejected him.
If gravity is strong enough to hold water, then why are water droplets on leaves? This is so incoherent.
Okay.
Yeah. The first thing he posted was.
Go ahead.
Was, do you speak with your children about flat Earth? Because I got a daughter and I'm wondering how I'm going to talk to her about my beliefs. The reason why I asked, kids getting bullied for everything, and I was wondering if you guys teach your kids flat Earth and are not afraid of what people say.
Hilarious.
So this is the first thing he enters the server spewing this. So sorry, color me skeptical. And then that incoherent nonsense about going up and seeing shit go over the curve. I don't even know what the hell that was.
No. What?
It's I don't know what to say. Like honestly, I don't even know what to say at this point, man. It's like they're like, you know, you've heard the phrase throwing everything at someone but the kitchen sink. They're at the kitchen sink. They're not even wasting. They've run out of stuff, and they're just throwing anything at this point.
They're taking apart the parts that are copper, so they can trade them, so they can take them to recycling. I mean, they're stripping the kitchen. The kitchen sink, the baby, and the bathwater, the bathtub itself.
Yeah, it's totally absurd at this point. Were you here a little while ago when the guy said he saw oil rigs halfway cut off, but they're only 7 kilometers away?
Half cut off?
He said he used 3 different cameras. Then I said, well, just use a bigger camera. He said, I did that. I said, so use 4 cameras. We got Clovers. Clovers are going to the shore with 4 cameras to film oil rigs now.
Right. They should bring Matthew with them.
Yeah, the worst part is, like, the oil rig was supposed to be so close that it wasn't supposed to be obscured by the horizon, but yet he needed 4 cameras to be able to see it.
I mean, why would you even test it yourself? I mean, what would be the purpose? We have all the confidence in the world in our authorities. They would never lie to us, right?
No, it's like what bothers me is like they just come in here, right? Present your evidence for curvature, right? The data, whatever, and like shut the server down. No, they can't do that. It seems to be too difficult after all this time for some reason. Because it's got to be a ball, even though 5 years of failure, you think they'd have something at this point. The fact that the three questions that Miggy came up with even exist and have ever been that are consistently answered the exact same way by every single person. Why is that not a big red flag to these people?
In their mind, everything's just already working. Everything works. It's nothing, there's no issues. The experts would have spoken out by now. It's just so.
Yeah, someone would have protested, right? There'd be protests of scientists with pickets right in front of the White House. Tell the truth about the globe.
Right.
I don't need that grant money from the federal government. I quit.
Right. Yeah. I stand for truth. Huh. It's like. That's what they do.
As soon as they lose that grant, grant money and or any of the financial support, that jobs, they're just gonna end on the streets, and then they're not very believable, are they?
Yeah, then they just lose their little status. They don't get to say I'm a scientist anymore.
As if that meant anything to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. It does in the well, I mean, the way science is used as a propaganda tool, like the verbiage and stuff. Well, I mean, we just witnessed it. 2 people for 2 years, half the world locked themselves inside their houses because someone said science. Right. Someone said the magic word, abracadabra, but it wasn't abracadabra. It was the science says. And like, okay, lock myself in my house.
Yeah, and then he said, "I am the science." And so now we know he's science personified, come to life.
It's like saying Shazam, right? I am the science, and he turns into a science superhero.
We're all well aware of the boy that cried wolf story. And so, like, when they overuse these words, they don't mean anything after a while. Oh, you're a misogynist. And they just say that to everybody, then who's the misogynist then? If everyone's a misogynist. If everyone's a racist, then who's the racist? What's a racist? So if everything's science, then what is science? Type of thing. So they just overuse these words.
So that's another thing they like people don't teach their children anymore, or the fables, like the little boy who cried wolf. Another one I think about all the time is Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Mm-hmm.
Where everybody thinks it's the end of the goddamn world for no reason.
Or the alarmist group. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like these fables, these little stories that at least I learned them. They were like the first books that were read to me when I was a child. They're, they have a point to them, right? They kind of teach you how to critically think in a way, at a very basic level. And the people that are around nowadays, they just don't like. I don't know. It's like they've never incorporated those principles into their psyche.
Yeah, they haven't seen that kind of material, and a lot of it doesn't have concise. What's it called? But when a story has a moral. Yeah, the moral of the story. That used to be a big part of the stories. Like you would have a moral of the story that the story was telling, but in today's media, the moral of the story is generally so horrible that that's not mentioned.
Yep. There was actually a cartoon that was along with Rocky and Bullwinkle, Aesop's Fables, and they would have a bunch of those stories.
Yeah, I remember that. But that was actually a book, though. Like, I remember it being read to me.
Yeah, me too, I think.
So, all these, like, I think that was kind of, how I think about it, when I was a kid, I think, like, going from having, like, storybooks read to me to, like, media.
Yeah.
Because I used to always try to figure out what's the moral of the story, and, like, there was no moral of the story. What's the moral of the story for Terminator? The guy gets the girl, right? He dies to save, the future, or what's the moral of that story?
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to pinpoint one, right?
Just some epic line. What's one of the epic lines from Terminator?
You've been terminated, bitch, and then he hits the button.
That's pretty much it.
I don't know. Maybe the moral is you don't need a parent, you just need a robot guy.
Or your son picked his own dad, sent him back from the past to bang his mom so he could be born.
It's like they're saying, don't ever let AI take over, like they're telling on themselves.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could get that technology gets out of control, or like, but it's not that basic. You know what I mean? That's not fundamental. Like Aesop's Fables, there's nothing really a fundamental moral there.
And like Grimm's fairy tales, like I think I remember them reading those as well. And
Yeah,
some of those
Hansel
are
and
quite
Gretel.
dark.
Don't be like Hansel and Gretel's like, don't be a glutton, right?
Goldilocks and Three Bears, don't go wandering to other people's house eating their porridge.
Yeah.
Maybe the moral of Terminator is Austrian bodybuilders are horrible actors.
Yeah. How about PEDs will let you go far in Hollywood?
So, we don't need to go too far into it, but I'm guessing you wouldn't really get on like TRT or anything, India?
Me? I mean, I'm not saying I'm against it, but I don't need it at this point.
Fair enough.
I mean, because there's natural alternatives that can like boost your T like by 300 times.
Right.
Which I actually do. I actually do take. I take what the hell they got? What the hell they call it? Ashwagandha, whatever the fucking name is.
Ashwagandha.
Ashwagandha, and the other one.
Horny
Fedoja.
I'm just kidding.
Ashwagandha and Fedoja, Agrestis, or whatever it is.
Yeah, all that stuff's good, man. I've had a lot of stuff.
They do work. It does work too, man. Like, it does work.
That's
but I like cycled it, so I'm like off the cycle now. Because I don't know what the long-term health effects are, so I try not to like go crazy with that shit.
Right. Are you familiar with the channel More Plates, More Dates?
Oh yeah. I
was gonna say because it seems like you might be familiar with that already.
Yeah, I mean he a lot of his information is pretty good.
I just got into it within the last like 6 months or less. Just kind of found his channel, but yeah, I mean everything you talk about, I'm like, oh well, this is More Plates, More Dates content.
Yeah, I mean
the lifting and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, but he's I'd say that he's kind of on the. If you took it in two camps of how you should train, he's on the volume training camp. I guess he tried to be a professional bodybuilder, and that's why he went on like crazy gear. But he didn't really have like for whatever reason, it didn't work out for him. I think he fucked himself up off of PEDs, and like that's why he kind of does what he does.
The educational stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, like I never was presented with the idea of that kind of thing, like, you know, even boosting tests or testing your test levels and stuff like that. So I mean, I've always been on the smaller side. I think Sonny probably knows how, if we've been this similar weight since like high school. I mean, I can totally understand that.
I mean, I was probably like between 145 and 150 up until I was about 40, maybe like 42.
That's what I weigh now. That's why I was like, man, if I, because I love fighting, so it's like if I took fighting more seriously, I would destroy people. I feel like, because I'm tall, I'm super tall, and I don't weigh very much, so I'd be fighting against very small dudes. But I'm a similar weight to what you just said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, depends on the kind of fighting. If you're boxing, yeah, probably. But then there's the problem of like, if you're wrestling, they have a lower center of gravity. So it helps you in some respects. Like if you sprawl, they can't take you down, but like you also can't take them down because their center of gravity is so low.
Right.
Basically have to go way into the floor.
The most I've ever weighed is 185.
Wow.
After I left the Navy, and I'm at least 20 pounds lighter than that, 25 maybe right now.
Did India just said the center of gravity? You're banned.
Center of mass. Can't use that either, right? Because we can't define it.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have to demote you, bro.
That's a good point, though. I mean, I'm anti-wrestler style, though. I'll just knee you in the face. If you're gonna shoot for my legs, I'm just gonna knee you in the face. So don't be shooting on me. Don't be shooting double legs on me. You're gonna expect a kneecap to your chin. So, but yeah.
I'm probably heavier now because I started training legs, and I never used to train legs. So I've been pretty consistently training legs. Like I haven't missed a leg day in fucking 9 months.
There you go.
I basically decided, no, I'm never gonna skip leg day.
I mean, dude, when I was lifting legs, everything got better. My curls were getting stronger. My bench got better. So it's just weird. Like your legs, they say that there's a lot of hormones that release when you do leg exercises. That
Yeah. Well, the reason I never trained my legs because I played basketball, so I didn't like. Sorry, it doesn't matter how strong you are. If you freaking weigh a lot, it's hard to jump high, right? You don't see anybody in the NBA that's 6 feet tall that's buff, right?
Right.
Because you can't jump because you just weigh too much, dude.
Yeah, and you need to be running up and down the court. Same with soccer players or that kind of thing.
And all that impact breaks down your muscle anyway. So, like, I just never. There's really no benefit to like training legs if you're running all the time,
right?
Because it's a different type of muscle fiber, a different type of activity. Like everything's different. Like I'm sure it would help a little bit, like a little bit of training, but I just never did it.
Yeah, I was told by a personal trainer, it's for men. The legs is the biggest. Like exercising, strengthening your legs, like doing leg weights, was a huge testosterone booster.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how true it is, but
no, it does. Squats and deadlifts will slightly raise your testosterone.
Yeah, and the recovery is the best for leg. It's best for weight loss as well because your leg muscles use the most amount of energy in your body.
Yeah, 100%.
Apparently.
And the best exercise I found for boosting testosterone is actually sprinting, doing 400 meter sprints. And this was tested where they actually tested free testosterone in the blood. So they actually took samples while they were running, which is kind of freaky, dude. So they were doing they compared 5 200-meter sprints to 5 400-meter sprints, and the 400-meter sprints gives you the highest boost of testosterone.
Well, you just got to look at the body types you get in sprinting and compared to marathon running, yeah.
Yeah, you
can tell there.
I don't know if anybody remembers Ben Johnson, the Canadian that had the medal strip for PEDs. Dude, that dude was jacked.
88, was it?
Yeah, I think it was 88. Yeah, I think it was 88. Yeah, he was jacked though, man. He was totally jacked. But it boosts testosterone. Plus, it burns the most amount of calories out of any exercise. It burns something like 1,400 calories. 20 minutes of sprinting will burn 1,400 calories, and like an hour of basketball only burns like 500.
Wow.
Yeah. Like if you actually go look up sometime how much calories like different activities burn, you're going to be shocked how little exercise actually burns calories. The only one that's even close to like being where it even matters is sprinting. Because 1 pound of fat is 3,600 calories.
Wow.
Yeah, so just think about that for a second, man. Like how much exercise. If basketball burns 500 calories, you got to play a goddamn lot of basketball.
Right.
To lose a pound of fat. But I do think because basketball, because of the impacts, I think it mobilizes fat. Because when you're landing all the time, it jars your body. And I think it actually like detaches fat cells. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think it mobilizes fat better than like maybe other exercises.
How tall are you, India?
6 foot.
Yeah, same. Did you play point guard or something?
Yeah. I mean, I can play underneath. I can. Obviously, I can't play people play underneath against people that are like anybody.
5.
Okay, so when I was, I'm almost 50 years old, but when I was like 24, 25, 26, I could cover anybody that's 6'5" and
Nice.
down. Because I can dunk. Well, I could dunk. I haven't tried to dunk. I know I can't. Not anymore.
I can't dunk. I mean, I can touch rim, but the ball.
This way, I could two-handed. I could from a standing under the rim. I could jump up and two-handed dunk.
That's what's up.
So it's like it, but like I said, I was like about 145. Like if you get much heavier than that, like rest in peace, you're vertical, man. You can't get up there no more. I mean, you might be able to, like, if you, like, you know, did your legs, might be able to get up to 165 and still jump to the same height, right? But once you start going over that, you got problems. You just get, you're just too heavy.
Makes sense. Yeah, because I can grab rim easy, but, like, with the ball's an extra, like, foot almost? You got to jump an extra foot higher.
I got big hands, though. I can palm a basketball.
Nice.
Like, and I don't mean just like palm it. I can like palm it and like move it around.
Yeah, I gotta have a good grip. I have decent sized hands, but I gotta have a good grip on a regular sized ball to be able to manipulate it like crazy. Is that your best sport, basketball?
Yeah, probably.
Nice. I definitely played my fair share of.
I played football and shit, but like I would just. That size is too much of a component of that. I was a good football player until like I became smaller than everybody else.
I know that was my issue too. Like they wanted you to be this huge, you know, like cow, and like I just didn't have the capability at the time.
I could definitely jump really high, but and I'm really long and lanky. I have really long arms and really long legs and a long torso. But I could never seem to get like the accuracy of shooting the ball. Like that's where my weak point was. Like something about my arms, or I don't know, my left-handedness, or I don't know what it was. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're left-handed too?
Yeah.
Nice.
The thing about shooting is you just have to take hundreds of shots, repetitions.
Yeah, you got to
shot after shot after shot after shot, dude.
It's really important because you just one little flick of your fingers after leaving your hand, you know, that's going to throw the whole thing off.
And the other thing, Sonny, that people don't realize, you shoot with your legs. You don't shoot the fine tuning of the shot is with your hand, but the shot itself is with your legs.
Yeah.
That is what actually propels the ball.
It's like
and if you ever notice in like college basketball or professional basketball, when they get tired, what happens? The ball starts hitting the front of the rim. It's because their legs are tired. They can't push that because they're shooting with their legs all the time. When their legs get tired, they're going just a tiny bit, not as high, with a tiny bit less acceleration, and the ball goes a tiny bit not far enough.
What's interesting about basketball is you get in moments where you get hot. I'm sure you've been in that moment where you just are.
I scored 24 points in 5 minutes once.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Dude, dude, I don't know what the hell was wrong with me. Oh man. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And it was on a sub. I didn't even start that game. I just subbed in, and something took over me, and I was just like, it was crazy.
Hot streak.
Probably got a hold of some super sativa strain or something.
And one time I played a dude. He played in the NBA for 1 year, but then he played in the early '80s, and he blew out his knee. I think he played for San Antonio.
Wow.
So we were playing a pickup game, and he was on the other team. Someone told me he was in the NBA, and he was he probably hit 21 shots in a row, but I hit 22. Let's put it that way.
Okay, nice.
So neither one of it was just me versus him. It was a team sport, but it was really just me versus him. We're just, those are the good old days. That's when I was young though. Did all that shit. And then I probably went and got trashed that night. Yeah, I played against people that are, I played against the Syracuse basketball team back when Syracuse was good. Back in the 80s when they were actually good. I don't think they're very good now. So some of the best, the Big East in basketball, it's the best players used to come out of the Big East. And back then, Syracuse was in the Big East, and we used to go up to Syracuse to play pickup games with their team. Me and a couple friends of mine. We used to actually travel around and look for games. So.
And dude, basketball has that respect too. If you pull up and ball on somebody, you get respect for that too. That's what's up.
Yeah. You just got to watch out for that one idiot that might be around. That's fucking, carrying a handgun or something.
Yeah, taking it too serious.
Yeah, because their girlfriend's sitting over on the bench and they're getting, they're getting
out.
Yeah.
You don't sound like a hood dude either, so they don't, that doesn't feel good either.
As long as you're respectful, most of the times you won't have a problem. But sometimes it really depends on their girlfriend, because a lot of times dudes would be playing, at least back then, I don't know about now, but back then, the girls would be hanging out there, sitting on the bench, doing their thing, right? And their boyfriends would be playing. And if the girl starts eyeballing somebody on your team, and oh my God, then it starts elbows start flying.
That makes sense. If you're doing well on the court and she's eyeing you, oh boy.
Yeah, it's especially if they had a beef earlier in the day or the fucking day before or something. Because you got to remember, we were young, dude. We were in when I used to do this, I was in my early 20s. So, men are hotheads in their, at least when I was growing up. Shit would kick off for no reason. You didn't even know why you were fighting. You were just fighting. What the fuck happened? I don't know. I just see piss.
I was gonna say that back then, it doesn't matter if there was girls or not. The guys they just wanted to fight sometimes. Elbows. They will pick. I remember I was picked up and thrown to the floor just because my head hitting the floor, just playing basketball, because the guys they just want to be rough.
I remember a game we were losing. We're getting our ass kicked. We're losing 15-1. So I think we're only playing at 17 or maybe 20. So, but I steal the ball and it's just me, right? So I'm just me. This person just two-hand shoves me. Doesn't go for the ball, doesn't try to steal it, doesn't try to block the shot, just shoves me, dude. Right? While I'm running full throttle. Full throttle, dude. He's the only one. Like, it's like me and him. I'm fast breaking to the basket. It's just him trying to stop me. And instead of going for the ball or anything like that, playing anything even resembling basketball defense, he just shoves me, like, onto the ground. But I didn't, like, go right onto the ground. I went fucking flying because I'm running full speed. Dude. My brother saved that kid's life because I was going to kill him, man. I like picked him up like over my head and threw him on the ground and bounced him off the fucking ground, dude. Like I literally bounced him, dude. I was so mad. Like I'm still mad about it. That was fucking like 30 years ago. I'm still mad. Yeah, that was like, and I jumped on him and I had his head like between my knees, and I just like he was fucked. Right, I was about to start bashing his teeth through his fucking back of his neck, but unfortunately, my brother and my friend tackled me off of him and like dragged me off the court before I could like go to jail for murder. But it was just something fucked up uncalled for. Like especially when you're winning like that, right? Like who cares if I score? So what's it going to be 15-2? Did I bruise your ego? Like what the fuck? But if he was like trying to preserve the shutout, I could actually understand that. If it was like 15-0 and he was like trying to preserve the shutout by freaking fouling me, like I wouldn't even have been mad just because it was 15-1 and there was no point to it. I think the point was he just wanted to fight or thought I was a punk or something and like picked the wrong guy. He was tall and skinny anyway. He was like 6'4" or something, skinny as a fucking rail. Probably weighed the same as I did. But I literally just grabbed like the inside, like his shorts on the inside of his thigh and his shirt and just like twisted him and picked him up literally over my head, dude. No joke.
That sounds like a single leg right there.
Dude. I was strong as fuck when I was young. I mean, I still am, but I'm strong. I can exert a lot of force, but like I can't do it like I could then. Like the peak amount of force, like explosive force, I don't have the same amount of explosive force. But when I was like in my 20s, it was just fucking woo. I was a fucking
me
man.
too. I wish I was 20 again.
Yeah, because I used to do dips with like an 80-pound dumbbell hanging off me.
Damn.
Yeah, dude, I was just like so ridiculously like just strong. I mean, I could probably still get up to that. I mean, I could probably do like fucking 30 dips now. But you're actually stronger in your 40s than you are at any other time. You're just not as you're not as fast. It's the neural connection, right? It's the how fast you can move a part of your body that slows down. Like your brain says, okay, move. Your body just don't do it, dude. Like there's like a delay. It's like a like that 7-second delay on TV. It's like okay, move now. Like there's just like some weird delay that gets in there.
That's gotta feel weird.
It does in a way. I mean, I haven't played basketball in probably like a year, but it's like I know what I need to do, but like okay, I'm gonna do this, and it's just like your body doesn't do it at the speed you're accustomed to, so it gets all screwed up, right? Because a lot of things in sports are timing, right? So when the timing is messed up, that like everything gets messed up. So like it takes way more effort to do something that used to be easy than because you have to concentrate so much harder. Because that's part of like being like when you play sports, you don't want to have to think about what you're gonna do. You want to just react. And if your reaction time's a little bit slower, shit doesn't exactly work out. Because you're used to doing things in a certain way, right? So if the timing is off, then it doesn't happen that way. So you kind of got to like relearn how to do it in a way at a slower speed. That's the only way I can describe it.
How old are you now, India? You're in your 50s?
I'm 50 years old.
50. I always thought you were so much
I don't
younger.
look 50.
You don't sound it either.
I don't act it.
Means anything. Well, yeah.
I'll grow up someday. No, I mean, like, that's like runs in my family, just like looking young, like not aging like normal people.
You have a very spunk vibration.
Put it this way. When I was like, I used to get carded for alcohol up until I was like 35. So that's pretty messed up.
I'm sorry, you did what till 35?
I used to get carded for alcohol up until I was like 35.
Oh, wow. Damn, dude.
I remember when I was a little kid. Yeah, when I was like a little kid, like people, like teenagers would try to pick up my mother. And my mother was like in like 27. And like kids that were like 16, 17 years old, boys would try to pick up my mother, dude. Because she looked so young. When my mother was probably like 40, she looked like she was probably like 25. When she was like 25, she looked like she was like 17.
Wow, yeah. It's weird. It's just funny how you can... Like someone in the chat said you sound 28, and like I've always thought that you sounded young too. Not in a bad way. It's just like it's a very spunk. Like I said, it's kind of spunk. It's vibrant, and it's cool to hear that that's a trait that runs through the family.
Yeah, I'm not sitting here in a rocking chair smoking my pipe, my ascot.
I remember that. I don't know how you feel about it, but I remember my teenager friends telling me shit about my mom. It was annoying as fuck.
Yeah, I got
I have a
couple
sister,
fights over somebody doing that shit.
It doesn't. I mean, your sister, mom, you can't get away from it, man. You might as well just be only child or something.
I mean, when I was growing up, if you want 100% wanted to fist fight somebody, you would just say something about their mother. And that was it. It was on. You were fighting. There's no doubt about it. That was 100%. Like there was like two things. You could, if you call them gay, you might be fighting. Maybe there's a 95% chance you'll be fighting. If you said something about their mom, like called their mom a slut or a skank or a whore or something like that, you're fucking fist fighting, dude. Like 100%.
Yeah.
If you didn't defend your mother's honor, you had no honor.
I mean, I can't help but think about this press conference the UFC had where dude was like, "Don't you ever talk shit about my mom. Don't you ever talk shit about my mom." And it was like a big beefing moment. It was funny.
Yeah. That's like fighting. Like that's serious shit, dude. You don't get people's moms into it, man.
Yeah.
Even if it's true. Right? I mean, if dude's mom's a whore, you should have sympathy for him. You know what I mean? He had to grow up that way with his whore mom.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Like, why are you gonna like? And if she's not a whore and you say it, then you just want to fight. So let's fight.
I'm gonna drop a link to the Kevin Lee versus Chiesa thing. It was funny. Don't you ever talk shit about my mom. I mean, these days, dude, the insults are so watered down. Like, I mean, no, they're not going to fight over just about anything these days. There's a whole lot of trash talk. Like, people will say stuff to get under your skin on purpose. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, of course people say stuff to like taunt you. But at least, like I said, when I was growing up, it was no longer like a taunt. That was just like challenging somebody to a fight. I was throwing down the gauntlet. You say something about someone's mom, and it's another man. you freaking
Right.
you're
See, that's the
throwing down the
difference.
fucking gauntlet.
If that's the difference, right? Back then, I'm guessing that the guy that would throw out the insult, he was game. He's throwing it out because he's about to throw
Yeah,
some hands.
he might as well
These
just
days,
swing on you. Like he might
yeah,
as well
these
just
days the guys
swing.
that are throwing out the insult, they have zero intention of throwing any hand. They just want to, talk a bunch of trash and.
Yeah, it's like people that when the cops are around, they talk all that shit, right?
Exactly.
There's 50 cops and 9 cruisers sitting there, and you're like,
do something.
If these cops weren't here, I'd kick your ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude,
man.
I didn't want to tell this story, but some kid used to live on my street, but he went to a different school. So I'd see him, but I didn't see him in school. He was he lived on like the top of the hill, and I lived at near the bottom, not all the way at the bottom, like halfway down. And he was talking some shit. And he said something about my mother. I think he said your mother was a slut or whatever he said. But I couldn't run into him because he went to a different school. That school got out at a different time, so I couldn't wait for him to go to school and kick his ass in school. Or I could and I didn't go to his school, and he would my school got out 5 minutes before his, and he could always make it home before I could get him. So I fucking got out of school. I actually just walked out of school before the fucking bell rang and ran. And this shit is uphill. And I'm not talking a little bit uphill. It's like a mile and a half up a goddamn mountain. Ran my ass to his school and beat his ass in front of his whole school, man.
That was Boston uphill.
No, I wasn't Boston. This is Western Massachusetts.
You beat his ass.
I beat his ass in front of his whole fucking school, dude. In front of the teachers, in front of anybody. In mud, dude. Was grinding his face in mud. Dude, no.
Oh, man, that is too funny. See, that's why people shouldn't run their mouth. That's just so people are just so especially these days, just run their mouth.
I'll get away with it. There's no way this dude can catch me, right? Because he had a porch, but his mother would not he didn't hang out in the neighborhood. He would just sit on his porch and talk shit to people, man. So once he got out of school, the only time to get him is when he was in transit from his school to home.
Yeah.
So I caught his ass.
Bro, I guess the internet is a dream come true to that guy, because if he was talking shit from his porch, now from the internet and a keyboard, it should be like a dream come true.
That was like his fucking dream come true. He probably invented the goddamn internet just to do that. I don't want that to happen again. I never want to leave the house, mommy. Invent the internet.
You beating up that guy invented the internet, bro.
I mean, I was 12 years old. I mean, I beat his ass, but it's not like I knocked his teeth out or anything. You know what I mean? I didn't fucking kill him. I just gave him a whooping, man.
Some people need that, dude, right? Some people just, they've never been smacked in the mouth before, so they just run their mouth. It's like...
Hey, good thing you didn't kill him. We wouldn't have internet.
Yeah. It's so funny, man. The funny part is the kid thought he could fight because he watched WWF. No lie.
No
lie. He tried to do a WWF move on me, but the thing is, I grown up fighting all my life. My older brother's fucking. He was the biggest kid in the school the entire time I went through school, and he's been beating my ass for 10 years, dude. No one my size is gonna kick my ass. Because I was small, and he was my older brother was probably 6 feet in 7th grade. So, that's pretty tall for a 7th grader. He ended up being 6'3". That was his final height. But he was always the biggest kid in school. That's when you're trying to fight someone that's way bigger than you, and then you fight someone way smaller than you. That shit's like a piece of cake, dude. It's like nothing. It's like hot knife through butter. You don't even feel it.
That's actually true. All the people that I spar with are far bigger than me, and every once in a while, people will come up and be like, "Wow, what are you guys doing? Can I try?" And it's this smaller dude jumped in, and you're exactly right. It's oh wow.
It's the weight of bigger dudes of trying to hold them off of you because they weigh so much more than you and they have so much leverage and shit. once you get like used to that, like that bracing yourself, if a small dude tries to do that, you're like, get the fuck out of here, little guy. Like, I don't know. Maybe
I know.
it's just
You
me.
just toy with guys that are smaller than you.
Yeah, because my brother used to like sit on top of me. Right. Basically, that's it. Like, we'd get into a fight. He would just, once he got on top of me, I was fucking screwed because he was so much bigger than me. I can't pick him up off of me.
Wait, Indy, you didn't watch WWF to kind of figure it out and beat him?
Yeah. I should have brought it for an object.
Just do the Rey Mysterio, the Rey Mysterio style stuff. You know, he beats the big guys just by fast movements.
Right. Hit a 619 on him, and you're good.
Oh shit! I didn't even think of that. Well, Rey Mysterio wasn't a wrestler back then, so we had Jimmy Superfly Snuka and like Roddy Piper. Maybe I should have hit him with a coconut.
Stick a sock, Mick Foley style. Just put a sock on your hand and stick it in his mouth.
Oh yeah, that guy wasn't too strong, but he will beat people up with the sock.
Right.
Well, put it this way. When I got older, I kicked his ass, so I got even on him. So
you mentioned the guy trying to do a WWF move from you, and
he tried to like do a Boston Crab or some stupid shit like that. Like
that was a common thing back then. I remember guys trying to fight and actually pulling off the WWF stuff. Kind of stupid, yeah.
Yo,
that's funny.
You do the wrestling moves after he's already beat, right? You do it to like humiliate him. Yeah, I'm even doing WWF moves on him. You don't start with that.
That's super funny because my first fight when I was 6 years old, I was picking flowers with another boy who lived in the neighborhood, and I picked his flower. And he punched me, so I had only watched Bruce Lee, so I of course started doing Bruce Lee sounds, and yeah, that didn't help.
It didn't work.
It didn't work at all. He just kicked me more.
Wait, but India, what is Boston crab style? What is that?
Boston Crab. Hold on, I'll try to find a picture, man. It's gay, dude. It's so gay.
Oh man!
Just use the two fingers in the eyes and the kick in the balls. You always win.
Is that where the one where they look like they've achieved a humping position? It's really like you said.
Boston Crab's when you try to fold the guy back over backwards.
Yeah, I just put a picture in the live stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wait, so you hit?
He didn't even get close to it. Yeah, he didn't even get close. Like, because he actually said it before he tried to do it.
Is that a wrestling move or is that a twister position?
Oh man.
Yeah. Basically, I ended up flipping him over, getting him on his stomach, and just punching him in the back of the head. But we were in mud, right? So his face is in mud, and I'm just like pounding it into the mud deeper and deeper.
Ouch.
And then one of the teachers or something, because we're fairly far. This school had a kind of like a roundabout like in front of it. And we were like on the other side of that, so they had to travel quite a ways to like get to where we were. We were like right outside of where the asphalt was. So when I started hearing the teacher basically start saying, stop that or whatever, I took off.
Smart.
But of course, I didn't go to that school, right? So none of the kids knew me. Just some random dude came up here and kicked this dude's ass.
Yeah. Mystery ass beater over here. That's a genius plan.
Well, he kept doing it, man. Like, he kept taunting me. Like, dude, you're fucking with the devil, man. You better cut it out. Because he knew it was like dude, I could actually measure it on Google Maps how far it was. But the distance wasn't really the problem. It's how far it was. The fact that it was uphill, like a 20, I don't know, maybe a 10-degree grade. Dude, it's like seriously fucking uphill, man. Like I had to go up probably 200 to 300 feet in elevation in the span of about 3/4 of a mile.
Yeah, you had a little sweat on you, I'm sure, when you got there.
Yeah, dude, I was here. It didn't even matter. Like I was so mad. Like it just didn't matter. I just remember I was thinking about that shit. Like as soon as that like plan crossed into my mind, I was just obsessing about it all night, sleeping, waking up, thinking about it all day in freaking school. And like as soon as that bell rang, boom, I was out the fucking door sprinting.
Don't you ever talk about my mom again.
I don't even know if I even said anything to him. I was just like, I'm gonna whoop your ass, dude. You're gonna stop saying that shit. He did never say. I actually never saw the kid again. Now I think about it, never saw his face again. Never saw him on my street. Never saw him on his porch. Never saw him again.
Oh, he made sure to evade you.
Maybe you killed him, and his parents just were like, yeah, good, all right, and they didn't report it or anything.
Yeah, I thought the cops would show up or something. Quite honestly.
He was probably just thrown down the Mystic River. Nobody heard of him.
That was like the start of that era of cop calling.
What,
like
the 80s?
Yeah, the early 80s, they started the cop calling bullshit. Like before, you could just get in fights, and then like the cops were never called. But then they started
That's what's so lame, Indio. I was just gonna bring that up. Is like there used to be this. I mean, I'm not speaking from experience, but what I've heard is that there was like a dueling. You know, if someone disrespected you, you would duel, type of thing. Like way back in the day. So that's completely gone. You know, if you fuck up my honor, like I'm gonna duel you. But nowadays they're just like, well, I'm gonna call the cops if you lay a finger on me.
Yeah, like, what would happen would be like if you fought someone, and like say if you fought, no one called the cops. Like say you chipped the other person's tooth. Their parents would like come to your house. You know, it's gonna cost fucking $600 to fix this person's tooth. Johnny knocks his tooth out. And then they kind of talk about it and whether Johnny deserved to have his tooth knocked out. And like, sometimes they'd split it, sometimes he'd pay, you know. Like, it only got like, but the parents would negotiate it. It wasn't like the cops would be involved. The parents would figure it out. Yeah, it was kind of weird. I remember a kid, like, I think 2 kids got into a fight, but one was like on a bicycle and he kind of got like pushed off the bike and it ended up fracturing his leg. So, like, you know, the other parents ended up, like, paying the hospital bill. Because nobody had, like, medical insurance kind of was not a thing back then. So it was like, you know, when, like, you get hurt, you go to the doctor, you pay out of your pocket.
Well, sometimes the guy deserved to get beat up.
Yeah, sometimes it ended up like that. Sometimes, like, yeah, like, he did this, and, like, no, we're not paying for it. And the parents would come because, like, I mean, it's probably hard for some people to understand. Violence was fairly common. Like, I'm not saying it happened every day, but like, it was not unusual for like maybe to happen like every 10 days to be a fight in the neighborhood between some kids.
Yeah.
But like the parents would resolve it, and like sometimes the parents didn't resolve it. But like it didn't, like it just started becoming the cops getting called like automatically. Oh my God, violence! Call the cops. Instead of like people just like, you know, watching their fucking mouth, right? Just watch you don't talk shit to somebody. Like, you know, you treat everybody with respect. You know, so the social dynamic was really different. The way it worked was kind of like most people treated everybody with respect, but there was always like that one person that they didn't like, that they fucking were like had it out for, and those people would end up fighting. Like, and it was like, and that was it. And the cops weren't called. It was just like they didn't like each other for some reason. They'd scrap, and like you did have bullying and shit like that, but like it wasn't. It's in the normal range of just like cliquish bullshit behavior. But people didn't get.
Usually the people you ended up fighting with, like say I was new in the neighborhood a lot of times, so like they always wanted to fight me. So like, but most of the time the people I ended up in fights with became friends.
Yeah, that was like your introduction, dude. It was like being what do they call it when you're beat into a gang, right? But it wasn't formal. It wasn't like a formal beat into a gang. Like like, hey, you're the new kid in the neighborhood. One of them would start shit with you. They'd shit test you, basically.
Yep, that's right. That's true. Exactly.
I moved around a lot, so it did happen to me quite a bit. But like,
Same here.
I didn't. Yeah. I actually didn't have to get in a lot of fights because, like I said, my older brother was so big. Once they saw him, they didn't want nothing to do with me because they thought that, like, if they touched me, he'd kick their ass. Little did they know, no, he wouldn't have. But I didn't go and tell them, no, he won't touch you if you touch. Yeah. So, like, I didn't let them know, like, if you beat me up, he won't do anything. Like, I didn't tell them that.
Yeah, it was. You normally will have to fight or kind of being in competition with kind of with the same age children. Like the bigger children, they wouldn't mess with you because they're older already. So yeah, I had to fight an older guy, but other like older guys were like, no, you can't fight him. I was younger or whatever, and yeah, they used to mess with the new people. It was in the school, new school people. Yeah, just mess with the new guy, and it was me and my brother. We were twins, and yeah, the new guys, whatever, they were kind of like slapped us in the back on the head. That kind of stuff. My brother, my brother was slapped. My twin brother was slapped in the back on the head, and he turned and punched the guy in the mouth and dropped him. Yeah.
Well, my older brother was like almost the size of adults, so like nobody like he like somehow got out of everything.
Or like the guy that wrote "fuck you" on the back of my new Sears and Roebuck jacket. I go, I'll meet you outside the science building after school. And we got in the stance. He took a swing. He was much bigger than me, taller. Punched me in the nose and gave me a bloody nose. So I went home crying with a bloody nose, came back to school the next day. He had broken his hand on my nose. He had
shit.
He had a cast on his arm. All the way up to the elbow, he had a cast.
Damn, dude. You got a tough nose.
He never fucked with me ever again.
He was scared of Sonny's nose from then on.
I remember, like, dude, and the thing is, like, you don't want to win too many fights because then you end up being full of yourself. Because, like, I ended up getting in a fight with this person that this kid had been in a lot of fights. So everybody's like, this guy's tough, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Somehow I get sucked into fighting with him. He swings at me, he misses, I break his nose with one shot. Crack! His fucking 16-year-old sister chases me up the street with a fucking brick, but I outran her, so I was okay. So now I think I'm Billy Badass, right? So I was like 11. So I tried to fist fight a 16-year-old. That shit did not work out. I took a swing at him. I was talking shit. He kept telling me to stop. He was trying not to fight me, but I was like determined, like being a dumbass. Like I'm gonna kick.
You already beat one guy. You're gonna beat this one too.
Yeah, not thinking because like your brain doesn't think like that. You just think I can fight, so I can fight anybody.
Yeah, I can fight anybody.
You don't realize that size matters, weight matters, all those things matter. But we were on ice, and he had boots on, and I had sneakers. I took a swing at him. I fell right on my fucking face, and he just fucking soccer punted my head. He didn't knock me out or anything. I didn't bleed, but I was like, oh, shit, this is serious. I quit. Like, because he's an older kid, right? We're not just, like, playing to beat people up. He's playing to, like, fuck you up. Like, it's like graduating to the next level. Like, that was, like... the Pee-wee League, like, and he's playing like, the semi-pro, and like when someone boots you in the face with fucking boots, dude, you're like, whoa, this shit's serious. Like, you can get seriously fucking hurt. So I was like, nope, I give up.
Especially if people knew you won a few fights, they're gonna kind of match you up with other guys that can fight. And I had a friend, he was always fighting, and whenever there was like a new guy that was like a good fighter, or I match him up with this one, and some of these guys, they love to fight. They actually liked it.
This particular fight, there was nobody around. It was just me and him. It wasn't like one of those things where people like egg you on and shit. It was just me and him in the middle of fucking winter, standing on a fucking frozen tennis court, fucking around. And for some reason, I decided I wanted to fight this dude and took a swing, and the rest is history. I just like slipped, right? I'm on sneakers. He didn't fall, of course. He's got boots on. So he just freaking wound up and punted my head with Timberlands on.
You're learning your lesson.
Yeah, I learned my lesson big time. Of course, I was like 11, so I was crying. I don't know why I was crying. It wasn't crying because it was hurt or anything. It's just fucking stupid.
You're just a little salty. Yeah.
But but back then that's when I decided I don't want to like do that. Right.
Exactly. Yeah, you figure out you're like, no,
I don't want to like that. Does just not like, because when I used to, so I used to fight a lot up until I was like 11, and until that incident, then I basically stopped because I'm like, I don't want to. This is like a dead end, right? Of shit. Street fighting. I'm not saying like sport fighting. That's something different. I'm saying like street fighting. That shit's a dead fucking end, man.
It's weird though that you say that, because it's a similar realization when you join like an actual sport fighting type of gym, MMA gym or boxing gym. You realize that there's a lot of people out there that can beat your ass. It's like it humbles you real quick.
Lots of people.
Yeah, people you wouldn't even suspect.
You could fight one guy one day and beat him, and then the next day he can beat you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, especially in street fights. Street fights are super fucking random. I've seen crazy shit in street fights. Totally random shit.
I can imagine. There's the variable of the ground, the concrete ground, curbs.
The lighting. Like everything, dude. Like every possible variable is going to have a factor. Like if the lighting is like they have good lighting and you don't, and it's at nighttime, right?
Oh yeah,
like you're lit up and they're in the dark. You don't even know how fucking far away they are. You don't even know what to fucking swing at. But you're like a big Christmas tree sitting there.
You might not see the punches coming towards your face.
Yeah. Then there's the alcohol factor, right? Right. Who had more alcohol in them?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Is the grass wet? Is it raining?
I had a friend that every time he drank, he wanted to fight. He was looking for random people to fight. I stopped hanging out with him because he will do that. Here in Boston, he will be out of the club having fun, and he will be looking for someone to fight. Are you crazy, dude?
And then I actually know someone this happened to. Unfortunately, they were brothers. The fortunate part is he had lots of brothers. He's like one of 7. But he cracked they were drunk, he cracked his brother. His brother fell back and fucking cracked his head open, went into a coma for about 6 months, and then died. Wow. And he ended up killing himself like 4 years later.
Yeah.
So, but it's like the one that was like basically like a street fighter, been street fighting his whole life, he's the one who actually got killed. He's not the one that fucking even won the fight. That's why the other person hit him so hard, just because like, oh, this dude's been beating my ass for fucking 15 years. He beats everyone's ass he gets in a fight with. I better hit this dude as hard as I can. And that's what he did. He hit him as hard as he can and fucking knocked him out. Dude fell back, split his fucking skull open, and went into a coma and died.
Jeez, man.
Is that murder?
Because that's the other part about like, if you're good at fighting, then you get a reputation. Oh, then I'm going to bring a knife, or I'm going to bring a gun, because I'm not going to let this dude beat my ass.
Right. I think we hear about that in like the UK, right? They're like all knifing each other.
Yeah.
It's called manslaughter, and there can be different levels of manslaughter, but yeah, that would be called manslaughter. If it was an accidental death in a fight. Depends on the intentions, right? But,
if you fight someone and they end up dying, like in a In a boxing ring, it's different, but on the streets.
I mean, yeah, man. Even in like,
Things are hilarious, man. In the chat, dude. These guys.
well, what they say.
Oh, there's the memes. Too.
Yeah, you got to be careful about like self-defense. I just watched a video where like there was a dude in a, in someone else's business. The worker of the business was like, "Dude, you got to get out of here," and ultimately had to like get physical with the guy, but he ended up like stomping him with his Timbs on, type of thing. Like, and that like then it goes from you defending yourself to like doing some damage to somebody, actually maybe a crime type of thing.
Yeah.
You're only allowed to use as much force as is necessary to repel the attack.
Right. I guess
And if you're in fear of imminent bodily harm, which is broken bones, organ failure, or death from the attack, you're allowed to, neutralize them. Let's put it that way.
Oh, okay.
Like if someone tries to attack you with a hammer, you don't have to sit there and be like try to repel the attack with a hammer. A blow with a hammer can kill you, right? So you're allowed to use a firearm or some other thing to stop them. But you can't if you shoot them in the leg and they run off, you can't chase them down and frickin' execute them, right? You can't and if they're incapacitated, you can't keep beating them, kicking them like you were saying. You can't you can only repel the attack. As soon as you're out of danger, you have to stop.
That sounds logical.
But in the moment of emotion and everything, that kind of gets difficult to do, especially if you actually have beef with the person. They try to fight you. You just defend yourself, and then you end up defending yourself successfully, and they're incapacitated. But you actually had beef, and you're like, oh, that person's down now. Maybe I should give him a couple kicks.
Right. Gotta keep going.
So he doesn't try this shit again.
Yeah, you got to be careful in the city. I guess that type of stuff only might fly in the sticks. But if you're in the city, I don't know.
Oh, they're just fucking. They're just arresting everybody.
Right.
They don't care.
That's what's kind of lame. This like men's honor. You disrespect me, we're gonna duel. No one else is gonna get involved. That's all gone.
Yeah, the city's kind of like industrial policing. You don't know who the cops are. They don't know who you are. If they got a call, they want to go to the next call. They need to process you, get you the fuck out of there. Oh, is there any evidence that there was violence? Oh, you're a witness. Oh, I'll cuff them both. Throw them in the car with the judge. Figure it out. Bye. Next. That's pretty much how they roll. They don't They're not taking sides. They don't care. They're just processing you like freaking industrial sausage factory. Let the court figure it out. That's kind of like their thing. We're just gonna take our reports, write down the names of the witnesses. If there's a report of violence, it doesn't matter who did it. If they have a report that two sides did it, they just arrest both people. They don't care about the motives. They don't care if it's justified. They don't care about any of that. They just fucking send it. Let the court figure it out. Press charges first, ask questions later. That's how they operate.
It's lame.
I mean, that's for violence, but other type things, they're kind of they'll look the other way. It depends, man. It really kind of depends on where it happened. There's a lot of other variables. So if they see two homeless people fighting in the street, they're not going to arrest both people and stick them in jail.
Right.
You're going to just get the fuck away. You go over there and you go over there. Don't make us come back here. Because if we come back here, someone's going to jail and you're going to wake up frickin', in withdrawal in the jail cell. Because, they're both junkies, both the homeless here are probably junkies on either alcohol or heroin or fucking, bath salts or whatever they're taking. Right. So that's a bigger threat than anything else. Oh shit, I'll be sober. I don't want to be sober. No, I'm out of here. That's serious, man. Their primary goal in life is not to be sober. They don't care what they have to take, but they'll take something. Well, I mean, like, 'cause a lot of people got mental illness and, like, childhood trauma and all those things.
Yeah,
Right? They're
it's
just trying to stop the voices in their head any way possible.
kind of sad.
It is. It's like people are so naive. They're like, home for the homeless. Let's get homes for the homeless. Let's give them a bunch of money. Dude, it's like, that shit's not going to work. These people aren't stable. You need to freaking, get the Men in Black, brain eraser and wave that shit in front of their face, man, to get rid of their, all that bad stuff they've done and have had happen to them. Right? So that they can actually move on and have a normal life. But if they're having flashbacks of freaking, granddaddy doing dirty stuff to them, right? You can buy them a house and give them money. It's going to be no time until they're trying to get rid of that memory, right? They're going to just go out and try to take some substance to just obliterate that memory out of their mind. And it doesn't matter what you give them. You can give them anything. You can make them multi-millionaires. It isn't going to make that shit go away.
That's a good point.
Hey, but I'm homeless. I'll take a house.
When they were interviewing, I heard on the radio this interview of a homeless lady on the streets of Portland being interviewed by somebody, and when she was talking about how easy it is, basically the lifestyle is just go get breakfast, get high, go get lunch, get high, go get free dinner, go get high, go get your free tent, go to sleep, and do the same thing next day. And I like the word she was using. She was saying they're loving us to death.
Yeah, kind of in a way.
Wow.
Because they're enabling them.
I mean, I don't really know what the real solution is, man. If fucking I did, I'd be a multimillionaire or something. But there's you're enabling them to a degree, but they're what else are you gonna do? Start picking up corpses? I mean, that's the other alternative. Or what you'll end up having is a shitload of crime, because they're not gonna just lay down and die. They'll just start robbing people. I know in Boston, some people make money by some of the homeless people, sexual favors, some people boosting, some people selling drugs, some people, robbing people. But if they can't do those things, then they'll go to more violent crimes, right? They'll go to armed robberies, sticking people up, right? So you're going to throw them in jail, and then what, right? They're going to be in jail, and then they're going to get out eventually, and then you're just back at square one. There needs to be some sort of long-term solution. And I don't really know what that is, because a lot of these people have mental illness, man. Can't just cure mental illness by snapping your fingers. And some of the mental illness is a mental illness that can't be cured, right? It's not like a psychological, they just need psych treatment. They need psychiatric treatment, and they need medication because they have multiple personality disorder, and they're hearing voices, or they think they're Jesus, or
Wow.
I've seen people in Boston just strip off all their clothes and start doing push-ups in front of on the busiest street in fucking Boston, screaming at nobody. Right? That person doesn't need to sit down on the couch and talk about his problems.
No.
So how was your relationship with your mother?
I think that guy needs some type of deworming protocol or something.
Yeah, Ibogaine.
Possessed by worms.
Yeah, that deworming in, plus you need some Ibogaine or an ayahuasca retreat or something.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that would work. Yeah, maybe that's the type of therapy that might rewire his brain. It's a whole bunch of mushrooms or some, MDMA treatment or ayahuasca or DMT or something. That's somebody that needs drastic treatment, right? That's the open heart. You need to do the open heart surgery for a mental illness for someone like that. You need a severe thing, a severe treatment. But not one that makes them a vegetable, like electroshock treatment or lobotomy, because that's not good either.
Yeah, man, it's kind of sad. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there just in the street, just going through who knows what, all year round, every year. It's not getting any better or easier.
Yeah, yeah. It's just. I mean, it's really only a problem in the big cities. It's not really a problem everywhere else. I mean, I'm sure there's homeless people everywhere, but that's because of the fucking rental prices are ridiculous. Like in San Francisco, Boston, New York, it's
India,
crazy.
It's a
you
problem
don't have
in
to.
Democrat-run cities.
You don't have to answer India, but do you rent or you own apartment or something?
I rent,
You rent?
man.
Yeah. I do the same thing. It's like a black hole in my pocket.
Well, owning ain't much fucking cheaper, man.
And you have to stay.
So property taxes are ridiculous. Water prices are ridiculous. Like if you actually own your property, it isn't much cheaper. It's like that's still super expensive too.
Yeah. Also, there's this thing called the urban growth boundary. So, take for instance, here in Oregon, only 4% of the land is legal to purchase and build a house on due to the artificial restrictions due to the Democrats in charge.
Ugh.
I didn't know that.
They gotta save the planet. They gotta keep humans from taking over the planet. That's why they need those restrictions for people to build and stuff. Gotta save the planet.
Do you guys? It's weird.
Well, the problem here. Well, let me just cover something real quick. The problem here is a lot of the apartments are buildings, large, high-rise buildings. Not all of them, but a lot. And a lot of the apartments to rent, they're owned by corporations, and those corporations have to get a certain price for the apartments. They have to, right? It's part of their business plan. Oh, if we don't get X amount of money for this apartment, then we can write it off as a loss on our taxes. But they're applying it to thousands of apartments, right? So they have a whole business plan tax structure that they're accounting for. So the apartment prices isn't because there isn't enough apartments. It's because a lot of the apartments aren't owned by like individual people. They're owned by corporations, limited liability companies, shit like that. Development corporations. So they have to get a certain price for it. And if they don't get that price, they just let it sit empty. They don't lower the price. They don't go, I can't get $1,800 for it. I'm going to lower it to $1,500. They don't do that. They just leave it empty because they can write it off that $1,800 as a loss. Right? So when they calculate all the money they make for all their apartments in their profits, because rental property is not an earned income, it's an unearned income because it's passive. You know what I mean? You just own the property. You're not you're not earning anything. You're not producing anything of value. That's why the income tax was invented, was people making money off of having money. So that's what they sold the income tax as. Oh, we're only going to apply this to people that have passive unearned income, and we're going to create the income tax. We're going to tax the rich, but they end up taxing everybody. So, but that's another brick story. There isn't a shortage of housing. There's a shortage of, not greedy people. I don't know else how to put it.
That's a good way to put it, though.
I mean, if you lived here, like there's listen, everything turns into a condo, like where I live, man. Gemsy, testify. Like there's a condo being built everywhere. Like I can walk down like any street and there'll be some house that some like Italian family lived in for fucking 4 generations. Some, corporation bought it and now they're turning it into a freaking condo and they're gonna sell it like for $750,000 per unit. Plus, they're going to get the home, the homeowners consortium or whatever the hell they call it, right? The homeowners association, and they're going to charge them rent on top of it and maintenance fees, and they're going to make crap load of money. And if no one, and sometimes they'll build actually like they'll take an old building that was say like a warehouse or a school, they'll turn that, or a church, and they'll turn that into like a bunch of apartments, right? And then they rent out the apartments, and like I said,
everywhere right now.
That's literally everywhere. It's like the entire
around here.
It's everywhere, and it's been going on for like maybe half a decade, more than a decade.
Like I've noticed it spiked up like maybe like 6 years ago. It spiked up like the many empty properties that were abandoned for decades.
Yeah, exactly. There used to be signs up that say, "Do you know of any abandoned properties? Call this number. You'll get a reward." You remember those signs?
Yeah, yeah. We buy ugly houses.
Yeah, we buy ugly houses, right? Find us a house so we can turn it into a 4-story condominium and freaking make, $15 million off of it.
Bro, any corner that didn't look like they will be able to build a building or a house, any corner, empty corner, transform into an apartment.
So you notice how you can like see the shadow of the way things used to be, right? Like a house on a corner that'll be bought and be turned into a condo. It still has like that. The corner of it is like cut off because there used to be a storefront there. Now the storefront used to be like diagonal to the corner. You know what I mean? So you could go through the door.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? There's so many of those in Cambridge where it's some house, it got bought, it got remade, right? But they don't fix that part because it's too expensive. So you can still see where the door would be as if that was still like some convenience store, corner store, ice cream shop. They're all over the place. It's like a little echo of the past that you can see built in this built up freaking, Home Depot nonsense.
Oh, so you're talking about Tartaria? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Tartaria. Yeah, Tartaria. That's what it is. Yeah, it's weird. It's just a weird thing. Like it's kind of thing like you'd have to be here a while to really understand it. There's always like property development happening all the time. It just never fucking stops. It's like, hey, they're putting up a new building. It's like, hey, they're putting up 2 new buildings on every single fucking street in a 10-mile radius.
And they're always fixing the streets.
And claiming there's a housing crunch, right? But you're looking in windows, right? And nobody lives in the fucking place.
Yeah, I've seen that for a long time. There's so many empty places. I mean, why are all these places empty?
Yeah, it's maddening, man. It's like it's like rampant. I don't know if you call it capitalism because it's not capitalism because like kind of crony capitalism, I guess you'd call it. Because now the prices, it's like they use the government to get the prices so artificially inflated that normal people can't enter the market, right? So this, like, they made the market non-competitive through government intervention.
Right, you were saying like it's not exactly capitalism because if that were the case, then maybe they would actually just try to fill the apartments.
Yeah, exactly. Capitalism would just be straight supply and demand, right?
Yeah,
but it's not straight supply and demand. The government's involved, so they have to have tax considerations and shareholder considerations and all these other considerations.
Boston, huh? It must be a hot spot.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because there's just always a lot of shit going on here.
Where I live, people seem to be coming, like Ohio seems to be like growing on the map. A lot of people talk about how they're coming here, leaving places like Cali and, whatever, coming to places like where I'm at. So,
well, yeah, but like Boston's like a place where there's churn. Like people will come into the area and they'll live here for like 1 or 2 years, like go to university, work at a job, do something, and then they'll leave. So they're like always like sucking people in,
see.
Yeah, so it's like this always like this churn of people. There are people like all the what do they call it? Gentrification. Yeah, it's like a weird form of gentrification. Gentrification's gone already. Like there was like old neighborhoods of like Italians, Portuguese, all that shit. And, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans. Like they're all small little like insular ethnic neighborhoods. All that shit got gentrified kind of like in the late 90s, 2000s. But now we're like on another phase where like corporate developers have come in and bought properties.
Yep.
And have developed them into condos and apartments, and they rent them to college students, interns, because there's a lot of like biotech businesses, right? So people go back and forth between here and freaking San Francisco and here and like wherever, right? So they bring people in for like a little while for a couple of years, then they send them out. These corporations that are around here, like Amgen, Biogen, fucking with Sanofi, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, fucking you name it. Because the universities are here, so they're trying to, like, the corporations are trying to poach people right out of MIT and Harvard, but they also have corporate offices all over the place. So they bring people in from those corporate offices and they live here temporarily. So you have that dynamic where there's always this influx of like out of towners, people that aren't from here, but they're only here temporarily. So, but they're being funded, like they're being paid a high salary, 6 figures, 6.5 figures, right? So like 175,000 a year. So they have a lot of money and they can pay a gigantic amount of rent. And sometimes the corporations too also subsidize their rent, right, in their moving expenses and all that shit. So now they can pay an even higher rent. So now you have these people pushing the rent up, right? So the people that are transiting are pushing the rent up, right? Because they're only here temporarily. They don't have to, like, quote unquote, make this place a home. They can just make it basically. It's basically like a tourist trap, but it's like a long-term tourist trap. Instead of staying for like 2 weeks in the summer, you're staying for like 2 years and like in 1 decade. You see what I'm saying? So like tourist traps, when you go to a tourist trap like a beach resort like Hampton Beach or like Old Orchard Beach, you try to like rent an apartment or a house there. Certain times of the year, it's like all jacked up because all these people are flowing into that area, and it's like everything's going to the highest bidder, right? But temporarily, and this is kind of the same place, except for it's not happening on the same like time scale. It's happening on a longer time scale. Put it this way: 80% of all the leases in the Metro Boston area are signed in September. Or August, sorry. Between August and September. 80% of all the leases. What does that tell you?
College, school?
Exactly. They don't just have colleges and school, like colleges. There's also private schools here. Like what the hell is that one? Worthington Academy. There's all these like little prep schools also in the Boston area. So you have people going to high school here as well, right? These prep schools, right? Rich people from all over the world. It's just a crazy clusterfuck, dude. I mean, but
I've never been up there before, but
yeah, I mean, there's good parts. I mean, it isn't all bad. I don't want to sit here and say it's just like all bad. The cost of living is ridiculous. It's just it's disproportionate to like, it's way off the scale, man. It's of like normal.
Oh, you can go to Methadone Mile and you have people shooting drugs in this corner. You could walk half a mile and you have like people paying $5,000 for rent.
Yo, literally.
That's kind of similar to downtown Cincinnati or like over the Rhine, right above the downtown.
Are they that close to the rich people though? Are they like that close?
I mean, when you cross,
I know they are in Boston. I'm asking him about Cincinnati. Are they like that close? Like the rich people?
You basically cross the street, and then the whole like as soon as you cross that street, it's getting ghetto real quick.
Yeah, it's weird because like you have all these like brownstones, and they're like the rents in them are like $4,000, $5,000 a month, and if you walk 3 blocks, there's literally a section. Like Gemji was saying, the Methadone Mile, you can't look in a direction and not see like the orange cap to a syringe on the ground. There's literally that many syringe caps. It's fucking like unbelievable. Like if you close your eyes, open them and look in a random direction, you'll see a cap. Close your eyes again, turn your head, open them in a random direction, you'll see a cap. Like anywhere you look, and this is why you're walking, right? So like any direction you look, you can see a fucking cap to a syringe, dude. It's nuts, dude. The first time I was ever down there, well, it's not the first time I was ever down there, but the first time I was ever down there, like when it was bad, like I fucking couldn't believe it. Like every direction I look on, I fucking see a cap, dude. Like what the fuck's going on?
It's called methadone mile.
Methadone mile, yeah.
There's no shortage of those around here either.
Yeah. They actually pay the junkies to go pick up like the needles.
Yeah, they're
And if they, for every 50 they pick up, I think they give them $10 or something.
Wow.
Yeah, they incentivize them to keep it clean, but they just keep a huge mess around that area. And then every other, like I think once or twice a week, they come with the cleaning crew from the city and the police, and they say, "Hey guys, just move. We gotta clean." And then after everything is clean, the people just come back to the area again and make a mess of it again.
Yeah, they have cleaned up downtown quite a bit. Like, there's nowhere near the amount of homeless people that were down there, like a year and a half ago. I'm nowhere even near. I barely see them now. Because that's where I go to the gym, like in down what's called Downtown Crossing, and like during COVID, there was hundreds of homeless people down there, dude. Hundreds. It was fucking crazy. But now there's like barely any. There's even less now than before COVID, which is actually kind of shocking.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is like, do you think that was part of the Cocoa Pebbles thing, or?
I don't know. No, because none of them died or caught anything.
Yeah.
Hey, Indio, you have a partner pass on your gym membership?
Yeah.
I'll go with you every morning from now on.
Oh yeah, okay. Tomorrow I'll see you there at 4:30. Okay.
I think if you're talking about the same gym, is it the gym that is it's in a building by it's Downtown Crossing and it's in the basement. Is it that one?
Yep.
That one. I sign up for that gym when that was like 2009. And I didn't know I was signing up for a contract, bro. And that guy gave me a contract, and then I stopped going. And they sent me to collections and all that. That's the first time ever I heard about collections. I had like a contract. It was like Gold's Gym back then or something like that. I don't know what it is right now.
Yeah, it's like Planet Fitness or whatever.
Planet Fitness or something. That's where you're going, Planet Fitness.
Yeah.
Planet Fitness. Come on, bro. You could do better. Planet Fitness.
I mean, the only thing bad about it is that they don't have free barbells. But other than that, all their equipment's pretty good. And I also go when there's nobody there. Well, most of the time. So I don't have to deal with idiots.
India, there's two things that's wrong. Is they don't have the barbells, like you said, and it's all purple. But you're not.
Yeah,
wrong.
the purple thing. Yeah, the purple is.
I did work out there for some years, so I can't really say anything.
Dude, but like their music sucks, so I put my headphones in, like in there, it's on 10 the entire time, because if I hear their music, I'll throw up.
Yeah.
Like probably like 4 years ago, I went over there for a couple of months with my wife. I probably saw Indio there and never noticed it was him.
Probably.
It was maybe like 4 years ago.
I don't always go to that one though, because I can I go. There's one in Porter Square in Cambridge. Sometimes I go there. Sometimes I go to the one in downtown. It depends on what I feel like doing. If I have something to do on that side of town, I'll go out there and work out. But the main reason I go to the one in Downtown Crossing is because it's open 24 hours a day. So I could just go there when I feel like it. I could go there right now. I could fucking go there in 4 hours from now.
I didn't know that part. I know it was I know that was the first gym I've been to in Boston, and I didn't know it was 24 hours.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not 24 hours all week anymore. It used to be, but now it's 24 hours a day, except for Saturday and Sunday. They open at 7 o'clock and go to 7 at night. So 12 hours on Saturday, 12 hours on Sunday, but 24 hours a day the rest of the week. So basically, they open at Monday at midnight and don't close until fucking Saturday at freaking 7.
Whenever I feel the energy, and I have to go to the gym because I've been eating well and all that kind of stuff, but I need motivation to go to the gym because that's something I need to do to better my health. But I'm gonna have to take advantage of Indio's pass and go with you Indio, to the gym.
I'll motivate you to go to the gym. It gets you away from the wife and children. So that
Yeah, I'm always
should be
with them
motivation enough.
after I work and I'm just lazy. I stay with them. From now, I'm gonna go to the gym instead of staying there with them.
So today was Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Who that?
I had a racist friend that used to call it James Earl Ray Day, but it's neither here nor there.
James Earl Ray Day. I need to look who that is. James Earl Ray.
Yeah,
American fugitive convicted for assassinating him. Got it.
I said he was racist. I should have gave it away.
Wow, he was captured in the United Kingdom.
Look, I used to have racism was normal too. Like when I was growing up, it was like okay to be a racist because racist. They didn't try to make you racist too. It's
Right,
like they're racist. Like yeah, okay. It's like back then it was like because they didn't act on it. They just like talk shit, right?
Yeah.
I hate black people, smelly N-words, blah blah blah. But they just talk shit, right? They weren't like running around lynching black people. They were just assholes, right? Just like. The way they act was like somebody that just like, I hate ice skating or something, right? And they just talk shit about ice skating. It was kind of like that. It was nothing. There's nothing like serious about it.
Right.
And like ethnic jokes, it was never like a big deal. Like Polish jokes, Italian jokes, like gay jokes. They were just jokes. They didn't mean anything. That like these people, like these woke individuals, they've read way too much into shit. It's like you're over analyzing it.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree. You can't even joke anymore,
Yeah, what does that mean, dude? When humor is forbidden, what kind of world is that?
It's not one I want to be a part of. I mean,
what does a SJW woke individual find funny? What is like the ideal comedy show for an SJW?
The Big Bang Theory?
Ha!
I don't know. I've never even watched that.
Dude, probably. No, because they're cis white males. And they're always making fun of that Penny girl, and she's like, they treat her like she's the dumb white chick, right? So there's misogyny in it too.
Yeah, no, that one's got to be canceled.
Yup. Cancel the Big Bang Theory.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of. Like, is that how far gone they are and humorless they are? Like, you can't even think of something.
Cuties? I mean, I don't want to send it there, but geez, like, who even came up with that show?
I'm a Glober. I want to debate. How are you guys?
K96 radio.
Okay, my computer's not working. What do I do?
Hey, my friend, my computer has a virus. Can you fix it for me?
Call me at my call center. I would fix it. I want to take your money.
But I want you to take my money. Can you just take my money?
A virus.
Check this out, right? So, fuck that. Back to what you guys were saying. Yeah, like it is weird. I'll tell you what, the DCW CW shows, they'll like those shows because if you look at them, it's all about guys tiptoeing, and the women beating the shit out of guys and going, women are empowered. Like all that shit happening now. Like you can see it. Like all of the females. I'm not hating. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, if I was an SJW warrior, CW would be my best friend right now.
What are you hating, bro?
I'm saying like if hey, we had Eddie Murphy. He did his stand up. Bad, right? So like if you made an SJW comedy show, what would it look like?
Oh man,
Like what would they actually find funny, where you could actually make SJWs laugh at something? Like what would the comedy show? What would it be about? What would the jokes be?
So
like I
put a
can't
bunch
think
of
of
bricks on
anything.
the side of the corner.
They don't find anything funny. Like
Oh, I am funny. I'm very, very funny. What's up, man? How are you guys today?
yeah. We think you're funny, but SJWs would think you're doing cultural appropriation. So
we think that you
Come on,
think
don't make me
you're
into now.
funny.
Hey, I know a good joke. You ready?
Yeah.
How do you determine the distance to the horizon?
Refraction.
No. Your answer is the joke. That's the punchline.
yeah.
It's
Creation,
for
you're
us.
screwing up on the soundboard. You're supposed to play the cricket meme.
Hey, that's what you call a backwards joke. Because whatever his answer is, that's the joke.
Right.
There's no good
Yo,
answer.
Indio.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So I'm taking a state exam soon, right? And as I study, I'm like, oh shit, like, because I kind of, in a vague way, not even in a vague way, I believe what you guys said about government. Like, without numbers, I had my own, obviously, I'm not blind. Like, we can see what's going on. But from a governing standpoint, when y'all are like, that's not evil, it's a system. Why would you want to be in any other system? As I fucking study for this exam, it just so happened to clue me in on exactly how the fuck America gets around. And I'm like, oh shit. Well, first of all, in order for there to be a system like this, there must have been a system creator, God. Oh no. It's just that people, they fuck with the system. But the system itself is great. It's the only place that you can live, that you can actually become a millionaire if you were smart enough.
Oh yeah, it's super easy to get rich in America. I mean, it depends on how much effort you want to put into it. But
he cut out at the part he was gonna tell us how to become a millionaire. Can you believe it? He cut out at that part. Tell us, Elijah, how to become a millionaire.
All right. Well, if there are any kiddies listening, or as a matter of fact, you ever come into some money, just set it aside, put $10,000 in like a mutual fund and watch that motherfucker. That's it. That's one way.
Yeah.
Out of like who knows how many ways.
What are you studying for? You getting like a real estate license or something?
Nah, life insurance and securities.
Oh, okay.
But I'm nowhere near the investment shit yet. It's like, but just learning about taxes and interest rates and corporations and what makes a corporation legitimate, or what legitimizes a corporation, for lack of better words. Insurers, insurers that have insurers, and then there's us, people that make this possible. Sharing in a risk so that you yourself don't have to take 100% of the loss should you die.
No, because once you make the monetary instrument of the insurance is created, that money is already in existence. So if you die, your family can take some of the riches, right?
Yeah, but people don't. I didn't even. I took this test before and I didn't have the wisdom to really understand it. It's because it's like, wait a minute. So you're telling me I can pay a portion? I can pay some amount and actually earn over and get 10 and get 9. What's the bottom line is you get a lot more back than you put in. And it's like, how the fuck is that not a scam? Where does the value come from?
You might be missing. I mean, obviously, I'm not an expert, but it's funny because my brother is doing the same thing you're doing, right? Insurance and stuff. And I think the money is created at the moment of the creation of the account with the promise of pay and the value of the account. Let's say the person is insured
that's going further than
than what you're doing, yeah.
That might come into play with securities. I don't even think. No, I don't see. Okay, so I don't know specifically. You're going far back to what makes a dollar valuable and all that. And what the government.
No, the actual initial creation of the amount, it's by the instrument that is created. Depending, you're in insurance, so there is an instrument of a value. Like the person is gonna be insured for $1 million, and is gonna be paying whatever, $5 a month or $10 a month or $20 a month. The $1 million value was created and injected into the market, and the company already has that money. The insurance company gets that money, and they pay you a percentage for getting the customer. But they get the money, and they also getting the money from the customer, the monthly money. So if anything happens, the customer is covered under their rules. But if the customer if the customer just pays and never claims the insurance ever, they keep the money 100%. But the money is definitely created.
That's not true, because there's a consideration when you get it's called consideration. So with consideration, you both have to have an interest. You both have to have a value exchange. For you, it's the premium that you pay, and for the insurance company, it's the promise that they will pay you whatever that was worth. And what is the worth? Where's the worth coming from? That's what I thought you were asking, and there's a formula for it. So I have to do with the amount of people that are in your same kind of situation. As it comes to health standards, age group, lifestyle, you get put in a pool with people who pay a premium. So you're sharing in the risk. So how do they determine that risk? Well, again, it's by age. It's by how much you're going to make over the course of X amount of years. And so the insurance company needs to understand, well, in order to be able to pay you this, I have to make sure that the risk isn't too great. So everybody kind of wins in that sense.
Yeah.
But it only works if you have a large pool of people. Because if you have a large pool of people, something called the law of large numbers, things begin to become predictable the larger the number is.
Yeah, but that is on the public side. The large amount of people that are putting money into the pool, it will definitely cover whatever fees and transactions and whatever they're paying to keep the company going. The promise of pay and the monetary instrument that was created for that insurance and that amount, that $1 million amount, that is created out of thin air because that is a monetary instrument.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how far back the thin air goes because it really has to do with investment. That's
yeah, it does. The public side of the company, but I agree that
no. The business, this entire country, works off of investment.
Yeah. I agree.
That's how it works.
But there is
a capital and interest that's earned from that money. Now that's what I want to get into. It's like, okay, how is like what makes interest? Like, how do you where do these percentages come from? I haven't gotten that far. I don't even know if I'll figure that out. I don't remember.
Federal Reserve sets the prime rate. So they
there you go.
They set the prime rate, which is an interest rate that all the banks follow. So basically, the prime rate is what the Federal Reserve, if a Federal Reserve member bank or any other bank deposits money in the Federal Reserve, that's the rate that the Federal Reserve pays. That's to that bank, right? So say, such and such savings bank deposits $1 million in the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve pays them prime rate interest on that deposit. But what the banks the banks will give you a portion of that, right? So if you deposit money into the bank, right? So say I deposit $1 million into the bank says, "Oh, we'll pay you 1.5% interest." Well, if the prime rate's 2%, they'll take my $1 million and deposit it with the Federal Reserve. So now they're making 0.5 point, right, profit on my deposit.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the bank is really investing the money into the market. So when you give them $1 million,
let me just say this, Elijah. That's not actually how it works, but that's how it in principle. That's the underlying idea, but that's not how it actually works. The way it actually works is the banks have their balance sheet, and they have to be solvent, meaning they got to have deposits greater. They got to have a capital on their balance sheet that's 10% of their deposits.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the transaction between the government and the federal. Okay.
No, I'm talking about just banking, just the banking system. But if they don't have it, what they'll do is they'll borrow like money. I don't know if you ever heard of an overnight loan. There's also repos, which are called repurchase agreements. So they have to be solvent at the end of the banking day, right? So what they'll do is if they're a little bit under, a little bit over, they'll borrow money overnight in an overnight loan, and they'll pay that interest on that overnight loan. But it's just to get them to the next day. Right. So then the next day basically starts all over, and they can operate all day, be insolvent all day. And then, but at the end of the day, they'll just borrow some of money from the Federal Reserve to make their books balance. And this is kind of how the banking system operates. And then there's the reverse repo, where you someone needs capital. Some bank would need capital, right? So that they're not insolvent. So say you have Chase and fucking Bank of America. What Bank of America will do is they're like, okay, we'll lend you $1 million in treasury bonds, but you have to sell them back to us. Because say Bank of America has like an extra $1 million in capital, they can lend out that extra $1 million to other banks so that they don't have to borrow the money from the Federal Reserve, right? But they have to sell it back to that bank the next day. This is called a reverse repo. It's a reverse repurchase agreement. So they're basically agreeing to repurchase whatever they gave them. They purchase it back the next day or the next week or in 30 days or whatever.
I heard that and maybe this is true for large transactions or large deposits. I don't know, but
well, the system's very dynamic. That's the way you got to understand is how dynamic it is.
And there is a private and a public side of the system.
So then it is. It could also be true that, like, okay, say Eli puts his money into savings account, it's earning like less than 1%, maybe 1% and change. Sometimes, I don't know, and it's not sitting there. Like, we all know that. Like, they don't just put it in the room somewhere in the back, and then it's like, well, there it is. It's here for you when you need it. No, they invest it. So.
Well, there's different types of banks. There's investment banks.
But hear me out. If you get 1% and they invest your money and they earn 10 to 12% on it, it's not like they stole that money from you, but they stole that money from you. You know what I mean? That's a lot of fucking money. They're using your money to make bank off the interest, and they're giving you back the penny.
Okay, yeah. But listen, they can't do that in a regular depository institution. You have to use like an investment bank where you know that when you put your money in, that they're basically going to gamble your money. But when you use an investment bank, typically they'll pay you more interest than what a normal bank would pay you. They'll pay you something that's higher than the prime rate. But it also, your money's more at risk because that bank can go under, right? So like Bear Stearns or Goldman Sachs, those are like investment banks. Those aren't like retail banks that like normal people go to. Those are like corporate investment banks. So I take my $1 million and I stick it in Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs can take my deposit and invest it, right? And try to get a greater return on that investment than the prime rate. That's always what you're trying to beat, is the prime rate, whatever was the rate, because that's like the base rate that you know. I can make this amount of money no matter what at this base prime rate that the Federal Reserve set. And we want that prime rate to be at least optimally what you want to do is you want to make a higher amount of interest than there is inflation. Right? Otherwise you're losing money, right? But like the safest way to make the interest is to just deposit at the prime rate and get that. But oftentimes that's not at the level of inflation. Inflation will be slightly higher. Right? So what they'll do is they'll invest it in an investment bank. They'll get a higher interest, an interest that's a little bit higher than inflation, but their money's in a riskier situation. So that's always what it is. It's like the return, there's the risk versus reward, calculation that you're always doing.
Yeah. So now, I have a speculation, right? Because it's coming like together in my mind. Now, as I was, and you know what, I might get to that when I get to the section about like tax and what, because there's a whole government portion that I haven't even reached yet. But when I was reading about how insurance companies basically predict how long you'll live so that they can be profitable in a sense, at least to the point where they can pay those that die. I realized, okay, that means or could mean, because remember everybody was finding out, why does this bond thing or whatever weird website YouTube video, why is all this saying that Elijah Freeman in capital letters? Why does that person have like $1 million of bonds? Like what is this weird? But it's like that's where the money comes from. They're banking on us being the employee.
Of course.
Because the employee provides the value for this entire fucking system.
Of course, man. Of course, it goes down to like the municipal level, though. It's even more granulated than like the federal government, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you have municipal bonds, like a city, like whatever city, like you have New York City, right? New York City issues municipal bonds, and New York City municipal bonds. How do you think they get people to buy that bond, right? So their bond is like a promise to pay, say, $1 million in 30 years. How do you get somebody to buy that? You're promised to pay $1 million in 30 years. What's going to pay? What's going to pay that off? What's going to pay that off? That bond? Your tax base. What's your tax base?
Yeah,
the people that are born in your fucking city.
Yep.
Right. So this is where like the birth certificate tie-in comes. Right. If I have a growing population, right, the population, like the people that are being born in my city, some are going to stay, some are going to leave, but some are going to stay. Right. So I have a growing tax base. So I can make a greater, I can issue a larger government bond, right? So there is a bond that's backing up people, but it's just not direct, right? It isn't like your birth certificate is the bond. Your birth certificate is kind of like the collateral for the bond, right? Your birth certificate is the proof that that bond is worth money in the future, because that person that was born, they're going to grow up in that place. They're going to pay X amount of money in taxes, right? And that X amount of money in taxes is going to go towards paying off that bond.
See, and you
Human
know what's
resources.
Crazy? That's what makes it all make sense. Like that's what makes it not sinister to me. Like I thought it was all bullshit. You know what I mean? But as I begin to understand, people fall into the roles that they want to fall into. It depends on how much you know. Like another guy had spit this to me, and he said, "Do you know that people who work a job, they don't even get paid for the first 3 months? They don't even know because the tax rate is 30%." And I was like,
"Yeah, in a way, that's correct. They don't even."
Like, what the fuck? You know, and. This boy. But the system works because it's not like people choose into these categories. All of the information is there. All of the contracts are there. You contractually agree.
Elijah, I've been saying this forever, dude. All this shit is consent, man. All this shit is consent, man. People think that it's being imposed on them. No, they're making choices to go along with it. They don't have to. There's no one, like when you're born, no one puts a gun to your head and says, yes, get a driver's license. Yes, do this. Yes, go to college. Yes, get a bank account. Yes, get insurance. Yes, no one's making anybody do this stuff. But they don't realize that all these actions are a form of consent for the government to do something else. When you beg the government for a driver's license by filling out a permit or ask for a license, this is a confession, dude. Like, people don't understand. You're consenting. When you sign that piece of paper, you're saying, yes, you have authority over me. You can tell me how to drive. And yes, I'm going to obey the frickin' traffic code. And then people fucking get pulled over and they're like, I don't have to follow, like these people that get crazy sovereign citizens. And they're like, I don't have to follow your goddamn rules. Bullshit. You agreed to it. You agreed to all that shit. And you can't, after the fact, not agree. When you sat there and you reaped all the benefits, then when it comes time to pay the piper, you don't want to pay. That shit don't work that way. You either refuse it from the beginning and never accept the benefit, or fucking take your lumps.
But see, the craziest part is that living in a society like you guys don't I'm beginning to understand. Like the people didn't create the government. We make up the government. We live here. Like, but these rules, this math, all of these formulas, like all of this shit is here for us to discover. I don't know if y'all picking up what I'm putting down, but I'm saying that to say, and it's interesting when Jesus was like, give that which is Caesar, whatever, blah 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 blah, and it's making even more sense because the financial situation was back then the same as it is now. Maybe not the same. But we're following the same laws because the laws are the same today as they were since day one. And in that sense, there's nothing predatory about it. It's allowing us to live together and share in the risk of life. But
that's the problem.
Motherfuckers that get over. They're the predatory motherfuckers that get over, and then they're the other people that lay down and let it happen. That's the problem. Not the government itself.
Yeah, Elijah, you're waking up. So what you're describing is called a limited liability scheme, right? We're spreading out the liability amongst everybody so that nobody gets seriously hurt, right? We all get injured a little bit, but nobody dies, right? We just all have a little annoyance of having this system, right? So we all live under the system. So nobody starves to death, and theoretically nobody gets like too high, right? Nobody gets too high, nobody gets too low. We all kind of stay in this even medium range because we spread the liability around. That's what insurance is, right? You spread the liability around. Not everybody's going to have an accident at the same time. So like we all put money in this pool. Someone gets in an accident, and like that pool from that money of all these people pays for that person's accident. That's the way life insurance is, right? We have this big pool of money. Like when someone dies, we take some money out of that pool of money. We've spread the liability amongst all this big pool of people. It's limited liability. That individual doesn't have like if I get auto insurance, I do not have full liability for my accident. The auto insurance is going to pay part of my liability, the third party. My liability is limited, right, to like whatever it is, whatever they promise to pay, like $50,000 personal. So my liability is limited in a way, right? So if the injury is $100,000, now I put in my liability to $50,000 because the insurance company is going to pay the other $50,000.
They get that from the collateral, Indio. That the insurance company never put that money. That money was created.
I realize that. Yeah, listen, I realize that. I realize that the insurance, none of this money is the insurance company. The insurance company just does the fucking paperwork.
Yeah, they're facilitating the operation for you. So they're basically charging a fee and keeping the private side of the transaction for them only.
Yeah,
and just showing you the public side of it.
Well, it's like the dealer at a poker game, right? Except for this dealer's taking money off the top. Like the dealer that deals the cards, you got the players, they're putting in all the money into the pool. But in this poker game, the dealer takes some of the money out of the pool every time you toss your money in, every time a hand is played. That's how insurance works. And
no, but look, they don't have to look. See, if people weren't so dumb, they might have to do that, but they don't. That's the crazy part. There's two types of life insurance. There's whole life that falls in a lot of other names, but ultimately it's the one with the savings portion to it. They market it as some kind of investment. And then there's pure term, which is the cheapest insurance that you can have. You can just go ahead and take the difference and invest that money somewhere else. So here's the thing. Where do they get their money from? They get their money from people who pay high premiums for a product.
No. Sorry, Elijah.
How it really.
You're cutting out anyways,
yeah,
Elijah. You cut out there.
I had to start, and I think it was also the anyway. So the product that 9 out of 10 Americans have is the predatory one, where they're paying for a product that they only can get half of, essentially. Second of all, the premiums for the first 1 to 4 years, none of that money that you put into that goes to that quote unquote savings. And if you die, you don't get the savings. So it goes straight to the company. Yeah. They can get their money by you signing that dumbass contract all day long. They don't have to skin a little off the top.
Well, I mean, them signing the contract, they are skinning it off the top. That like they're skinning by getting you to play the game. They're getting their money. That's how they win. Just getting you to play, but you have to get enough people to play because there's, like you said, people are going to stop paying premiums before they're vested, right? Before they have the savings part, or people are going to stop paying premiums before they die, or like there's all sorts of ways, right? Because people are going to fuck up because that's what happens, and they know this. And that's where they're going to make their money. They're going to take that pool of money, and not all of it is going to be claimed. And they only have to cover a certain amount of potential claims. Because think about it like this, right? You have a pool of money, right? You have the potential amount of claims that could possibly, like everybody on the insurance shit dies, right? And everybody makes a claim. You don't have enough money for that. But the
it's
government,
a
the
wrap.
regulator of insurance only makes you have a certain percentage of the people. All that other money, if you have more money than that, you can just keep that.
You keep it, yeah. It's just like, say for instance, you die, you don't have a beneficiary, and you didn't write up a will, but so now you got like a couple
Believe me, they're not
$1
going to
million.
remind you either. They're going to go, oh, by the
They're not. They're going to take it. Your creditors are going to take it, and then after a while, they're just going to go, all right, let me get some of that.
Yeah, but this is the problem with this country. This country is like the entire country is founded on a limited liability scam, right? And it starts with something called a charter party, and that's how people came to America, under a charter party. So what you had was you're joint and severally liable for the adventure of coming to America and setting up something to be profitable, right? You can set up a farm, you can set up a tobacco farm in the Connecticut River Valley, right? And like it's a venture, right? It's a charter party, but everybody is joint and severally liable for the whole adventure. Right? So but all that stuff is maritime law. All that is under maritime law, insurance, all that limited liability shit. Common law is strict liability. So what you should do instead of paying for insurance, you should take the money that you would pay in for insurance and you save it.
That's the thing. That's why I would go with, if you're young, term insurance and investing the other portion, because 20 years from then you should have saved enough money to insure yourself. If you die, well, there's no loss. You've insured yourself. You have enough money to cover your loss, and that money doesn't have to go through anybody else.
Look, I think $100 a month for 30 years at something like the average stock market interest is something like $31 million. Yeah. So like, this is what limited liability means. Limited responsibility. That's what you really need to hear. Like, if you take responsibility for yourself, right, from an early age, and be a man and say, I'm not going to rely on somebody else to pay my bills. I'm going to be responsible for my own bills at old age, at middle age, at young age. Right. And you make the investments and the wise decisions and take responsibility for your own health and safety after you die. Right. For your kids, or, for your automobile or whatever. Like, you have to do, like, you can take control of it and not have to rely on other people.
Individualism, but you'd be richer than.
Yeah, but people don't want to take control. And this is why there's so many people that don't have wealth. Because they give their wealth away to other people. Under a promise that is like, if some like catastrophe happens, they're going to help you out. But then when the catastrophe happens, they do everything in their power not to help you out.
Right.
You describing something, Indy, you were describing something that works on the Keynesian economic model, that is basically productivity and savings. If you need the savings for investments or for insurance, and it's doable that way. But we are under a Keynesian economic that is credit. Everything is printed out of thin. It's not out of thin air, but there's
no substance.
There's no. And the insurance company, like I'm telling you, the insurance company is actually whenever the insurance has to get any money to pay anybody, they get it from the collateral that they never put any money themselves. The insurance company never put any money.
Oh,
right. It's all of the insureds and the paying the premium.
From the collateral, bro. The collateral that is in the background. The premium, that premium money, it's what you're describing is being done as well. The premium will cover this and that.
Something else I'm missing.
Yeah, no, because what Dempsey's saying is, like, this is how it works. So there's investment grade securities. So if you pay fucking if a bunch of people pay into an insurance company, that insurance company is not going to keep it all in cash. They're going to use that cash, those premium payments, to buy collateral, to buy actual shit of value, liquid assets like treasury bonds, T-bills, gold certificates, gold, what they call investment grade securities. Right? That's the only thing they're allowed to invest in. Like, they have to. That's like, you have to use a collateral that is not iffy.
Specifically
Right? Something
because
solid.
is that specifically because our taxes fund those?
No,
Is
that's
that
actually the
how
money
that
that
works?
the Federal Reserve creates.
Well, Treasury
Okay.
bonds are created by the U.S. government, and the only reason they're considered AAA securities just because they're the U.S. government. So AAA security is like you have rating agencies, credit rating agencies. So they rate like what's the risk of a default on this particular piece of paper of them not paying. So what we have, like what Jemsy was saying, is like to get more like to the point of it, is that the entire economic system is built on promises to pay, right? Your insurance company's promising to pay you if you die. Your auto insurance is promising to pay you if you get in a car crash. You're paying them with promises to pay from the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is using as collateral promises to pay by the U.S. Treasury Department. So like it's this web of promises, right?
But is the promise ultimately linked back to because
that promise has to be ultimately be linked back to something of fucking intrinsic value. Intrinsic value, like a piece of gold or a piece of freaking land or a barrel of corn or a cow or a chicken, right? It has to eventually lead back to something of actual physical value.
It has to be dollar. It's backed by the petrodollar.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if it could be backed by gold or animals, then most definitely that bond thing I was talking about. Like, I think they're banking on our servitude over an extended period of time and paying into taxes. I think that's where the promise comes from.
So
we're already enslaved, basically.
Yeah, but it's the collective delusion, because once a significant number of people don't believe in the delusion anymore, then people stop, like that chain of promises breaks down. And once that chain of promises breaks down, the entire system collapses, and there isn't enough collateral to pay all the promises. You understand? Like, you have $1 million of collateral, but you got a quadrillion dollars in promises.
I think
but nobody sees that the promises are all interlinked to some other promise.
I think that's what's happening right now is a breakdown of all of this, all these debt notes. They're all
and like a dollar is just one type of debt note, but so is a stock, so is a bond, so is an insurance policy, so is any contract is a promise to do something. Any goddamn promissory note, check, debenture, they're all promises to pay money. So you have like a web of promises, right? All backed by what? What's the underlying collateral that's boosting all this shit up?
Just the belief that it's worth something.
Yeah, the collective delusion.
Yeah.
Because if like, okay, we're going to liquidate the entire U.S. economy, right? And we're going to pay everybody all on their contracts. Okay, let's get the gold. There ain't enough gold to pay everybody. There ain't enough product. There ain't enough freaking goddamn corn, wheat, cows. Fucking, there's just not enough shit to pay everybody to satisfy all the contracts in the United States.
Because everything is in contract law, and if you break it down, there has to be, like you mentioned, consideration, Eli, I think. So, and consideration is a term used in contract law. And so if these things are not followed in contract law, you can just go back and say, okay, they could say there's an implied consent. But more to what Jemsy was saying, there's the debt note. That's basically when that is created. That a lot of times that's just money they put in with a computer, has no collateral to back it up. People have won cases on mortgages and so forth because of this.
Yeah, that's the elephant really in the room, because at least like an insurance policy and a Federal Reserve note is actually a written document. Some zeros in a computer don't mean anything. They really don't. They just do not mean anything at all. Like I said, if you liquidate everything and everybody goes, imagine everybody liquidated and everybody goes into court with their pieces of paper. Like, what are you going to say?
Went through.
He's choppy.
Yeah, yeah, you're breaking up a lot.
at the same time, I was never really. Hold on, let me turn my headphones off because they're just gonna keep disconnecting and connecting. So it wasn't until I was in here, learning about logical fallacies and all of the things. Now going for this test, just this test. It's like I'm like 50% into studying, and I'm like, holy shit, because I saw like, okay, there's the insurance thing, and I was able to connect it to everything what you just said, contracts, a promise to do something. I was like, holy fucking shit, the shit that you can learn.
So look, there has to be a collateral. There has to be an equal amount for equal amount. Each party needs to know what they're saying that they're going to provide. The other party, that has to be backed up, that same amount. Someone says you have a debt of $125,000. You can confront them and say, was this $125,000 just an entry with a computer into a database? Or is there actual collateral backing this $125,000? Because if not, they can pay the debt because they didn't have the collateral.
Under Austrian economics, if you are producing and saving from the benefits of the production, right? You can use those savings to do whatever you want, invest or loan it to someone and charge them interest on the pay. You can do that, but you gave him something actually tangible, physical, like gold, silver, or whatever, cash. But then under that's Austrian economics. When you look into the Keynesian, the one that we are under at the moment, the bank, when the bank says they gave you a check and they gave you money, the bank never gave you anything from their coffins. It was created.
Yep.
The bank never gave you a cent. They facilitated the transaction, and that's why they're making a profit.
So a good way to a good analogy for people to understand this is like credit at a department store. Like say I go to Sears. Sears even exists anymore or whatever. So say I go to Sears and Sears gives me $1,000 credit. And this is how they used to sell furniture. They would give you credit at the furniture store. Now on their ledger, their bank thing says I got $1,000 credit. Do I have $1,000? What if I go to that department store, right? And I go, okay, I want to spend my $1,000 credit, but they have nothing in inventory. Right? I didn't get anything.
Exactly.
They might on their ledger says $1,000, but I don't have $1,000. I have nothing.
So it'd
right?
be like
they really haven't given me a true $1,000 credit. They just made a ledger entry that means nothing.
Yeah, you bought a suit for $1,000, but unfortunately, sir, I'm sorry, we only have as collateral the shoestrings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you have all these fractionalized transactions, right? Where the collateral is only 10% of the value of whatever. Right. Yeah. So say I take a mortgage, say I take out a mortgage. So I sign the promissory note, I give it to the bank. I put in 10% collateral, right? The bank gives me a check. I take the check, I give it to the owner. The owner gives me the house. The owner takes the check, they puts it in his bank, right? No money came out of the system. It got changed into a piece of paper. I handed it to the other guy, and the other guy put it right back into the system. No money came out. Nothing happened, dude. Nothing.
The bank had to go to the central bank before getting the actual money and to give it to you.
Well, yeah. They run it through a discount window. I know all that shit, but the point is that no money was ever transferred, right? They didn't give me the money in cash, and then I gave it to the owner in cash, and then the owner brought it to the bank in cash. They gave me a bank check. I gave it to the person. That person gave it to his bank, signed that check on the back, making him liable on the check. Do you realize that when you sign the back of a check, you're fucking liable on that shit? So he signs the back of the check, gives it to his bank. That bank's like, cool, man. You just gave us freaking $1 million goddamn check, and you signed the back. That makes you liable. Now we're going to take this and we're going to say, well, it's $1 million in our bank.
So this goes back to
it. The bank literally did nothing. Like, the bank did nothing. The first promissory note was signed by the fucking dude getting the mortgage. He has to pay back money the fucking bank never had in the first place because the other bank never actually got any money in the first place because that other person fucking signed the back of the check. That guy paid himself. Dude, the guy paid himself the money, dude. That you don't understand. When that guy signs the back of the check, he's paying himself the fucking money.
Yeah.
But
he's paying it to himself.
This is what I'm seeing, right? This is how I see it, and this is why I always come back to this point of we're the currency, because none of this shit could work if we weren't truly the currency.
Yes,
because
it's your energy.
The money is not the money; it's the dude, and the acceptance of the other dude, and the acceptance of the corporation.
Because the promise of pay, you're promising that you're going to put energy in the system and work and get the dollars to pay back. That's how the money is being given value because of your effort.
The evil genius of it is just astounding. Yeah, you have to just look at it in awe. I look at the monetary system of fiat currency in absolute fucking awe at the evil genius of it.
Because it's God. I'm telling you, it's got to be God. It has to be.
Elijah, I thought about that before, and I think I agree with you. I agree with you.
It is,
has to be God.
Because you know how in America, in America they say the land of the free, right? I got this screenshot where it says America is the most upward mobile place to be, and getting 100,000 a year isn't that hard to do. But here's the problem: what do you do to have $100,000 to spend? The worker and everybody else, me, all of us in here. Before I say what I say, we all would think, well, yeah, you trade your time for wages, and you save $1,000, then you have $1,000. Well, the system is set up better than that. You're putting yourself in a fucking lemon, because what it actually is you don't have money until your capital makes money, and then the interest that you get off of that's your spending money. That's how you build generational wealth. If you're spending it, you're going to be broke your entire bloodline.
Yeah, well, even if you work and you get a check, you're still paying yourself, dude, because you still sign the back of your check when you put it in the bank. Mm-hmm. I think you guys understand. The last person to sign a financial instrument is liable to pay that instrument. The last person. And the last person to sign the check when you deposit it in your bank is you.
So what if you went back and asked for reconsideration due to not having full disclosure?
I'll tell you what to do. Sign it without prejudice and then put it in the bank and see how fast they give it back to you. Because that makes you not liable.
Well, isn't it only when a contract has any ambiguities, then if like say I was to take them to court.
Promissory notes, checks and promissory notes are called specialty contracts. The same laws don't apply as they would like a regular contract.
Yeah, like consideration and full disclosure. If I demand reconsideration due to
you can't on a piece of paper.
Of this
no. So negotiable instruments.
Right, because a piece of paper is not a person; it has to be a live entity.
No, a negotiable instrument is called a specialty contract. There's separate rules for it. A negotiable instrument is a note, a bill, a check. A promise to pay a sum of money from one person to another person, or in blank, right? Right, because you can write a blank check, right? So. And then signed by one of the parties. So as to say specifically pay to the order of blah, 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 signed by a person, right? And then it's endorsed and given to another person. There's no defense on this type of instrument except fraud. That's your only defense.
Right.
Even if you gave them for fucking bullshit. Even if you gave a check and whatever you got was absolute garbage. If you didn't even get what you were promised, that's still not a defense on the promissory note. Yeah, you have to sue them separately. Right, you have to sue them in a separate action, but you can't be on the action for the promissory note. It's not a defense on the promissory note because promissory notes, the laws concerning them were designed so that judicial actions concerning them was super streamlined because they didn't want payments of money tied up in court. So they streamlined the process, right? So you just like you don't even have to go to court. You could do a notary presentment. You go to a notary public, you say, hey, I want this check paid. The notary public, they fucking mail it. If that person doesn't mail back the fucking money, the notary public writes it's called a certificate of dishonor. You just take that certificate of dishonor, you bring it to court, says, look, the notary public did this is a certificate of dishonor. Boom, you automatically have a judgment against that person for the amount of money. You can go fucking to the sheriff and seize property of the value of that fucking promissory note. That's how it originally worked. Right? So promissory notes and negotiable instruments are streamlined so that the courts don't get bogged up with saying, well, I gave him a promissory note and he gave me a cow and the cow died 3 days later. Like, they don't want to deal with that. They only want to deal with, oh, you're supposed to pay this money. Is the money there? Do you have the money? That's it. That's all they want to deal with. All that other shit, that's collateral stuff. If you gave this person money and the cow died, then go sue them for the money back. In a separate fucking legal action, right? For breach of contract or, or theft or whatever the hell for fraud or whatever you want to concoct. But it isn't going to be on that instrument itself. That's the thing. This is the key thing with notes and like Federal Reserve notes and dollar bills, because just bills and notes. Those are the only two type of negotiable instruments.
They fall all under the monetary system, and then you have these other systems in different types of contract law.
But the point is, once you sign that, you have no defenses other than fraud. That the fucking check was wrong, that it's not your signature, that the amount that when you signed it wasn't the same amount that's on it now. Like, you have no defenses. There's literally no defenses. You can look this up. It's USC Section 3-1, and you can read the whole thing. And it's international. It's been around for like, I don't know, several hundred years, right? They used to be called bills of exchange. So like, this is how people didn't always carry money around, and they would do a bill of exchange, which is basically a check. They'd give you they'd sail their boat somewhere, and they'd say, I want to get a bunch of stuff. Here's a bill of exchange. Right? And the bill of exchange would say, go to this bank and get this amount of gold, right? And that would be it. But this process got refined and refined and refined and refined until it is what it is now. Super streamlined, because money wasn't always available before they made like paper money that we have now. People had to carry around coins and shit, but then you would get robbed. So people kept them in the bank, keep them safe so that no one robbed them from themselves. But in order to get them from the banker, you'd write somebody a bill of exchange or a check, right? And say, go to my banker and get this money out, present this to my banker, and he'll give you the money. And the banker would check your signature, and if everything was all right, they'd give you the money out of the bank. But they didn't want people making up bullshit stories, so they streamlined the process. The thing is, once you sign the back of the check, you're the payer of the check, dude. That's it. You're because the check itself is not backed by money. The check itself is backed by promises to pay. You understand? If the check itself was backed by like gold or silver or something of tangible value, that would be a different story. But when the entire system is concocted on promises to pay, the last person that signs it is the promiser. And that's the money. The promise is the fucking money, dude. That's how you're talking about a valuable consideration? A second ago?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so there's something called a valuable consideration. Mm-hmm. A promise is considered a valuable consideration in the law. A promise to pay is a valuable consideration. Yeah, this is how they justify this whole fiat currency scheme. Because there's no other substance. So what they said is the promise itself is the substance.
They monetize that, yeah. And actually
they monetize your promise, dude.
Yeah, and they, you know what? Every single piece of paper like that, they monetize. That's what goes to the International Bank of Settlement in Basel, Switzerland.
Of course, dude. It's a convoluted mess, dude. It's a web.
Yeah, of the let's see, the Asian stock market and the American and the city of London and all of that goes into this funnel that goes through the so they monetize every single thing that you sign becomes a value that they on your
exactly exactly, dude. Exactly. And like when you sign a check, that shit's supposed to get canceled. They don't always cancel that shit. Sometimes they still circulate.
Yeah.
Right. So they used to, like, back in the day when there wasn't, like in the 30s and stuff, when a lot of these small towns in the Midwest didn't have money, they would have a check and people would keep signing the back every time it passed from one person to the other. And they'd all be joint and severally liable on the check. And eventually you'd get to the end and they even have a piece of paper you attach to it, and that's called an allonge. So people can keep signing. Right? Because because the signing is the promise. So if I get a check from my job after working all week and I have to sign the back of my check and a promise to pay is the value consideration, I just literally paid my fucking self.
So you gave yourself the ability to pay.
I paid myself for working for somebody else, dude. Like, think about it. Dude, that's why I'm saying it is the most beautiful, evil fucking scheme possibly imaginable.
Yeah, very complex too. Because I mean, now it's fascinating because you were talking about insurance law, and that's a type of a contract too. But that's a really slippery kind of like that's a real lawyeristic kind of like device that they use.
Army of lawyers, dude. Armies of lawyers.
That was
one for each paragraph
to come up with that scam, man, for insurance, like. And for them to have like locked it in so much like it's etched in stone. Like people think it's something that is just required now, and it's just gone along and along and along, passed along. It didn't start with anything but a scam.
Yeah. So think of this, like this is a simulation of a system that is like intuitive, right? So an intuitive system would be like, like a system of gold or silver coin, or it could be anything, right? Seashells. It doesn't matter what it is, right? I have some seashells. I want something. I give them to you. You give me a chicken. We both have something. And now we can extrapolate that, right? I can make a seashell certificate. And like, this certificate's worth 5 seashells. And I give it to you instead of the seashells. And then you take it to my banker. And then like when you present it to him, he gives you 5 seashells, right? But they made a simulation of this. It's a simulacra of this obvious intuitive system, right? Where you have pieces of papers represent that actual things of intrinsic value, except for there's nothing of intrinsic value. They said just promising something of intrinsic value has intrinsic value. And we're going to create a whole system that simulates one of intrinsic value. And then no one's actually going to ever own anything. Because that is the end result, is that when you buy things, if I purchase something and somebody gives me something and I never gave them something of intrinsic value, at the end of a day, I don't really own it. Because I never gave them anything of value. I gave them the promise at some point to give them something of value, but I never actually gave them anything of value. So until they get something of value from me or from the person designated on the promissory note I gave them, they still have what's called a legal interest in whatever they gave me, and I don't own it yet. Until that debt is extinguished. When you pay with a promissory note, the debt is not extinguished. It's in like a nebulous freaking superposition state where it works this way. So you have the personal debt, like the debt I owe the person, but then you have the legal right to the property. And those are two separate things, right? So I can extinguish my personal debt by giving someone the promissory note for for a fucking cow, right? But until they take that promissory note and get something of value to it, they still have an interest in the cow that lasts as long as they don't get paid with that promissory note.
So what happens?
But the moment they take the promissory note and get something of value, then the debt's clear, it's extinguished, and we're all good.
So just by taking the promissory note, that's not the same thing as signing the promissory note now.
No, because the acceptance of the promissory note just means they're agreeing to take that as a form of payment. In lieu of, they take that in lieu of payment. So it's not the payment, it's in lieu of payment.
In lieu of tangible payment.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
But the government's tricked everybody to think that in lieu of payment is the payment.
What a crazy scheme, man.
Dude, it's a fucking genius. It's
That
utter
is because
genius.
there is no money to actually pay anything. So you're promising that in the actual sense of things, you're actually promising that whenever there is actual money, you will pay with actual money. But since there is no money being used, they're accepting this promise of pay, and they just put it with collateral with dollars.
Well, you notice the money says discharge of debt, not pay debt, right?
Yeah, discharge. Yeah.
So discharging a debt is not the same thing as paying a debt. All you're doing is when you quote unquote discharge a debt, it's like you're setting it off. You're just like balancing the book, like an accounting error. But there's no payment. There's just an accounting. There's just nullifying the accounting. That's all it is. But it's not an actual payment. The actual payment is when the substance is transferred.
Yeah,
when the actual things of physical intrinsic value are transferred, that's when the payment happens.
So if I give you something of value that you accept as value, or I do some job for you and you accept it as payment, that's actual payment.
Yeah.
That will be payment.
Yeah, like if you improve, like services are a valuable consideration. So like fixing a house, like doing some sort of work, that's a valuable consideration. Physical objects that have an intrinsic value, that's a valuable consideration.
So they actually declared this in 1933 when they did the House Joint Resolution 192.
Exactly.
In November of that year, and they made this Executive Order 6102. They basically told everybody, hey, hear ye, there is no money to pay anything. So
it said it's against public policy to actually pay for shit.
You don't have.
Well, actually, it goes higher than that because when they switched the money into this Keynesian economics, people started accepting these fictional ways of payments or discharge, and they can just print their money, and people will accept it and give away the ownership of actual tangible things like property, gold. They've been exchanging this fantasy money for real stuff.
I consider Disney dollars is the best way to think about it. Is think about Federal Reserve notes as Disney dollars. Right? They only work at Disney World. They're not worth anything outside of Disney World. So as long as you're in Disney World playing the game with Mickey Mouse and Goofy, then it's fine, right? You can get on all the rides. You can buy the soft drinks. You can do whatever, but the moment you step out the gates of Disney World and try to buy something, it doesn't work, right? But the Disney dollars never come out of Disney World, right? So it's just like this insular system, and all the freaking Disney dollar it's like a ticket that tells this person, yes, you can give this person a soda popper. Yes, you can let this person on this ride. But guess what? No matter how many Disney dollars you have, you're not going to own anything in Disney World. I could take all the Disney dollars in Disney World, put it in front of the Magic Kingdom and say, I want to buy this freaking castle. And they're going to be like, get the fuck out of here. We want like real money. But their idea of real money is Federal Reserve notes. The trick's on them. Because the Federal Reserve notes work the same way. Like countries can't pay each other in like currency, man. Like it has to be settled, right? That has to eventually be settled where gold moves from one fucking vault to the other goddamn vault. Right? If you're running a freaking what do you call it? A surplus or a trade imbalance, right? At the end of the day, like you got a $10 million trade imbalance, they're moving $10 million of gold from your vault to their vault. But the thing is that the money, the dollar bills is the money is just a fucking illusion. Those are goddamn Disney dollars that discharge debt for the purpose so that you never own anything.
So it has the dollar has a value that is attached from the petrodollar because nations have to do commerce, and then whenever they want to buy petroleum for their nations, they have to do it in dollars.
Yeah,
so a lot of nations are being productive and producing goods to export it to the United States to get dollars back so they can buy petroleum or do international trade.
that way.
But it's a loop, right? So they need the oil to produce products to sell to the United States to get more oil, to produce products like to sell to the United States to get more oil. It's pretty crazy.
So I think we were touching on, or Indio was touching on, kind of like whoever brings, like in this paragraph I took from this contract law site. It's a quote: "Whoever brings the obligation must bring the remedy." That still applies. So the government.
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you. Keep going.
Wait a minute. So the government still has the fiduciary duty to discharge and settle your debts because we still don't have access to money of real substance, and because the USA is still in bankruptcy mode.
Are you reading this or saying it from over the top of your head, of your mind?
No, I'm reading it in my own
style. Can you post it? Can you please post that?
I already posted it.
Okay, good. I'm driving at the moment, so. Okay, but you're saying that the claim. I mean, can you repeat the first sentence again?
Yeah, let's see. Where should I start? Okay, hold on.
You said that the whoever has the claim has to bring the remedy or something like that.
Let me read the initial part of this. So this is about HJR 192 in 1933. I mentioned before. I'll just briefly skim through it. When the federal government went bankrupt, they passed this law 6102. It's an executive order. So 192 pledged us as collateral back to the government debt. They made us slaves, but they couldn't technically make us slaves because I'm reading verbatim basically from this paragraph. That would be illegal to make us slaves. So they had to give us a remedy. So what is this remedy? It is the government has the obligation to discharge and settle any debts we may incur in our daily lives. Yes, this includes mortgages, car loans, utilities, etc. But wait, wasn't HJR 192 repealed? Technically it was, but the provisions that brought us into having no money of substance still exist and apply. In other words, we didn't go back to using real money, gold and silver again, and therefore the maxim of, quote, whoever brings the obligation must bring the remedy still applies, unquote. So the government still has the fiduciary duty to discharge your debts because we still don't have access to real money of substance and because we're still in bankruptcy road. In addition to that, I'll add this part, my own. We're actually in the war state and have been since 1789 at least. So there's never been a time when we haven't been in an emergency state of war since just after the revolution. Interesting, huh? So so there's been cycles of bankruptcy, and now this is from my memory. The first one was in 1789. The second one, they're about 70 years apart, 1861, and then 1933. So every time they have this bankruptcy cycle of 70 years, the collateral has to be presented, which is us, you, your and mine future energy production. They use us as collateral. And a lot of people say, you've heard this, that the birth certificate is your bill of lading that turned you over as a debt slave, basically.
Yeah, that's true, but it's like that's kind of like the wrong verbiage.
Yeah, what are you gonna do with it?
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of this Freeman stuff, a lot of this stuff is partially true. Some of it's incorrect. They like jump to kind of some conclusions, and they can't find like the mechanism, right? Because there has to be like it's correct, right? Whoever brings the obligation has to bring the remedy. Okay, what was the remedy that was provided, right? Nobody knows what that remedy is. It has to exist.
It's
right. Nobody has like elucidated it out. So it's speculation on what you have to do to actually get your debts discharged by the federal government. Like, what do we have to do? Where do we send it?
Check it out. So it's so convoluted, and about 15 or 20 years of going through the rigmarole with all of this stuff, I successfully did discharge debt through the Chase Bank of Manhattan, and they still had me as the debtor, but I discharged the debt using paperwork. I forget even what I did because, like I said, in each separate category of information or contracts, there's a whole separate a procedure that you have to use that's not simple. Like there's like 10 steps. Like think about it like that. There's like 10 steps you have to take. You have to send it to all the correct people in the correct form. in the correct manner.
Yeah, because there is a, like I was saying earlier, there is a private side of this transaction. So if you send it to the public side of people, they don't know what to do with it. But if you send it to the private side, then they know what to do. If you do it correctly, yeah.
So it's really difficult. Like it gets very difficult and frustrating, but yeah.
Well, listen, I've done stuff to discharge debt, but what they end up doing is cutting you off. So that's the way it is. But they did get rid of the debt, but they'll just cut you off. They'll stop providing services, goods and services to you.
Listen, they got, because I used to I'm not bragging, but this is the way the world works. I'd be broke a lot of times and working, so I'd get credit cards. I'd buy engines for my cars, brand new engines, and never pay it off. And discharge, and then I was able to discharge those debts quite easily. I discharged several of them, and so I used the exact pretty much.
I never tried it on a credit card. But
I use notarized copy. I use notarized statements that I wrote my actual in a banker statement. This is a banker note. You use red ink, and it's horizontal to the ink. You change this contract. I did it a couple times, but it's not easy. It takes a lot of legwork, and you can make mistakes. Like some of them, they don't even recognize it. They're like, "What are you talking about?" Like return for value. Like all of those things are those debt notes. You are able to.
They don't know. Like no one understands them until they get to the legal department.
They don't understand it.
They got to get to the legal department. Until you get they're escalated to the legal department, they don't know what's going on. The customer service people don't know. The frickin' managers don't know. None of them don't know. When it gets to the legal department, I know because, Sonny, I've done the same thing.
Yeah.
I've gotten debts discharged. Got something like a fucking $6,000 gas bill discharge.
All right, send them to.
I kept sending them shit and they just ignored it. And eventually, when I actually got to talk to their legal department, they basically went silent on the phone, and then I got a bill that said zero balance.
I believe it. So that's the thing. So even the mid and upper level management of the Federal Reserve banks probably don't know how to deal with it, especially if you're doing it with.
Look, a debt is different. People don't understand this. A debt is different than a sale, right? If I go to a store and I go to buy something at a point of sale, they can accept whatever form of payment they want. It is completely optional. They can take fucking euros, they can take dollar bills, they can take freaking grains of rice. Doesn't matter. They can take whatever they want at a point of sale, but not with a debt. With a debt, there's a way that is prescribed by the government. There's only certain ways to pay a debt, right? And because the public policy of the U.S. government that there isn't any money, right? There's no hard money. All there is promises to pay. Promise to pay from one person is just as good as another.
Yeah, and a lot of
they have to accept your promise to pay.
The thing is, people might say that's immoral or whatever.
Not immoral.
They can say, "Well, listen, it's not immoral because look, everything's already been paid for by yourself, your descendants, and your ancestors. Already paid for everything. The debt's been paid. So it has."
They don't understand that the system's inverted. That everything is actually inverted on its head.
Mm-hmm.
That you're not. People have the idea you pay to get stuff, but it's no, there's stuff, and then you just withdraw it.
The stuff is already.
Yeah, people think that the bank gave you something, gave you money. I gotta pay them back and work your whole life to pay them back because they need your money. Yeah.
Listen, somebody made a promise and said, I got 7,000 brand new cars from China or Japan or whatever, and I'm going to bring them over on my ship, minus any of my costs of transferring it by ship across the ocean. I promise that these will, are worth this much. The other guy goes, okay, I'll agree to that. Maybe some minor adjustments. So they agreed to this, and they have a bill of lading of the ship, and it comes in, and they make a transfer. There's nothing it's just been a promise all the way across the ocean. There's been nothing is exchanged until the cars reach the port and are unloaded.
Yeah, and they can even monetize that bill of lading. It gets so like finance gets so fucked up. You can like literally monetize anything. It's like going to Las Vegas and you can gamble on what the temperature is going to be in 20 minutes. It's ridiculous.
They could take the bill of lading and transfer it over again and say, well, now we're going to use this bill of lading as an insurance towards all these other things, maybe like that are logistic type support or things for the harbor itself that these people own, the real estate they own. Like,
oh, why not just use it as collateral and take out a loan for 10 times the value of the bill of lading?
That's right.
And then get 10 ships. And then they take those 10 bills of lading.
That's what they do. They say, we're going to take this now, this 10%. We're going to buy 5 more ships, but we're only going to use like 10% of this first one as collateral. Just like the 10% fractional reserve banking, right?
Yep. The rehypothecation Ponzi freaking scheme, dude.
Everybody watch again the Creature from Jekyll Island. That's a great person, G.W. Griffin or whatever his name is. And also what I found interesting is like, wasn't it like 2008, 2009 when Zeitgeist came out? They were like the first ones to dump all this information, just like blah, just like splattered it out in the media. And I wonder about the timing of that as well. That was like, but they said nothing about the other lies.
The weird timing was like all this kind of came out right when HJR 196 expired.
Yeah, right.
It all came out like right at that time. It expired like when all the stuff about like accepted for value and all that stuff came out. HJR 196 expired or 192 expired like maybe a year later or 18 months later or something. It was like right after.
Yeah, it's really bizarre, man. Like, what a place. The inception of the straw man. I mean, but
what about that guy that
it's a simulation of reality, dude. Just like the globe, right? It's just like this simulation of reality. It's like the system of commerce is as a simulation of a system of commerce that actually has things of substance. But the substance is the collective delusion and promises of complete fucking strangers all stacked together. So, because you can never run out of it, right? So it's like almost having like an infinite commodity that can always be mined, right? So, I need some money, just make more promises. I can make promises.
The promises. The thing about the promises is that people have to go out there and be productive, right? When you decide to sign a promissory notice because you want something. Right? You want a car, you want a house, you want something. So to get that something, you have to work in the system and put your currency, your energy. And that's what they want.
Well, yeah, they want you not to know that the promise is the money. They want you to think that the labor's the money, right? The labor's the thing of value, or the service is the thing of value, or the commodity is the thing of value. It is, but not in this system. This system is inverted. The promise to pay is the thing of value, and the commodity is the bullshit. This system is inverted. See, everybody uses like their intrinsic common sense to like, like I have something of value. You have something of value. We exchange it. And we both have something of value. That's fair. Or I have a representative of value and you give me something of value and you take that representative value and then go get something of value. The system isn't like that at all. It's nothing like that. That's how people think about it, but that's not how it is. How it is that, you give me something of value and I promise to give you something of value that doesn't actually exist anywhere. Right? And your only hope is to take that delusional piece of paper and give it to somebody and find another delusional person in America to think that that's worth fucking something of value and then give you something of value. And just to continue this Ponzi scheme of having this piece of paper that's worth fucking actually jack shit, fucking travel through person after person after person after person after person, all on the collective delusion of everybody, thinking that we are operating within one system, but it's actually another. It's just a freaking hallucination. And that's the thing, is like what we're saying is dangerous. The more and more people realize that it's a fiat money system, but it's not stopping. And the reason it's not stopping is because they're invested in the fiat money system. How can you have people like Andrew Tate say, "Oh, I'm worth $250 million," or whatever the fuck he's worth? Say, "Oh, it's a fiat money system. It's a bunch of garbage." Well, if that fiat money system collapses, you're broke, bitch. You have no money. Like, what are you talking about? If you really believed it, dude, you would fucking liquidate all the fucking dollars, right? And liquidate it all into shit of substance, right? You'd fucking get everything denominated in gold and silver coin. You'd buy Cougarans, you'd buy Maple Leaves, you'd buy freaking Gold Eagles and freaking Eisenhower silver dimes, and that's what you would divest, and you'd go into shit of substance. And you know what your balance sheet would say after you freaking divested into coins? Oh, I only have $2 million. That fiat money wasn't worth what I thought it was after all, because I know I just have $2 million in coins.
And you're gonna live within your means when you have an account and you have tangible stuff. Okay, I have 2 million, so I have to live within the means of 2 million. Yeah. But today, under the Keynesian system, people have 2 million but spend 5 million.
Yeah, exactly. Because they spend 5 million and promises to pay the $2.5 million difference, right? So that promise to pay is that extra amount of money, and as long as people keep promising each other bullshit, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It becomes a bubble, and eventually it pops. It's a mathematical certainty that it has to pop at some point. So, the moral of the story is, man, get shit of value and learn some fucking skills, dude. I think knowing a skill is probably the most valuable thing you can do. A skill that's actually worth something.
So here's where we stand. Here's how crazy this whole place is, like on this HJR 192 thing. I'll read this paragraph. So, thus, it is clear that as a result of HJR 192, and from that day forward, June 5th, 1933, no one has been able to pay a debt. The only thing they can do is tender a transfer of debts, and the debt is perpetual. The suspension of the gold, that's profound. That this is a perpetual transference of a debt. Perpetually keeps going forever. So the suspension of gold standard and prohibition against paying debts remove the substance for our common law to operate on and created a void as far as law is concerned. This substance was replaced with a, quote, public national credit system where debt is money. In parentheses, the Federal Reserve calls it monetized debt, unquote, over which the only jurisdiction at is Admiralty and Maritime. That's the only jurisdiction.
There is some good text right there. I mean, kind of like putting it kind of clear in a sense, at least at that level. But the sad part is that they don't. I don't know about the process, because there's so many processes out there that people claim this is the way you do it and stuff. That's the difficult part I think there's gotta be some, because the courts do it, the banks do it, the insurance companies do it, the car companies like Toyota Finance, they're doing this. They build a car, then they tell you, hey, buy with our Toyota finances, right? And they basically you pay for the car at the moment when you buy the car, and they give you a check for when they say, hey, your finance system approved you for $20,000 for this car. They give you a check that they never put any money into, right? And then you buy the car from them, but they never gave you any money, like they're saying, and you're gonna pay them every month for the car, even though the car is paid for already, which is kind of crazy. So everybody, all of these companies, they do it, but how can people do it? Like normal people. That's the thing. That remedy, that way of doing it is just is in the private side.
I thought of one way is there's like, you have to make it like quote unquote official, right? So you have to make your promissory note. This is one way I've thought about doing it. Don't take this as gospel or anything. You can make it official by like making a promissory note and using a notary seal, using a notary to witness it. but that would kind of not make it a negotiable instrument. Then there's the other thing. There's something called a Federal Reserve medallion, which is like a notary seal, but it only works within the Federal Reserve system. So you can make a promise to pay, go to a bank, take $15, and have them witness it like a notary, but instead this is recognized within the Federal Reserve system as like authenticated document that this is real. So I'll try and find a link. I haven't looked at this in a long time. So maybe this is one way to get like a promissory note within the banking system. You know, a personal promissory note.
Bro, if I mean, probably not now, not today, but whenever
It's
we
called a
have
Federal Reserve
time,
medallion. That's what it's called.
bro, whenever we have time and we can sit down, I think I could hopefully put this down on paper and apply it and try to pay for my car and see if it works. You know, something that I just want to experiment it to see if it works with the finance bank. You know, to see if it works. If I can pay my car, whoo, my goodness.
It's called a medallion signature.
That's interesting. I never heard that before. Medallion signature.
Yeah, I came across it while I was researching this like a decade ago, 15 years ago, whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, it's a medallion signature. So it's basically the exact same thing as a notary public, the same function, right? The witnessing, the signing of documents, but it's for the Federal Reserve. So any bank within the Federal Reserve system has to recognize it, recognize that document. So I was thinking you could write a promissory note, make a medallion signature, and force a bank that's in the Federal Reserve System to deposit it and credit your account. Basically doing your own banking, right? Being a quote-unquote private banker.
I think that's the way the system is set up, so people cannot do banking themselves. But the schooling system and the local government is gonna set up in a way that you're just gonna be a worker instead of a banker.
Oh, of course.
And they're gonna help you out and facilitate the banking transactions. That's why they're charging you a fee, because they set up the shops and for the commercial side of things, and you are a worker and the one that is promising to pay one day. They're just moving the stuff around and charging a fee. Huge.
Yeah, they can't, like, the system doesn't work on. It's like a Ponzi, right? You got to people keep investing in the system or it falls apart.
People has to go out there and work. If no, people has to go out there and get stuff done. If people don't do it, then everything falls apart.
But even people that are rich within the system use the system itself to take advantage. They don't discharge debts. They don't do like these things. They're never going to let you play in the system for nothing. They'll just cut you off. Like that's how it is. They'll just cut you off. Like that's my experience. You just get blacklisted. Right.
Well, they need. That's the thing. I think that's because they cannot have bunch of people stop working and being productive and stop being workers and just signing off debt instead of being productive, right? That's why they can't have everyone doing that.
That's the thing, though. Like, they don't have to, because everyone wants to be a worker. You don't have to do that. Like, what do people think about commissions? They're like, "Ooh, commissions, no." Like, but that's the only way that your income wouldn't be capped, is if you did that. I mean, as a business owner, if you don't make sales, guess what? You don't make any money. So it's like, this is the thing that people run away from: the business opportunities of America.
Yeah,
everybody's gonna have a problem if they think a job is the end all be all. Like that's never gonna work.
Well, I mean, it will if like in a different environment. So if you like live on a farm and you're self-sufficient, you don't, you know what I mean? You don't really need much of anything. You don't even really need money, quite honestly. Yeah, AI said it right.
Yeah,
If everyone's a millionaire, no one's a millionaire. Someone has to work at fucking McDonald's, right? So if we give this is the fundamental flaw behind giving everyone a bunch of money. Because if you give everyone a bunch of money, then everybody's rich, and then no one's rich because everyone has a bunch of money. I'm not going to work for. If I'm a millionaire and you're a millionaire, why would I work for you to get your $1 million? Right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I'm a millionaire. I don't want to work. I fucking want you to work for me. Right? You work. I got my million first. You work for me. You flip my burger. I'm not flipping your burger.
I want you to clean the toilets, not me. You have to do the coffee.
Yeah, but I'm a millionaire. I'm not doing that. I'm a millionaire.
But I'm a millionaire too. Someone has to clean the toilets.
I was a millionaire first.
But who's gonna clean the toilets? You.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. Like, it's funny.
Well, if you think about it in school, that's what that whole system is. You know who's going to be an employee and who's not. Like it's just the nature of people. For some reason, a certain number of us we're good with being an employee, and then there are the other people that are like, I don't get it. But I mean, oh God, if the creator set it up that way, that's. Whew, I mean, who am I to question that? But yeah, I mean, earlier when I said you'll never do that, work in a job. No, you can work at McDonald's depending on how you save. I mean, you'll get to $1 million anyway. Like that's the name of the game, where you put your money in. At least where we live.
Yeah, I mean, it's so fucked up. I live in the city, and I just want the world to be basic. It's such a contradiction.
Yeah, me too. I can relate with you on that quite a bit.
I just wish we went back to just gold and silver coin. But to get off the system to roll it back, man, that means a lot of people things that are valued, quote unquote, valued as being valuable, they're not going to be valuable anymore. And I think that propels the collective delusion, because a lot of the value that's being the things that you think, oh, this thing is worth this fair market value, that's not the actual value of it. Right. And if the entire fiat money system comes down and you go back to a system based upon substance, everything will be revalued, right? It'll get a new value, a new relative value compared to everything else. And a lot of things won't be worth that anymore. Like I was saying about Andrew Tate, be liquidated into coins, right? He'd have $2 million face value of coins. He wouldn't have $250 million or $1 billion anymore. If he took all his Federal Reserve notes, says, I'm going to take all these Federal Reserve notes and I'm going to buy gold and silver coins, right? And then I'm going to declare the face value of those gold and silver coins as my net worth, as my worth. He'd have $2 million in coins.
Come on, we all know he has Romanian pesos.
Believe me, a Bugatti's fucking isn't worth a goddamn lot of money in a fucking post-apocalyptic fucking future, dude. Dude, they get 8 miles a gallon. You go to fucking 3 feet. How far are you gonna go in the Bugatti when no one's fucking fixing the roads anymore? You're gonna go a mile, and the fucking wheel's gonna fall off.
Yeah, but what color is your Bugatti?
Yeah. More important, is it running?
Well, by then we'll be on Mars, so we won't need.
Oh yeah, that's right. We'll have our future dystopia on Mars. That's right. Sorry, Elijah. Elon Musk is going to make our crazy future AI overlords on Mars. Can't be on Earth.
A lot of people are kind of pushing the idea of a Mad Max environment coming up, and people are saying that the supermarket is gonna be empty. There's gonna be no food. People are gonna be killing each other in the street. I don't think so. I don't think that's what's coming.
That's a lot of fear mongering, in my opinion.
I mean, it's already working exactly the way they need it to work for business to run as usual. You got the working class, you got the middle class, and you got the elite. Like no one's
I think the system's quite fragile right now, quite honestly. I think we're like at the precipice of a fucking cliff. It's just my intuition.
But do you think
Think
right,
about
I agree
just
with
think
you.
about COVID. Let me just say this one thing. Think about COVID. Think about all the people that stayed home and just didn't work. Like nothing happened. None of those people's jobs are fucking necessary. Why are they being paid to do anything? Right?
Yeah.
Like we know, everybody knows intrinsically this system, this financial system is fucked up and broken. And we're all just like going along with it because we know if we don't go along with it, it'll freaking collapse. So everybody's just going along with it so everybody else don't die. Yeah, it's whack, dude. Dude, there's so many useless jobs, man. Look, how many people did Musk fire from Twitter? What happened to Twitter? Nothing, right? He freaking he fired 75% of the workforce, and Twitter's no different than it was before. What the hell were they doing? Those people were making like freaking six figures. To do what? Amazon's laying off like 12,000 people. They're not going to miss
12,000?
It was some huge fucking number, dude. Worldwide, 12,000, not just like in Massachusetts or something. But like everybody knows that these people, like they were like I don't know why they existed on payroll.
But that doesn't mean that a lot of people getting fired, whatever, right? And that's that kind of changes the landscape in a sense. But the farms are not gonna stop producing food, right? The meat producers are not gonna stop producing meat, are they? Like food is not just gonna stop being produced all over the world because people are getting fired.
Well, the good thing about America is that we can, like, things to keep us alive, we produce very easily, like food, shelter, like all those things.
Yeah.
Water, we produce those very easily at super low cost. But, like, you can't, they'll have to go to, like, universal basic income or something to have, like, 25% of the population being freeloaders.
What do you think with this winter storm? Is that going to affect the harvest? Do you think? Some people are saying these winter storms are going to affect the harvest.
There's a winter storm. Which one? There's one coming?
All the ones that have been happening, and there's another one coming, a big one. I don't know. I'm just
I don't.
The weather has been kind of like. The weather has been pretty crazy in the U.S. lately, and you see how the West got a lot of rain that it was so much it was needed, so it might be a good thing, right?
Yeah, but listen, it's still not over with. There's still storms out in the Pacific lining up as we speak. They're still coming. This is
So can we have a year? Can we have a year of storms, and what's gonna happen to the harvest? There's still gonna be food in the banks, and we have a food bank, right? Doesn't matter the storms.
No, the food bank is a promise to pay food. Well, a promise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Food reserve notes, bro.
They're gonna give you a footnote. Yeah, one day we're gonna give you food. Don't worry. Come back.
Yeah, but I think like I think there's like a long-term problem here, whereas the society is productive enough where we don't need to employ everybody, but the fundamentals of society is like work ethic. Everybody works. Everybody does something. You know what I mean? To make money, to make a living, to do shit. But if we don't require all those workers, or all those workers aren't necessary, like either you're gonna have to let them all fucking starve to death, or Because a lot of the shit that is produced in America is not necessary for survival. Like, think about what's absolutely necessary
Like
for survival.
iPhones.
I mean, you can make an argument an iPhone is necessary for survival, but like everything else isn't. Like everything's based upon like entertainment and like impulse buying.
Cars aren't necessary for survival.
No, definitely not.
It's the way that we use them. Because you buy a car, you buy a 5-seater. But a lot of the times it's just you paying for those 5 seats. Like, why don't you have a bike or a moped where your gas is like, I don't know, $3, $2 per gallon?
Like, what are we going to do when we get to the point where machines make everything too easy? Like, where people don't even have to fucking work, dude. What are we going to do then?
Well, it goes back to the system, like, because honestly, like, people don't have to be broke. Not a single person. But the question I'm asking is, that I'm thinking about is, what happens if everyone knew how not to be broke? I mean, it's a very simple thing. You either leave an estate for your children, which means you maybe life insurance or maybe some other, you work your whole life or whatever it was, and your capital is passed on. Or, like, if you're not a person who's inheriting that, then you're just a person who has to work and save it. It's like if everyone did that, then again, would the system really sustain itself? Because ultimately, people will find out that they don't have to work as hard as they do. But if they don't work as hard as they do, then in theory, would the system crash? Because I think it's only sustained because people choose to be losers in a system that's purely mathematical.
Yeah, there's all sorts of fucking problems, man. It's like so many. It's just like we got it all twisted. I don't know if it's like prosperity that we like human beings have struggled for so long, and then when we're processed, we don't know what to do with ourselves. We just evolve into like fucking degeneracy until we fucking implode.
What if?
Or there's something wrong with the system, or fucking who knows, man. I don't know what the answer is.
But look, think about it. What if? It's Eli's world. Now, when I build schools, what if it's something that people know is the Rule of 72, and maybe putting aside $25 a month from the time that you're like 18, no one would be broke, literally. But what would that do to the system if no one was broke? Right? I guess like, how would that work?
Well, everyone would be broke because then everyone would have a lot of money. Money is a relative thing. It's a relative scale. It's not like the absolute value of like, I have $1 million, therefore I'm rich. $1 million is only worth something if nobody else has $1 million. If everybody's got $1 million, then it ain't worth shit.
Yeah, when they raise like wages and stuff, like on a universal scale, they also raise prices, and you just get the illusion that you got a raise or something, but really, everything just went up.
Well, see, that's the mafia tactics. Like they know, and they've known since the 70s. Whenever they raise minimum wage, they decrease employment and they cause inflation. They know this. Thomas Sowell's been talking about this shit for like 50 years. They know. He worked for the Department of Labor. They know for a fact this happens. The reason
But
they
that's
do
what
it is
they,
the
that's what,
same reason the mafia used to do what they do, because they're going to use it as a justification to raise prices. They're going to say, "Oh, we had to raise the price, so they raised minimum wage." In the states, like, "Oh, we had to raise taxes. We have to, like, now they're going to get more money in taxes, right?" So like because the wage that they're taxing is higher. So it's like the
So the
businesses and the government are in it together. So just hold on real quick. What the mafia used to do to get people to go along with their schemes, right? They wouldn't just go to one bakery and say, "Hey, you're going to give us 25 cents extra on every muffin." They would go to every single bakery and say, "You're going to charge an extra 25 cents, you're going to give us 10 cents, and you're going to keep the other fucking, you're going to keep the balance." And everybody's like, "Oh shit, that's awesome. Now we have price fixing across the board. I know everybody else is going to raise the price. I'm going to get some money. They're going to get some money, right?" So everybody's getting some money. It's collective greed. It's not just like the government being greedy or the business being greedy. It's the government and the business together trying to milk the same cow.
Yeah, but and another way to look at it too is that our economy being an invention, anyways, they'll flood like the economy with money to make us, spend money, and then they'll take money and like make it more scarce, and
Yeah, the
then
boom bust
print money.
cycle. Yeah, yeah, they do that.
the economics are a product of an organic behavioral way of people being productive and fending, right? You need food, shelter, clothing, and that kind of stuff is needed. So you need an economy to kind of produce all of those things. But then the government comes in and they start like controlling who has what. They have a monopoly on force. They start dictating who's gonna control the resources and what money is gonna be used, and that's controlling the economy from one corner instead of allowing the economy to thrive overall. Because when you have one group of people controlling uh, and dictating what's going to happen within the economy, setting the rules,
yeah.
deciding who's going to be
What
the
it,
winners and who's going to be the loser.
so what Indio says, like that's exactly what happened when the minimum wage was increased. Like you had all of these places where everybody who was full time now they're part time. Why? Because the business can't afford to give them health care, or they cut that expense. They just found the money. They just cut corners somewhere else to not take the loss. So who takes the loss? Well, the worker who can't have full benefits because they're technically part time, even though they're getting paid a higher hourly wage, they're not working as many hours. Yeah, it's a dirty game. That's why you shouldn't be fucking working a job for your whole life. Telling you.
Well, see, they have complete control of the money because people use banks. And they also have control of the companies, the big corporations that we're giving our money to also. They just know where the money's going always. They have complete control. The only way to upset the system is really if people started buying locally and they couldn't, track that money as easily. It's safe to say they have human behavior down pat. I didn't mean to silence the room. My bad.
How dare you? No, we've been talking for a couple hours and gotta rest. Gotta rest the
Yeah.
vocal cords and the mind.
I work my vocals out a lot singing, so got it down. But I do need somebody to talk to. So, that Roland guy that was in here the other night is definitely that Jesse Gordon guy. I can tell that was him, but with the theodolites. Drives me insane.
Actually, I don't think so. I've seen.
Like him.
So he changes his voice or something?
But he just didn't talk too much, and when he did, I could hear the inflections in his voice. It's the same guy. Maybe I'm wrong.
You might be. I'm almost certain you're wrong, and I gotta let you know.
He mentioned theodolites before he left last night, or was it last night? Before he left the room, he mentioned theodolites, and that made me think it was him.
Jesse Gordon is a different individual than Roland.
Matthew came in here. Matthew was in here, and he was in here with Matthew, and they were DMing each other. And Matthew said that he was like a student somewhere in maybe, I don't know, physics or something. He was really good at math or something like that. So that was a red flag for me too. So that's why I kind of came to that conclusion.
It's definitely not.
What was that?
It's definitely not.
Oh yeah, I know not for a fact, but I'm almost certain that they're two different individuals.
Yeah, I would recognize that guy's voice. Same kind of inflection.
Well, while that Roland guy was in here, Jesse was pinging me in another chat on the another server, the Cosmology Tartaria, trying to get me to vouch for him to be unbanned, and I'm like, I'm not vouching for you. I don't know why you got banned.
Who was that?
Last time we was in
Jesse Gordon.
No, not stupid on our side, but
I can't hear you.
Get closer to your mic, bruh.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think he was claiming the otherwise did something that they don't do, and then he went off and then he didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Doing these normal Jesse Gordon stuff that he does.
It's still kind of hard to hear you. My husband, he works with theodolites a lot because he's a millwright. And he was telling me about them just a little more in depth. And I mean, I already knew that they were used to find elevation on work sites for whatever they would need to do that for. And this guy's trying to use it to find curvature at a mountain range that's like 75 miles away. Makes no sense. Then you have to
not even used for that to find curvature.
Yeah, you have to fine tune those things. Like, it's easy to get them out of whack, very easy. And if you're using them like out in nature, I mean, I know that you use them in like work sites and stuff, but you're usually doing it for structures. So the fact that he was using it to find curvature of what was it, Mount Baker? Something like that.
Yeah, so he uses them to drop angles, which doesn't work. Even not work, but and the participation.
Timbo, it's real hard to hear you, buddy. I'm sorry.
I think I'll shut up and hear my other headphones.
That's because he's upside down. That's why.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but using theodolites to find curvature to disprove or prove anything when it comes to like 75 miles away in the condition that he was using it in, knowing the sensitivity of the equipment, like to any kind of like anything can offset it. So I just don't trust that. That's not a good instrument to use. So just use something else. I don't understand why he's using that. Trying to throw us off is what he's doing.
That's all they can do is try to throw us off. So that's their most common ploy.
Well, he can't pull a fast one on a ton of you guys in here, so I'm not worried about him.
Hey, is it just me, or have people noticed there's been an upsurge of anti-flat Earth like videos from like new anti-flat Earthers? Like
I haven't really paid attention, I guess.
I haven't either. I don't really know. I like had to veer away from like YouTube and all the different channels. Like,
Yeah, these are like new things, like just like new people. Some Dave McGowan guy and someone that Nathan debated. I don't know, maybe they're targeting him because both the videos were about Nathan. But it's like these are new people, not the same old, McToon and Clown, White the Flat Earth.
Hey, a lot of people got fired, so a lot of people found new jobs. Globetrotters.
I noticed on Twitter there's a couple new ones. A fake pilot.
They're not prepared. They're not prepared. They look really terrible trying to debate, anybody that's like Class B or maybe Class C even.
But still, being a Glober can be pretty profitable, so it doesn't matter how good you are.
There's a person, his name is Flat Earth Pilot. He started a Twitter account, started a YouTube account. He's been pretty much like trolling Flat Earthers on Twitter. Followed me for some reason. So he started with the antics, right? The regular antics. And he started his account maybe 2 weeks ago. And it's just, I've just been watching this person spiral and spiral. His comments just get more crazy and desperate and insulting and name calling. And it's like, all the flat earthers that are on Twitter, at least that he interacts with, we're just like, dude, are you okay? You weren't like this a week ago. Because they all think that they're going to just I'm going to dive into the topic and I'm gonna just debunk these flat earthers, and it's so easy. I don't know why anybody else can do it, but I'll do it. And they just all fail so miserably, and then they just go out of their minds.
You tell them to come on in here. No, you don't have to, but they should. They should come on in here. They'd be shot down real quick.
We had this doctor the other day, and he said, "You guys don't believe in gravity?" Oh, he was like, "Oh my, I cannot. Oh my goodness! Oh, you guys don't believe in gravity."
You don't believe in a pseudo force, Jamesy? Jamesy, you don't believe in a pseudo force? Come on now.
But you see, yeah. But the way he kind of did it, oh my god, I don't believe. I cannot believe. I don't believe you guys don't believe in gravity. Kind of like Dr. India is talking to. Yeah, the face palm and everything,
Yeah. You don't believe in gravity? I'm calling the Inquisition. They're going to burn you at the stake, unbeliever.
I feel like gravity should be the easiest thing to get people to, I don't know, I guess it's what holds the globe together.
He was looking down to us from up the hill saying, "You guys don't believe in gravity."
Yeah, that's a no-brainer. It's already called a pseudo-force. Everything about it is sketchy, and it's never been proven or isolated. It's a theory. And a bending and warping of abstract concepts, which is stupid.
Well, the funny thing is Newton didn't believe in gravity. So, yeah.
Yeah. Didn't want to be associated with it.
Yeah, and basically said anyone that believed in it was a retard.
Yeah, like diminished mental abilities or something like that along those lines. You're diminished.
Well, at least Newton would approve of us, I guess, and I really want his approval anyways, but I'm just saying.
That's my point. Like, this guy was acting like that. He was projecting towards, so like, you guys are dumb because you don't believe in gravity, but he's the dumb one. But he was acting like, I think like Helio was trying to describe these other people, like going crazier and crazier. And he was saying, this doctor guy, he was saying, a lot of crazy stuff happens, and that's why, like, you don't see the he was talking like this, like, this crazy stuff happens, and that's why globe, because crazy stuff happens, therefore globe. He actually used the term, a lot of crazy stuff is happening, that's why globe. Like, bro, you're crazy. A lot of crazy stuff is happening in your head.
A lot of crazy.
They gotta reach
a whole bunch
the bottom of the barrel.
Stuff is happening. Yeah, crazy globe stuff.
A lot of, I told him, a lot of crazy stuff is happening, right, bro? Yeah, in your head. Right. That's why globe.
Right between your ears.
I know most of you are real seasoned in being flat earthers, but I'm fairly new this year. No, not this year, last year. Sorry, it's been about a year now for me, but it's just crazy. This world is ridiculous. I didn't know until I knew,
Yep, none of us did. It took me 58 years, so it's never too late.
Well, I mean, it took me 30 years.
Well, you guys that are those ages discovering these things now, you have a step up.
And I have a little boy, and he's real young, and I'm gonna homeschool him. I've been teaching him 2 languages at once, and because I only know 2 languages, let's be honest, that's all I can do. Yeah, I'm gonna let him know about the flat Earth and tell him all the crazy shit that has to go with the globe Earth, and to beware of the spell of that shit.
Are you from around?
Excuse my language.
Are you from around Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, or Arkansas?
Alabama.
Oh, see, I was getting closer. I should have known it's Alabama. Cool.
People used to think that homeschooling was just crazy. You're out of your mind.
Hey, weren't the
the weirdos were the homeschooled ones, but now the weirdos are going to be the public schooled ones, which it's always been that way, but you didn't think of it that way. But that's the way it is. The weird ones are the public school kids.
So in regards to the uptick in the new guys, Nathan had recently changed his format to specifically critiquing anti-flat earther videos or even mainstream videos. Yeah. So those videos which already have, a base that look at them as some guru now are having an assault on them. So now they're responding in kind, I think, by making their own channels.
I tuned into QE's live stream yesterday and today, and those 2 goons that they were Nathan Oakley and Patrick were, I guess, debating. It really wasn't a debate. Their opening statements completely demolished every single amount of anything. I don't know. There was no rebuttal after their opening statements. None.
That goofball
None.
did not need any help. He debunked Globe Earth by himself. I mean, like,
Which one? Because they both did it by themselves.
Nathan and Patrick didn't even need to be there.
That's true. T-Wad, yes. Those people, those two guys were jokes. Oh, I could not believe that the very last thing that the one guy, the moderator, said was boats going over the horizon. Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my voice. But I freaked out. I was like, this guy did not just say boats. Please tell me he did not just say that. What a goofball.
I mean, how can they still use boats going over the horizon, folks, when all you got to do is zoom in? Like, come on, really? They're still using that. I guess they like have no choice.
And they were changing things throughout. Like the other guy said that curvature was like 1 degree every 75 miles, which made no sense. He was thinking about like celestial navigation, I think. But he said 75 and then 69. He changed it during the whole thing. He's just a moron. Ugh. I don't know. And if they, I don't know, they didn't have a leg to stand on from the get go, but they still had all that shit to say. They made complete goons out of themselves.
They got a super chat during it, right? And it was from a normie saying, "That's it, I'm going flat Earth." You're idiots.
Of course. I'm not surprised if they converted, they did. The Globies converted people to flat Earth. Not surprised.
But yeah, I think with like Nathan's critiquing of the mainstream videos, like they've already made it like pretty clear that they're not going to directly rebut any flat Earth arguments. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, I'm not going to debate any flat Earthers. But I think they will, but they just won't say that that's what they're doing. Like, it'll be obvious to us, but not to anyone else.
Field studies check your butt.
What was that, Elijah?
That video is something else, man. What evidence do you have that gas is held down by so-called gravity? Air.
Yeah.
Yo, listen. I want the ref to drug test this guy. I think he's got to be on something. I can't debate people. We need to get a. Unfortunately, he's on like a performance diminishing drugs. He didn't do too well. Air. What does that even mean?
All right. So other things. Curvature is arc over time. That's another thing he said.
What the hell? What?
Said we measure.
Oh, it was so funny
Said
because
we
he was
measure
like, "Where's the curvature?" At 4 p.m.
Exactly.
It's 8 minutes per mile squared now.
No. What he said is, it's the classic. If you leave such and such and you arrive at so and so. So he said, if I leave from the coast of California and start heading west, when do I expect to see curvature? 4 p.m.
Dude, that's Brenda level. That's Brenda level.
Yeah, Elijah. Sorry, I missed. Yeah, exactly. I'll meet you down there.
Yeah, so he also said that 8 inches per mile squared isn't the way globes measure the Earth. I mean, that could be fair. You could say that. But then he was,
it is cited in a lot of
attempting-
places that Glober places. Quite honestly,
Yeah,
even
and also
Vsauce used it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he also used he tried to critique the square root of the observer's height in feet, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. He said, that's not how the globers measure curvature either. So he never actually said how they did it for a long time in the debate. But when he finally did, he gave the equation like R1 equals R2 over K, right? And now the layman, it's a little more complicated than that. I can't remember the equation off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's something like
It was
that.
R. It was R over
But you
R
recognize it.
over K. Yeah.
Yeah, R equals RE over K. Yeah.
Yep.
Something like that. Yeah.
Recognize that as
Yeah, that's it. That's
terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's to calculate the coefficient, right? The new radius.
We measure the Earth with curved light. That's how we do it.
Yeah.
And then kept on arguing about how flat Earth looks.
Oh, amazing, man. Did this guy have like any credentials? Is there like something wrong with him?
He was in the Navy once.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and Huey laid in on that. He laid in on him on that one. That was pretty funny.
How did he get in the Navy?
Well, I mean, somebody has to mop the deck.
Yeah.
There's always people that are in the military that think they actually did something important or that they are some kind of specialist in anything simply because they're attached by proxy. It's like, I was on the ship where they had these missiles that totally accounted for the curve of the Earth. Well, how do you know that? Well, they were missiles.
Yeah, I've met Vietnam veterans that they were Vietnam era war veterans. Let's put it that way. But but they were stationed in Taiwan writing like articles for like Stars and Stripes. Like they're hundreds of miles away from any combat. No chance of a bullet hitting them. Writing, articles and just basically banging hookers and getting shots for penicillin shots all day.
And not reading the documentation of those missiles and how they are shot over a flat stationary Earth.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a war going on right now, man. Just go watch some videos of it. They're freaking using all sorts of devices to hit targets far away, and they're not freaking taking the curvature of the Earth in the account.
Yeah, so Huey actually did a whole exposition on the Sea Sparrow missile, and you clearly see the device, the launcher, and the signal finder is well below what it should be to see over the curve, right? You have Globers be like, "Oh, that's not it. It's actually the thing on the top of the ship." But be like, "Look, here. It's like here's the manual. It says this is the device. This is where it is on this. This is it." No. That can't be true, because if that was true, it wouldn't be able to see over the curve of the Earth.
I'm surprised they just didn't say super refraction.
But that's actually what they should have said. That's in tune with their proper argument techniques.
Which pisses me right the hell off.
Which means it wasn't even plausible enough for them to believe. If they don't listen, if they don't like in court just like chant to refraction, that means it's too flat. It's too implausible for even them to believe. Which is pretty saying something, because some of them think a light ray will travel around the Earth in the appropriate condition.
Earth, how deluded do you have to be to believe that super infraction would make it seem like the Earth was flat, but you can see further and it still looks flat? I don't understand it.
We've had Globers say that they could, under the appropriate conditions, they would be able to look through a telescope and see their own ass. Yes, they've said this.
I've heard that
live.
Yes, I've heard that.
Like, and unapologetically, like just like walk around, like, dude, at least have the decency to put a bag over your head after saying something like that.
I don't know. What we're up against is just completely crazy. It's crazy that we can't get through to these folks sometimes. But sometimes
Helio,
we can. That makes it worth it. Makes it worth it.
India, how are they gonna see their asses if they put the bag over their heads? India can't do that.
Super duper refraction.
Ultra refraction.
Where they insert the diameter and circumference and pose it over the equation.
Well, I mean, I swear to God, some of these people are just straight mentally ill. Like, and I hate saying that because it just sounds so like, yeah, crazy flat earthers. I just sound like one of them, just like calling somebody that doesn't agree with me mentally ill because I have no argument. But I have to call it like I see it. Like, when someone asks you, what's the evidence for gravity holding the atmosphere down, and your answer is air, that's just batshit crazy, dude. That doesn't even make sense. Sorry, it just don't make sense. Like, there's nobody on Earth, any sane person, that's gonna go, that was a freaking sane, valid, rational answer by a competent adult. No way. Like, it's not possible.
Just the whole concept of gases in the air and how they seek equilibrium, how they're everywhere. They're more so near the Earth. It just doesn't make any sense.
Dude, the air is not evidence of gravity. Okay?
It's not. It's actually it's going against gravity.
Like
yeah, but to be fair, also gravity isn't evidence of a globe either.
Yeah, I know. So it's just like this thing, dude. Like, so we had a Glober. He was in the debate text. We were like, "It's no evidence light bends down around curves." So he pulls up this experiment some Glober did with a can of frickin' butane, and he pours the butane on the thing, and the thing goes up like so that you could see it, even though it was behind the edge of the butane. Well, the butane he used was probably like at like negative 10 degrees. Butane has a higher refractive index than water, right? So if you take a butane lighter and you press the lever, you can see you're not seeing butane coming out. You're seeing the butane, the refractive index of the butane change the way the light reaches your eye. That's how crazy butane is, how highly refractive it is. So this guy thinks that this is evidence that light can bend around the curves on Earth. It was not realizing that it's actually evidence against it. I'm going to tell you why it's the evidence against it, is because they have to use this extreme example just to demonstrate it. An example that is not occurring naturally terrestrially, right? We don't have temperature gradients of freaking 70 degrees in 1 inch with a refractive index of butane that's like the same as air, which is 30% greater than air, the differential, right? When air to like a refractive index of air, the difference is something like it's in the like the 5th decimal place, right? So we have a refractive index gradient that is 4 orders of magnitude greater than what you would ever experience in any weather condition on Earth. And this is how they demonstrate it. This is the only way they can demonstrate it.
As if there's just butane all over the Earth.
But that's the point is, if you can only demonstrate it using an extreme condition that don't exist, then it doesn't exist in the normal condition, right?
Right.
If it only exists in the extreme, it can't exist in the normal. What you're doing is actually proving the point that it doesn't exist regularly, on a regular 70-degree day, looking out and I see frickin' oil rigs in the horizon behind oil rigs that should be in front of them. That means, right, that's not an extreme weather condition. That's not, butane out there next to the oil rig. And also out next to the oil rig, there isn't like a negative 10 degree to 70-degree temperature gradient in a space of like 5 inches. So no, that like it's not that extreme condition.
Where does that happen anywhere on Earth?
Nowhere. That's the point. Nowhere it happens. It like they can only demonstrate it by using an unrealistic, unequivalent, extreme demonstration, right? To show it's possible at all. Yes, it's possible. Look, we're going to use this freaking super extreme demonstration. Okay, well, if it has to be in a super extreme condition, then it can't exist normally. Right? But what you're saying is all the time. The general condition of the air is that everything's being refracted over the curve all the time.
All the time, yeah. But even in that demonstration, it wasn't showing the obstruction behind what is supposed to be obstructed, like in the Black Swan.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, of course not. It didn't show the other side of the goddamn cylinder, right? Which is the Black Swan supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be showing like the surface of the other side of the ball past the horizon is supposed to be uncurved and lifted up so that it looks flat, right?
Exactly.
Which is so absurd. Like, if you just like think about it for 2 seconds, like how absurd that is.
Yes.
To have a surface that's like curving away from you somehow. Like if I could give them like $1 million budget and say, okay, I'm giving you $1 million budget. I want you to design a lens that will do what the Black Swan does, that it'll show the surface of the other side of a curved surface so that it looks flat and it's not curved anymore. They couldn't do it. No matter how much money I gave them. They couldn't do it. They couldn't engineer it. They could go to the frickin' optics department of fucking MIT and they still couldn't do it.
I guarantee you that they wouldn't, because they would blow everything out of the water if they did.
I just don't think... Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So the general tactic when using this is to avoid focusing on the fact that it's an extreme example and just focus on the fact that it's an example of refraction. And because they use the word refraction in one instance and the word refraction in another instance, they try to get you to equivalence the demonstration and the example that they give of the Earth. But they only give the example of the Earth doing it in explanatory form. And if you challenge it, the most common rhetorical technique that you encounter is, well, are you saying refraction doesn't exist? So analogous, this would be akin to this. So the melting point of a particular metal is 4,000 degrees, right? So they show you the metal melting at 4,000 degrees, and it melts. And then they say, I can melt metal at 2 degrees. Are you denying heat exists?
Are you denying metal melts? That's what they're really doing.
Exactly.
If I could demonstrate metal melts, then it melts at any freaking condition I say it does. That's stupid.
Yeah. So speaking of Jesse Gordon,
the clown.
Oh goodness.
So he did proffer some examples of lasers and straight things looking curved inside a fish tank, and things behind the thing inside a fish tank appearing. Yeah, yada yada yada. Okay, so let's think about that for a second. A fish tank is one of two things in that local area. It's either a turbulent environment or a horizontal gradation. So he's using a horizontal gradation to demonstrate these effects. So all he's really doing is saying that if the Earth was arranged with a horizontal turbulent gradation, we could have all of these effects. Oh, thank you, bud.
Yeah, it's pretty.
So same thing with the butane and refraction. It's just like a completely unrealistic scenario to prove something that doesn't actually happen in nature.
Yes, it's not analogous. All they do is they show like something like, okay, I see the laser's curved. Oh, so if I can demonstrate to you that a laser curves in one condition, therefore light is curving around the Earth in the manner in which we need for our globe to exist.
Well, here's my thing. Who thinks theodolite will prove the curvature of the Earth? Who thinks that?
Crazy people. Because
I don't understand. Why would you use that instrument?
But think about it. Think about it for a second. By even saying a theodolite can measure the curvature of the Earth, they're saying that there's no refraction because otherwise they're measuring curved light. Right? So how are they measuring curved lines? You see what I'm saying? Like, like you can only use a theodolite if you assume the line of sight is straight. You can't use it if you assume the line of sight is curved. It doesn't work.
That's exactly what I was getting at. Because, first of all, he's using it at a completely, like, unbelievably wide range. 75 miles. 75 miles for a theodolite that people use.
No, that's out of its functional range, by the way.
Yes. And, I mean, he was bringing up something that it was used for in the past, and it still is not synonymous with an instrument that would be better used for that kind of distance. It's the margin of error. If there is an extreme margin of error that you can correct for, why use the instrument that has that much of a margin of error anyways? It seems like it's
yeah. So the theodolite is an optically reticle targeted system, which means it requires your eye. So
yes,
even there, you introduce so much error.
It requires a physical object too to point at, and also it doesn't have to necessarily be on a flat surface. It has to be on a level surface, and you adjust it. You have to fine tune it, and you can't even touch it after you do that, or you'll mess it up.
Does the theodolite in question have a internal recording device that is in line with the reticle system with 100% accuracy? Right, and a lot of people will attach a recording device to the reticle, correct? To try to demonstrate to you what they're looking at.
Yeah.
Now, what methodology was used to center the plane of the optic with the reticle?
That's a good question that I didn't even think to ask because
That's the only question. Listen, check this out. That's the only question that needs to be asked. Nothing can be done until that is answered. Because if that's not answered, then anything you're looking at could have an off angle. So it can't say in any way that it's accurate.
He seems to be talking to people that he has the upper hand on they're stumped by what he's done. And I guess I got real stuck on
let me
the
ask.
instrument that he used and how inaccurate it was and how he didn't even know what the plumb line was or anything. Like, how are you conducting this experiment without like full knowledge of all the things that you're using for it?
Well, let me ask you something. I want to see if you can catch out of this, that you're relatively new. So he described that as he's watching a boat go out, he tracked it rising in elevation and then lowering in elevation, consistent with going over a curve from his point of reference with his theodolite. So imagine to yourself, the boat is leaving, okay, it's going out, and it's rising in elevation and then lowering in elevation. If that were true, what would the boat be doing?
It would be following the line of perspective. So I feel like he's hijacking perspective.
Yes and no, but to him, from his perspective, what would it be doing?
Going over the curve.
That's what he says, but what it would actually be doing is going up a hill of water and down a hill of water, as if there was a mound of water in front of him, a bump on the earth. Think about it. He's going up in elevation and then down in elevation. That's going over not the curve of the earth, but a hump on the earth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I get where you're going. I get where you're going. But when you were talking about that, I was thinking about how your vanishing point, like things, like it would go up in your line of sight.
Right. So check this out. How could that happen if you're tracking it? You'd have to baseline your device below level in order for it to track something moving away from it, and have your device have to increase its altitude angle. So in other words, he didn't even level the thing properly.
It is a fine-tuning process, so he may not know how to use it.
Now, supposedly these things auto-level. So that means that he manually, he disregarded the auto-level and manually pointed it down.
I got you. I'm smelling what
In other words, it's either an incompetent or dishonest tactic. Would you not agree?
I mean, I can tell by the way he talks that he's dishonest. I smell the sliminess in his voice, especially the way he'll say things. Like he's just, I don't know. I get that vibe. But yeah, I talked to my husband about it because he's very used to having to use those. He's, like I said, he's a millwright, and he works in, if he's not working on turbines and stuff for power plants, he's working in like other kind of plants, you know, that either he'll work on big time machinery.
Yeah.
And they have to use theodolites all the time because they're maintaining already existing equipment or replacing the equipment, or it's a lot of dangerous work. All of the rules that they have for his line of work is written in blood.
So did you and him have like discussions or anything before he left?
Just a little bit. I had more of a written discussion while I was over here on this server with him on the Cosmology Tartaria, and he was asking me to get him unbanned here, and I'm like, no. And plus, I heard him present his what he considers an experiment, and everything about it. First of all, Mimas was already calling him out about the theodolite, so he was focusing on the plumb line, and I was like, okay, what about the plumb line? And he didn't know he didn't know enough about it to have even used it. So I didn't get to talk to him that much because Mimas already had him pinned to the wall.
Does anybody know? Does Jesse use the? It doesn't sound like it, but does he claim to use the theodolite for anything professional, or did he just buy it for tests?
He just keeps using it for this, and posting all of the papers about it and using those loopholes that's not mentioned in the manual for them. Like he's using loopholes through the manual. He's like using like a legal a legal system way to approach the justification of using such an instrument to do what he's doing.
Well, that's fair if all the premises are true sometimes. So, for example, let's just say if you level a theodolite, right, and it's Plumman level, right, and it shoots out a perfectly straight target acquisition angle, so 0 degrees, right, level, and then that ray of level continues out perfectly horizontal and intersects a target, right, and that target then must be acquired by angling the device down, right? Now, keep in mind, so far we're just talking about ideal space. Then that would mean that you could then do some trigonometry to figure out how much lower that object is than you. Now, the problem is that in ideal space, the physics of light and air and the fact that you can't get a perfect reticle sight and all of these things don't exist. Right? So if you make your argument in ideal space only, then how practical is it in reality? Well, the answer is it's not practical at all in reality.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at with him, but he was saying that I didn't know what I was talking about and sent me the manual for the thing, and it was infuriating. And there was something else. They like a lot of folks that were, I guess, anti-flat earthers over there were jumping on me about something, and they were talking about they asked me if it was possible to find the angle on a curved surface, and I said, well, I guess my response was, well, you have to create a tangent line to do so. And they were, I don't know, they started spiraling. And I was trying to pay attention over here and respond to them because they kept pinging my name over there. Like I didn't know how to get an angle from a curved surface. That you're not actually able to without, forming a tangent line to do so.
Yeah, you can only get an angle between two lines meeting at a vertex.
Yeah. It was just infuriating. Like, I don't even know how they would have thought to target me over here. Like, who am I? I don't know. I don't remember ever going into any deep discussions with any of those guys, and I was getting pinged over there. So I just feel like they were trying to find the weakest link.
Yeah, bingo. That's what they do. They go after the top targets.
Yeah, there was one guy that was like, answer my question, yes or no, and I had already answered him no. Something like this, the tangent line have to be physical or not, and I said no, because the tangent line is something that you draw in. I don't know. Maybe he was asking it to trap me or something. I don't know. But I said no, and he kept saying that I didn't answer him, and I did answer him, and he was just spiraling. I don't know. He was acting like I didn't answer his question, and I did. I answered it twice, and then answered it more in depth, and he said it's a yes or no. Oh well. Maybe they feel better when they do stuff like that. I don't know.
Look, you can get an angle between any 2 points as long as you create a vertex in some manner as a reference. Now, to then claim you have a tangent line, okay, because you could create a ray or a line, even if it's only imaginary, from your intersect point to the one point, and then from your intersect point to the other point. In order to claim that one of those is a tangent, you must know in the first order that it's a circle. A tangent is a particular kind of line, which is a line that intersects a circle at only one point. So if it's not intersecting a circle, then it's not a tangent. You can't just name a line a tangent, and because you named it tangent means that a circle spontaneously appears out of thin air.
Yeah, they were saying that they were acting like I guess their way of going about it was acting like they asked me if you could find an angle on a curved surface, and that was my answer. I was like, yeah, but you have to have a tangent.
Well, the actual tediously correct answer is no.
I said that. I said that the only way that you could, because you can't find an angle on a curved surface, you would have to create a tangent line. That's like almost verbatim what I told them. And I've taken some pretty high math courses.
The definition.
But I
Think
didn't
about it this
the
way.
highest in college.
Yeah, so think about it this way. A tangent intersects a circle at one point. All other points of the line are not attached to or part of the circle or the surface of the curved area. So if you try to get an angle to the line, you're not getting an angle to the curved surface in any way, shape, or form. You're getting an angle to that line.
Yeah, exactly. I said the only way that you can find an angle on a curved surface is to have a tangent. So that's all I said. They continued to spiral after I said that. My primary focus was over here, but I still went over there and I was like, look, you pinged my name over here. I got nothing for you other than what you've asked. And I'm not vouching for anybody over here if they've been banned. I'm just not.
Yeah, why would you? Think about it. Let me give you a profile of a Glober, okay? You ready for this? May make you lose your faith in humanity. All right, it's not that bad. So this man accused another man of lying about his credentials. Said that the man essentially committed fraud. Okay, titled a YouTube video with direct aspersions against this man's character, with direct accusations of fraudulent claims about his credentials. Okay. The proof of this was his answer to a question during a debate. Okay, so let's talk about the debate and the questions, okay? So the man went on to the man's show, and he was asked by the Glober man, can you get an angle from a curved surface? To which he replied, no, it's not that simple, right? Clearly indicating he was about to give more information. Now, previously, they had drawn attention to the fact that this man, the flat earther, was an engineer, claiming to be an engineer. So when he answered no, right? Sorry, he didn't answer no right away. He answered, well, it's not that simple first. And he said, no, it's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Similar to what would happen to you. He finally said, no, but it's not that simple. He goes, aha, you're not a real engineer. A real engineer would know because they have to do calculus or whatever, pre-calc or not pre-calc, but like calc 1 or 2 in your engineering series. So you're lying about being an engineer. So what did the flat earther actually say? He said it's not that simple. You have to create points on the curve and then draw them back to a vertex, and then you can get the angle between those lines, which is correct. But they immediately, in the tempo of the yes or no, and him saying no, essentially, honed on that and said, you're a fraud, you're not an engineer, you're lying about your credentials. Now, lo and behold, the debate continued, and the flat earther left because they just kept on berating him with insults. However, recognizing this, I asked them, Mr. Globerman, can you demonstrate how to get a curve angle, like from a curve, like you said earlier? Because he had shown a picture of it, right? But he didn't do any of the getting. He just said, can you get an angle between these two curved lines? Now, when he demonstrated it, what did he do? Well, you already know what he did. He picked 2 points on the curved lines, put a dot, drew them back to a vertex, and got the angle between the two lines. Exactly what Mr. Flat Earther said. Yet, still felt it within his purview of, I'm the moral arbiter of justice in the world, and I need to punish this Flat Earther for getting the right answer, to then change the title of the debate to essentially like fraudulent Flat Earther, lies about his degree or something. And then he made a mini clip with a more salacious title, accusing the Flat Earther man of being a fraud. Right? After he demonstrated in the debate, when asked, the exact method that the Flat Earther said is necessary. That's the moral competency of these people we're dealing with.
That's exactly what I dealt with. Like, to a precise point, it's exactly what I dealt with.
Now, the men's in questions are Mr. McToon, prophet of the holy roundness, peace be upon him, and Mr. John something from the Flat Earth Debates, Nathan Oakley show.
I don't know if I've seen that one. I've seen some, but not that one. I'm glad that one's happened, though, that Nathan Oakley probably destroyed McToon.
So, I can give you another example. I mean, this isn't bash on Glober Hour, but another example of a Glober tactic is that they created a mini cabal of men whose goal was to win a bet against each other, that they could turn a Flat Earther back to the globe. And some of them resorted to the technique of romancing a Flat Earth woman to get her to have emotions for him, to where then he could gain trust and then get her to turn. Now, is he going to fall in love with her and marry her? Or is he just going to twist with her heart so he can win the bet? I'll leave that up to your moral compass to decide what they were probably intending to do.
Oh, I already know. And they, I don't know. They may have expected something different from me because I'm a female or whatever. But I didn't back down or anything. I just answered their question and bowed out. And Jesse Gordon, he was. I know that Jimsy said that wasn't him in here, but I'm pretty sure it was.
Well, I'm flattered by his desperation to be a part of this community.
It's just, you can tell that the kind of people that they are, it's just not good. It's not somebody that I would like particularly meet in person and be like, I want to be friends with them. No. Plus, I'm happily married, and ain't nobody stealing my heart from my husband. He ain't even a flat earther, but he's so devoted to me that he'll argue my points for me if I'm not around. I think he's a flat earther in disguise, as a devil's advocate for me. I love that about him, though. He challenges me all the time, just like you guys do. I commend all of you for that because I feel challenged in here all the time. I don't get to just say whatever, just say words and get away with it. Not that I do, but I mean, I've seen other people be held accountable for what they say. That's what life should be like. It ain't being mean to folks. It's being real with folks. We're not in the convincing business. We're in the think for yourself business.
So speaking of the uptick in anti-flat earthers and arguments, in relation to what India was saying earlier about that, and what I was mentioning, that Nathan is starting to specifically critique other people's videos as part of his new show methodology. One of the arguments that was at the forefront, which is also in this, the silly guy we were just talking about that said all the dumb things in the recent debate that Nathan Oakley was on, one of the things he did ask, as kind of like a gotcha, is does the moon or the sun change in angular size throughout the day? And they just wanted a yes or no. And if they expected a no, it doesn't change, then they think that that's automatically a globe Earth proof, because they imagine, the moon above a flat Earth and it's moving around, that it would have a dramatic change in its angular size. Now, earlier on the stream, we talked about some of the problems with the models in heliocentrism and Ptolemy and some others I can't remember off the top of my head right now, that they have problems with angular size of the planets, where they should be, many times larger, depending on where they are in their orbit around the Earth, but they pretty much are the same size. Now, does any glober pay attention to any of that? No, they just think, well, I was told that the moon, if it changes in angular size, if it doesn't change in angular size, means that it can't be close because perspective would rule, and therefore it can't be true that the Earth is flat, which is neither here nor there. But the point is, that moon argument is coming up because this one guy made a video recently, how to silence flat earthers, and it was practically the main argument of it. My goodness, this is so painful to me to have to even say. There's two main arguments that he made. There were some others, but these are the two main ones. It's literally painful. The first one, which is not quite as painful, is that the moon must change angular size dramatically if the Earth is flat. It doesn't change angular size dramatically, therefore the Earth is a globe. That doesn't follow. But he didn't actually say, therefore the Earth is a globe. He said, therefore the Earth isn't flat. Of course, meaning the only option left is globe. The second one was the concept of two people who are far away looking up at the moon, see the moon at a different orientation than each other. Therefore, the only way that can happen is if the Earth is a globe. It's so bad.
Stupid. That's stupid. My main thing to combat that with the moon would be the fact that with those moon dials and how the moon when it's full casts the same shadows as the sun. So that would either mean that they have to be approximately the same distance away from us, or the moon is 93 million miles away.
Or there's an exotic media between us and them that causes light to behave in the manner in which it does.
Yeah, but still, people keep saying that we have like parallel sun rays that nobody's ever witnessed.
Oh, I can prove they're parallel right now. Let me show you. I'm going to post it. Hold on.
Okay.
So a Glober sent me an attempt to prove parallel rays because, of course, they say, oh, well, when you're looking at the rays from your point of view, perspective makes them appear like railroad tracks in the distance. But if you look at them top down, they're so parallel, bro. I promise they're so parallel. So he sent me his little picture of a top-down view of shadows to try to prove that the rays are parallel. And so I applied, I applied a graphics program to them. And when I was done, I mean, they're obviously parallel. And I'll show you right now. Hold on a second. You're going to be amazed. Hold on. I got it coming. Hold your horses. Quit rushing me. All right. How do you spell
I'm not
parallel?
Russian. I'm American. I'm just kidding.
I think this is the right spelling. No, it's the wrong spelling. Hold on. Oh, he better not erase my meme. I'll smack him. L?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you spelled it wrong. 2 L's before the 1 L.
Holy crap, dude. This guy erased my meme. Oh my goodness, man. I can't even remember my own meme, dude. Okay, pair.
Jokes got you.
Dreams. Oh man, now I spelled memes wrong. Holy crap, I'm in bad shape today. Hold on, I'll get it right this time, I think.
How could parallel rays emanate from a sphere in the first place? It wouldn't be parallel because it's a goddamn sphere. Simple as that.
Oh. No, there's something wrong. That's not the right one.
Yeah, that's a cartoon.
Hold on, let me do this. From AI. DREAMS.
What's up, Tiberian Blitz? You hanging out?
Did someone say my name?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I was just greeting you. I just saw you.
Oh, okay. Hi.
I saw you earlier, but I just realized that I didn't greet you, so I wanted to greet you.
EAR. Yeah, he overwrote my meme. Oh my goodness, dude. That's it. I'm nuking his home country. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in his home country. Never mind. I retract that threat. All right, here we go. You ready? All right, check this out. Bam, look at that. Proof that their rays are parallel. In the live stream voice text.
Oh my goodness.
So imagine that I don't have the one that's without my graphics overlaid on it right on the top of my hand. So you just have to imagine that he sent me the one just with the road and the black shadow lines. So you can actually tell that those black shadow lines aren't parallel with your naked eye, but when I put the graphics over it, you could tell how bad it really is.
Well, this is my point. Like I'm saying, Optically, with our own eyes, we have never seen parallel rays. So why would people be advocating for such an idea when nobody has ever observed it on the Earth? Drives me insane. We all look at the same sky. We all see the conditions when the sun rays are, visible, and they're never parallel, ever. So why would we believe anybody that tells us that they are? Ridiculous. Use your eyes, people. Don't believe what people tell you and then think that you're not seeing what you're seeing. Reality's reality.
Right. So in principle, if a light is a multi-array of point sources, right, that each emanate light, and let's say they emanate light omnidirectionally. So if you have 1 trillion points emanating light omnidirectionally, right, then at least one of those directions would be parallel to another point's, splaying out of light, right? So you'd have 1 trillion parallel light rays, would you not? In principle.
Exactly. But I've never experienced those myself. I would really need somebody to prove it to me. I've never met anybody else that's ever experienced.
It's very simple to prove. First you assume that the light source is millions upon millions, if not an infinite distance away. Right? Then you assume that the shadows are receiving parallel light rays, and then you make a circumference, and then you realize that you need credibility, so you create a story about a guy who measured the Earth this way thousands upon thousands of years ago, right? And you bury it under a third reference, which, like a third-party reference, not the second party, not even the first party, but a third-party reference. And then you turn it into a mythos that's like established canon of the globe Earth history. And that, my friend, is how you prove parallel light rays.
It's kind of gross. It really is kind of gross. Think about the implications of how the origins of measuring the Earth with an obelisk and a well. Just come on, people. Wake up.
It actually sounds like a Freudian slip when you think about it.
Sounds like what they do at the White House with an obelisk and, just a phallic symbol, and then branches off fallacies, phallic and fallacies.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of Globers come in here acting like dicks and spitting a lot of fallacies.
That's so true. Oh, man. We just got to laugh about it, for real. I mean, what else can you do? We're here. We're ready for them to come in and either talk to us, present evidence, or ask questions. That's what we're here for. That's why I'm in here every day. Maybe somebody's not in here and they need somebody to do it. So here I am. Not that I'm necessarily ever needed. Here and there I've contributed and did a good job, but I still, I think it's important that we're all here.
Tell Jesse if he writes. First off, send him my love. Second off, tell him that maybe I'll consider even vying for him in any way, shape, or form. If he could tell me altitude off the surface of the Earth you need to be before you have discernible information of a curvature that would render in your optic in the lateral sense, like, left to right curvature. So if he can give me that answer with the supporting math, then maybe I'll think about it.
If Roland comes back in here and I prove that he is Jesse, I hope that I don't know.
Now I'm not saying I would unban him or I even have the power or inclination to unban him. I'm just saying I'll think about it for a while, like 5 minutes or so.
But we got folks in here who really believe that Roland wasn't him, and I believe that it was. And the only reason why is because I was the one that was targeted by Jesse in another server while Roland was in here, and then before Roland left the server here, mentioned Theodolites. I mean, that's just not that's too many coincidences for me to. I don't believe in coincidences.
Well, look, at least joining under an alt is a lot more respectable than groveling like a little punk.
Gotcha. I think that Jamesy earlier didn't believe me about it, which is fine because I can't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
Well, we used to have guys come in here trying to get back in under voice changers and stuff.
Yeah, well, he still had the same voice. The inflections of his voice was the same. It was like he was trying to speak slower and not do that little thing he does, that little smacking thing he does when he talks.
Yeah, so the thing about the moon size change, I gotta post this video if I can find it before I go to sleep tonight. But so the guy made a video how to sound flat earthers with the moon size change and the moon flip. You know how you see it back to front versus the other person sees it front to back, which is exactly, by the way, how you would see anything if you were on opposite sides of it. The near side would render first in your field of view, would it not? So I don't get how these morons don't realize that. But whatever. So Nathan made a response video, and now this guy's made a response video to Nathan's response video. So things could get a little interesting around here with a lot of people showing up being like, does the moon change angular size? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
You know, my main thing is that if we can use the proof of moon dials and sundials casting the same shadows when the moon's full, I think that's pretty big evidence against whatever that is.
Well, getting in
it would at least be a head scratcher, right? Sorry.
Yeah. Getting an Eratosthenes style thing going would also be interesting.
I got you.
All right, so I'll try to post that video before I go, but I got to go to sleep for tonight, so I'll check you all later.
Nice talking to you, AI. I don't think that we've ever talked directly before, so it was nice. You have a good night. God bless. So, Tiberian Blitz, you're new here, right?
I wouldn't say new. I mean, I've come here for a little while.
Well, you don't have any roles, so I was just wondering what you think about the Earth, the beautiful Earth we live on.
I don't know. I don't really have an opinion right now.
On the fence. I don't have any.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think of some other things too. Like, I really think that we're just living in a simulation. That's really what I think.
Oh, buddy. You poor soul.
Nah.
Yeah,
You,
pretty lost.
I mean, just by saying that, I don't know. I feel like you might think we live on a globe.
Yeah, you're pretty lost, bro. Sorry.
Nah, man.
Yeah, you're entitled to your opinion, but when you say stuff like
That's what all Globers think. They all think they live in a simulation, that their reality can't be real, or they can't know for sure if they're sitting here talking on Discord.
yeah, I know what they say, and they're just, it's all super ridiculous. So I don't even know why. There's no argument there. It's just idiocy.
Well, I'm not gonna like come at you for that. I feel
I
for you,
know that.
brother.
I know that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that
Oh no.
there's so many idiotic things that they say. It doesn't even. I mean, the whole thing, the whole globe idea is it's impossible. I mean, right on its head. It falls right straight on its head from the very beginning. You know, with very, very many things, not just a few. I mean, a gas ball in a vacuum, impossible. You know, it can't happen.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. How we were talking about parallel rays and stuff, and how none of us on the earth have ever experienced seeing parallel rays. We see crepuscular rays from the sun. So why would somebody be able to tell us that we're looking at parallel rays, but they're not parallel?
The same
And
reason
why
they
would
tell
you
you you live
believe
on a
them?
globe, because it's idiocy. I mean, it's just, it really
I just
is.
like bringing it. I like bringing it to like what you observe and what you're told. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that somebody can make somebody believe something that's not true. Do you agree with me, Tiberian? That have you ever seen parallel rays from the sun?
I honestly don't look too much at the sun. I'm honestly doing other things.
Okay, well maybe you'll start paying attention and you can chime in next time I ask. Because I've never experienced parallel rays. Sorry. Only seen divergent rays. I think it's important that we know what reality is and what isn't reality. If I had to speculate on what witchcraft is, I would say that the globe spell is probably the biggest witchcraft cast on the earth, period. Because it doesn't only come with people blindly believing something that they've never even experienced in their whole lives, but it tacks on a bunch of other things. Like you can't even think that you're actually living in reality. You think you're in a simulation. What's up, Witsit?
What up?
How you doing?
Just trying to put some stuff together.
Well, good to see you in here.
Your mic, it seems to be really low. It's been that way for days. Has anybody said anything to you about it? Just so low. I bet you turned up all the way on my end, but anyway.
He's a new daddy. He's just tired.
I know he's a new daddy. Congratulations, by the way. I've never said that to you yet. I'm so happy for you to get yourself a nice little family.
It's
Thank you,
great.
bro.
I love having a family. Blessing. I'm glad that you get to experience it too. Anybody, for that matter.
Yeah, well, when it comes right down to it, nobody wants to be alone. You know, alone is just not
I don't
fun.
think we're meant to be. I don't think we're meant to be alone.
I don't either. And when that somebody is part of you, it's part of your own. It's you, and it's your own. That's a whole different ball game too. That's just like makes it that much more special. when it's part of you. It's your doing. You're going to be responsible for the outcome. You were responsible for it to happen. I mean, it's you're part of it now, and it's a cool thing. It really is. I don't think many people really appreciate what a family really does for a human being's mind and just their mental health and everything else. I think a family is just very important. Very, very.
I think it's important. I do think it's important to, get to know who you are yourself. Like, get to know who yourself is to yourself. Get to know and love yourself, and then you're able to be in a healthy relationship. That's for sure. It's okay to wait. It's okay to let it happen the way it happens. It's meant to. You missed our discussion about old Jesse Gordon and his theodolite experiment, if that's what you want to call it. I was calling him out on using the theodolite, period, to claim that he's found curvature of the earth. That's not the instrument that you would use whatsoever to do so. But there's a lot of other factors too, because if you're going to use a lens of some sort of like camera through the lens of the theodolite, like there's a lot of things that you have to factor in. And the margin of error, the error that you would use to use a theodolite for that kind of range, 75 miles? Come on. My husband uses theodolites in his job. And that ain't what you use them for, that's for sure.
Yeah, I've used them too my whole life. Not my whole life, but a lot of times throughout my life. I've been a builder and built big skyscrapers.
Jesse warned me about you, God Rockin', not knowing anything about theodolites.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Now, I've never used them personally, but I mean, my husband tells me about a lot of stuff, and I retain information very well. I'm good at retaining information, especially when it's prevalent. I remember weird stuff too sometimes.
It says right in the manual.
He can put something somewhere really odd place, and I will be able to tell him to a T where to go find it.
Yeah, the thing about a theodolite is it says right in the manual that the range is only like 450 feet or something. I mean, and that's long. To me, that's too far. I mean, it's hard to read the story pole and the measurements and the lens on that thing. It's just a little tiny telescope on a theodolite. They're just tiny. They're not for long distance observations. That's not what that thing's made for at all.
Well, he would argue that they were originally meant for that. And I agree with you. I know that Sterling, he uses them. He's a millwright, so he works on big time machinery and stuff. So he has to have things. He was telling me how you have to have it level. It doesn't necessarily have to be on a flat surface, but it has to be level. But you have to fine tune it after that. And just a simple touch, bump, whatever would mess up the whole thing. So.
Yeah, they're pretty touchy when it comes to that. You're right. They need to be, the first thing you start off with is the plumb bob hangs off the center of it and down to a center point on its stake, and a nail is driven into the stake. So it's a certain point on a piece of landscape. You're either finding a property line, or generally you find the property line first, then you find the edge of the building, and then for grade you find the top of the footing or the top of the foundation, and then you get the grade off the manhole in the street. Most manholes have a stamp on them, or not most, but many. They tell you how many feet in inches that it is exactly above sea level, and that's where you get your grade from. And I've just done it many times. And
Yeah,
the
I was telling
theodolite's not.
him that it was meant to find elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what I was telling him, and he was using it. I don't know, just using it for that kind of distance is absurd to me.
Completely.
Absurd. But there's a bunch of other factors in there too that's absurd too. Like you have to think about it when he's using some sort of recording device that has a lens through the lens of the theodolite, how you have to angle that and make it perfect. Like there's the margin of error already in the instrument, like, and then you're adding another instrument that would have a margin of error too, because I mean, how are you going to position that? How are you going to make that completely accurate? Like, I don't trust that. And it's already sketchy because of the instrument. There are better instruments to use to find if there's a curvature or not. I mean, come on.
Yeah, my experience is that when people bring up a theodolite and say, oh well, I use a theodolite to make my measurements and do all this stuff, they think that the word theodolite sounds like, oh, this magical instrument, it's a theodolite. Whoa, what is that? It's nothing more than a builder's level that you can tip down and find 90-degree angles, accurately and stuff. It's not made for shooting for finding curvature of the earth. It's just a wrong piece of equipment, period. And it's not special. It's not this magical theodolite. I think most of them, when they say that, not many people have used one. In fact, very, very few people even know what they are. So they think they got the high ground right instantly. And all of a sudden they got the high ground because they use a theodolite.
Oh, they use a theodolite. Exactly. That's exactly my point, man. He's just trying to have some sort of foot in the door, higher ground. I don't know. I think that people should be aware of him because just the way he talks. I think snake. I think a snake in the garden, okay?
If that guy really did truly warn you about me, it's because I may have destroyed him one night. If I remember, I can't remember if it was him or not. But
Well, he targeted me like last night, I think, yesterday. Not like I'm not like a victim or anything. I went over there. I got pinged over in Cosmology Tartaria while I was over here in this server. And he was asking me to get him unbanned over here. I'm like, I'm not going to vouch for you. I don't even know you. And what I do know of you, like, you got pretty hammered the last time you were in here. If you did anything, I believe that you did. I'm not going to vouch for you. Anyways, a bunch of other folks over there in the Cosmology Tartaria, I guess they're their anti-flat earthers. They're trying to one-up me on finding angles on a curved surface. And I was like, well, you can't do that because you would have to establish a tangent, And they were acting like I didn't answer a question at one point, and I did. I answered the question, but it was like a yes or no. Like I had to answer yes or no. I answered the question twice and then went in depth about what a tangent line is. I don't understand these people. Like they were like, "Oh, we're trying to give you truth, but we're being slimy about it." Like I don't see how that's synonymous at all. not gonna give me truth and be a little slimy snake about it at the same time. Try to trap me.
They don't have a choice. That's all they have.
Well, they were thinking. I guess they were thinking that they were finding the weakest link over here, and that's why they kind of honed in on me because they saw that I was in here, and I'm pretty sure that Roland was in here. That was Jesse, and that's why he had access to the server because he sent me a screenshot of like something that I don't know. He could have done it on YouTube too, so who knows? Anyways, he was able to screenshot something that I said over here, and all I had said over here was like they were being ridiculous with me in that server. It's like I have people over here being ridiculous with me, and he was like, "You're lying." I was like, "No, I'm not lying. You literally are. You pinged me over here when you knew I was in this server. That's ridiculous." I didn't lie. Whatever. I don't have to defend that position. So I was just letting people know that I think that Roland was Jesse. Some people don't believe me, but that's okay. They weren't the ones that were getting pinged in the other server, so whatever.
Well, who cares about who believes you or whatever? That's just stupid. I mean,
Yeah, I don't care.
yeah, why would you?
I was just letting them know if they wanted to know, they know now, or they don't. Whatever. I think it's funny that they thought that I would be the weakest link. The little old bumpkin from Alabama. Oh, forgive me, I'm watching this video that AI sent.
I think the last time I used a theodolite was building what's called the 3Com building in the industrial park in Salt Lake City. And it had a whole bunch of spot footers that were about 10 by 10 by 4 feet thick. And they were scattered all across the whole lot of spot footer for every column, a steel column that you set on that was about 60 feet tall. that all the girders and everything were fastened to for the rest of the building. And I can't remember exactly how many of them there were. There was probably about 30 of them or more, right around 30 of these spot footers. And in the middle of these spot footers, I had to put what's called mounting bolts for the columns that you stand up. So you stand, these columns come already pre-built. They got holes drilled in the plates and for the bolts. So you put the bolts in the center of this footing. When you pour it, it's still wet. You work these down in, and then they project out. So the projection, they have to project out of the footing. It was like 3 inches or something, if I remember right, somewhere around 3-inch projection. And so I built all these templates that out of plywood that had holes drilled in them for all of these J-bolts that go down into the spot footers. And then when I set the theodolite up, I would set it up in line of each line of spot footers. And then I would tip it down and make a mark on, had a mark already in the center of the plywood, a big cross drawn, so that I could drop the theodolite down and make sure that plywood was exactly where it was supposed to be. And I waited till after everything was poured, because I had them set in place initially, but when you pour concrete, it moves a lot of stuff around. It's a lot of weight. So I went around and did one last check and shot every one of the projection bolts in on these spot footers and moved them back into exact position while the concrete was still wet enough to move them. And then when the steel erectors came and they put all these columns, stood all these columns up on these footings, they called this special meeting to the office. And it's like, the steel builders want to have a special meeting, and they want you guys to come in, and we want to talk to you guys. And they come in and they said, well, we just wanted to tell you thanks that we didn't have to notch one plate on one column after laying it out and putting the columns where they're supposed to be. Generally, they have to notch out the plate so they can slide the plate around because the bolts are in the wrong spot a little bit, half inch, whatever. They've been moved around a little bit. They said, we just want to thank you because we didn't have to notch not one plate, not one hole, not one position of them columns was out at all. We didn't have to make any adjustments whatsoever. And we have not seen that in over 10 years. And we just wanted to say thank you. You saved us a lot of work. So anyway, yeah, that was the last time I used the theodolite. So I know how to use one pretty good. And they're not made for shooting long distance. That's not what they're made for. It's not what they're designed for. It's not the right device at all. It's just not. It's for building. It's for creating angles to find property lines to, do survey work with, to survey a property out, find the property lines and shoot them in, put the square heads in, put a nail in right on the property lines, right where the footings go, right where everything goes on the ground. That's what they're made for. Period. That is what a theodolite is made and used for. And this idea that you can use it for shooting a long distance and finding curvature, it's just not even the right device. They make much better. A telescope would be better. Would be a way better thing to try and determine that. You can't determine, these angles tipping up and down. You can't aim it way out there and tip this down and determine that the ground has dropped away. If it's out even a 64th of an inch at the point of where that theodolite is, the end of the telescope part of the tube. If it's even a 64th of an inch out, or even less than that, at 10 miles distance, that could be feet, many feet, 20 feet, 50 feet difference. I mean, it gets big. I mean, you move it down a 64th of an inch in a 6-inch long tube. It's not exactly right. By the time you get 10 miles out or whatever, you're way off the mark. I'm here to tell you. So it's not even. It's so stupid to even try to use something like that.
Well, here's the thing. What my husband said is that theodolites are even better than telescopes in most cases. But you would have to have, especially at the degree that he's using it, he would have to have somebody where he's pointing it. You know, there would have to be another person involved.
Well, not only that, but I don't see how the theodolite doesn't have a very powerful telescope on them. They're not they are a magnifier. They do make it easier to see things at a distance. But it clearly says in the paperwork that that they're made for like 500 and something feet, not miles. Not that's not what their accuracy and their optical range is in the feet distance.
Does anybody know what kind of theodolite he's using?
I have no idea, but they don't make theodolites for. You don't build buildings that big. You don't excavate property lines and lots.
If there is one for that kind of range, it would be better than a telescope.
I don't know. I don't think they make them for that range, but I've never seen one.
I got you. But I'm not saying that what he's doing isn't fallacious, because it clearly is. He's clearly being fallacious. He didn't mention anybody else in his. He would need another person to verify what he's doing, and not just him and calculation. Also, you have to include the second lensing of whatever recording device he's using through the lens of the theodolite.
How do you mount a camera to a theodolite? That's what I want to know, or any type of.
Okay, yeah, that's where I'm getting at. I'm getting at like the double lensing there, the fact that you would have to use some sort of recording device there. That's a big deal.
You have to make some way to fasten it to the end of the theodolite lens and have it focus right center on the camera lens or whatever. That makes no sense to even try to do something like that. It's ridiculous. The whole thing's just preposterous. I'm sorry. It's stupid.
I'm not going to discredit it. I would rather one of us, or somebody that's not trying to be fallacious or a slithery snake. Like, I just get that vibe off of him. I'm so sorry. If he's not, I really feel bad. But I don't think that my radar's off. I think that people need to be conducting this experiment to disprove him. Okay, you get what I'm saying? Like, it may actually be a good way to prove that there is no curvature if you got a strong enough theodolite and you were very precise with everything. I always talk to my husband about all of this. He hates when I talk to him about it. I can see it in his face. But I always talk to him about it. So I don't want to be dishonest with you. If it was possible and it was strong enough to see that far away, it actually would be better than a telescope. So.
Well, those telescopes on the theodolite are about 6 inches long and about an inch in diameter. So I failed to see where the strength comes from.
Maybe there's different kinds that are that have more strength.
Maybe, but I still failed to see it being miles long a distance. I just can't imagine how you can get that out of a 6-inch tube. I can't.
Well, me, all of us should entertain the idea and then figure out if it's possible.
Well, I've used one enough times that I already know it's not possible, so I'm not going there. I'm not going to waste my time. That's my opinion. That's my
I got you. I'm not necessarily trying to play devil's advocate here. I'm just saying it could be a possibility, and maybe we don't know.
It's going to get upset with whatever you say. You can say whatever you want.
I'm never going to get upset either.
I mean, I've used one enough times to know that's not what they're made for. They're not powerful enough to see that far. it's the wrong device to use. It's just period. It is. It's the wrong piece of equipment. I'm sorry.
It's questionable, that's for sure, especially since most of them aren't used for that kind of long range. But if there are some that are meant for that kind of long range, I would like to take a look at them. Maybe they're better than your regular telescope. You know what I mean?
Explain the reason for why you would need one for that longer range for what the Theodolite's built for. What would be the reason?
Exactly. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Don't build
That was
buildings.
my original argument. That was my original argument.
You know, there's no reason for a theodolite to be built for that purpose. They don't use them for lengths that far. That's the wrong piece of equipment. I'm sorry. Period.
Yeah, and the fact that they're so sensitive, and some of them are self-adjusting. Maybe I think that there are some that are self-adjusting, but you do have to fine-tune them. In the case of what you're talking about and what Sterling's talking about, there's a lot of fine-tuning involved, and you can't bump them. You can't bump them at all. You can't have any kind of thing. You can't even have a huge wind gust. It'll mess it up, you know. Not a lot of folks on tonight, huh? Good to see everybody in here, though.
So I've been updated by the fine people at Gem Panda server that straight lines can also be curved. So I guess that solves everything. That's why the horizon's so high horizontal.
You've lost your mind. Stop it.
Mate, surely you know I jest. It sounds like we've lost 3 people from the panel since I spoke that nonsense. Yeah, sorry for bringing that back here. That was my experience.
Oh, I don't think that's what lost them. I think they were lost already.
Yep.